December 18th, 2024. It's good to see you all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Good,
I am here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez, Commissioner Schwartz, Mayor Castillo,
Yeah.
City Manager Dodge,
Here.
City Attorney Gorin.
I'm here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you to stand, please, for the pledge, and also remain standing for a performance from Zachary Koppelman, who's the founder of Stars Before Dark. He is an NSU High School sophomore, and he lives in Plantation, Florida. And we want to thank him for driving all the way down here to honor America. If you would lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zachary Koppelman. Great job. Is Nicole Burrell here? She is not yet here. Nicole Burrell? Okay. I have a presentation to announce the winner of the 2025 Winter Florida Prepaid Scholarship Raffle, sponsored by the Pembroke Pines Charter School Foundation. Folks, tonight we come together to celebrate an initiative that changes the lives of Florida Prepaid Scholarship Raffle. This incredible opportunity, made possible through the Pembroke Pines Charter School Foundation, offers deserving students a full ride to university, paving the way for a brighter future. Thanks to your generosity, we sold an impressive 369 tickets, with every dollar supporting this noble cause. Your contributions empower students to pursue a debt-free education and achieve their dreams. Thank you for being part of this effort to spread hope, opportunity, and the gift of education. And now's the moment we've been waiting for. Let's find out who the lucky winner is. And here, getting ready to pick the winning ticket is Pines Charter High School Principal Peter Bayer. Ty Otera is the winner. Ty Otera, you're going to college. Congratulations, and thank you all for everything that you do. Thank you so much. We will get to Ty. because he will want to have that, that ticket. Okay, I'm going to come around, and I have a presentation. Is Nicole Burrell here? Ah, thank you so much. Will you join me right here in the front? And also Commissioner Rodriguez, if you would, join me. This is a proclamation of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida for World AIDS Day. Commissioner, will you read?
Whereas World AIDS Day is observed annually on December 1st to unite people worldwide in the fight against HIV/AIDS, to show support for people living with HIV, and to commemorate those who have lost their lives to AIDS-related illnesses. And whereas since the first cases of HIV were reported more than 4 decades ago, over 39.9 million people worldwide have been infected with the virus, and millions continue to live with HIV today. And whereas significant progress has been made in the prevention, treatment, and management of HIV, transferring it from a fatal diagnosis into a manageable condition for those who have access to care and treatment. Despite advancements, challenges remain, including stigma, disparities in access to healthcare, and the need for continued research to develop a cure and vaccine.
Whereas we recognize the dedication of healthcare providers, researchers, advocates, and community organizations that work tirelessly to support individuals affected by HIV and AIDS and prevent new infections, and reaffirm our commitment to ending HIV and AIDS epidemic and achieving the equitable healthcare for all by addressing the social and structural barriers that perpetuate health disparities. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2024 as World AIDS Day in Pembroke Pines, Florida, and encourage all residents to join in raising awareness about HIV and AIDS. Nicole? Let's take a picture.
Good evening, everyone. I am Nicole Burrell. I am the CEO for Broad House, and we are an HIV care organization in Fort Lauderdale. We are actually right next to Ann and Joy Levine's. If anyone knows who they are, that's where we're located. And we've been just caring for the community for over 36 years. And our mayor here was part of Broad House back in the day. So he was instrumental in getting some of those properties that we have a housing program that we basically house about 74 clients that's suffering from HIV. We have a few that's medical respite that they've been homeless. So most of our population is experiencing homelessness, substance use disorder, mental health, and just a wide array of challenges that we may not even know what they're living with and experiencing. So that's what we've been doing at Broad House. And when this opportunity came out for World AIDS Day, and if you've never been to a World AIDS Day event, every year we do it. And it's in Wilton Manors. And one of my goals, I've been in this role, I should have said that first, since January. So I'm new to this role, and one of the goal is to move it out of just Fort Lauderdale, because it's more than just Fort Lauderdale that's affected in the Wilton Manors area. So living in Miramar, my goal is to bring it a little bit west, and so that we can all understand that it's not over. It's so much more that we need to do. And just even with the minority population, meaning Black women, heterosexual, Black men, heterosexual, we are getting infected more now than ever. So the fight is so much more that we need to do and continue to do. So I want to just thank you for the opportunity to be here and to accept this on behalf of Broad House. And we are looking forward to just continuing the fight, and hopefully we can end this epidemic sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We have a couple of speakers who, some are signed up for items and some are signed up for general comment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the general comment speakers first. I'm going to wait for those of you that have signed up for, I think, item 22. I'll call them after. And then there are two here for an appeal of planning and zoning. Oh, is that right? Appeal? Okay. I'll handle you when your item comes up. Is that fair? Okay. So I'll do it that way. So the first speaker Ed, where's Ed? Are you here on item 22 or are you on a general matter?
General matter about the proposed ordinance for parking and driveways.
You're up. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ed Eaglesmith, 1500 Northwest 86th Terrace. I've been here 2 times already, explained to you about what the problem is with this proposed ordinance about not parking on the grass, no gravel driveways, parking out in the street. To recap, the streets are 19 feet wide. You put 2 cars out there, that's 14 feet. Leaves you 5 feet. You can't get an ambulance through. You can't get a fire truck through, even if you stagger them. I've gone to other neighborhoods than mine. I went to Pasadena Lakes and other places that I can get in that don't have a homeowners association. And the problem exists. And this 40% rule for how much could be concrete driveway, people that live on a cul-de-sac that have a pie-shaped property, they got 30 feet in front of the house width, and you're going to at least limit them to 40% for driveways. And I know there's going to be exceptions and whatnot. We got to think outside the box. You can put a driveway in and put a French drain in. French drains only go down about 6 to 8 inches. If you're worried about utilities underneath the ground, if they're 6 to 8 inches under the ground, you got more problems than a driveway. You guys here got to think outside the box. You can be part of the solution, think outside the box, and suspend the implementation of this ordinance, or you can be part of the problem and just let it go. So at this time, I'd like to ask the commission to make a motion to suspend this ordinance and somebody to second it. Because even the city manager has said to me, the assistant city manager, well, we can implement it, but we won't enforce it for 6 months. That's ridiculous. Do the right thing, suspend it, work smarter, not harder. Because when this city gets sued because a fire engine can't get through or an ambulance can't get through, our city attorney's office is going to be defending the city for not millions, but billions of dollars. People suing the city because you're not going to work smarter and you just want to be part of the problem. So I
want to thank you for your testimony. You've been here a couple of times. Mr. Stam, have you met with this gentleman? Okay. So unfortunately, that motion would be out of order. It's now allowable for us to rescind an ordinance or suspend an ordinance that hasn't been advertised. Your conversation with Mr. Stam was satisfactory?
It was okay, but, you know, to say that we're going to implement the ordinance but not enforce it for 6 months?
Yes, that is not uncommon, and I'll tell you why that happened. That happened because we wanted to take the time to inform the residents that this change was coming. We wanted to give them time to make the accommodations that they needed. This is an ordinance that came from your community, sir. We have been as adamant as you are against it. We had many, many people asking for this ordinance who were in favor of it. No one here initiated that ordinance. It came from the residents of that community. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Mr. Stam if he could to speak with the city manager about the conversation that you had. And if the city manager feels that there's a need for us to entertain a change, we can do that. Alternatively, if you'd like to approach your district commissioner and ask that item be placed on the agenda for discussion, it can be done that way. But those are the one or two ways that an item such as you're requesting, which is the rescinding of an ordinance or whatever, can get onto the agenda.
Well, it's not rescinding it, it's stopping it from being implemented.
Even more so. That has to be advertised, it has to be recommended, it has to be placed on the agenda. So those are the two ways that exist to deal with your issue. I want to thank you for coming forward and talking to us. We very much respect when residents come forward, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next will be Gil Lerner. Mr. Lerner, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Gil Lerner, 1958 Northwest 74th Avenue, Pembroke Pines 33024. I'd just like to add on to what Mr. Ed was saying, is that the ordinance is not a one-size-fit-all, and it's an issue that is reaping across my neighborhood, but not specifically the entire neighborhood. People are being handpicked, at least in my neighborhood. And I would love to have some answers towards that as to why code is choosing who and when they apply that ordinance to, regardless if it's being changed. Now, with all due respect to the city's work, I really respect everything you guys do, but Mr. Stam is not the right person to be making these decisions. I've had experience with him for over 20 years. And he makes errors left and right. He doesn't have common sense.
Okay, all right. We're going to have to ask you to not make, and I want to say this with respect, okay? Let's not make disparaging comments, because there's a rule here against making disparaging comments. Just tell us your story.
Okay. My story is I had a violation that I reported to, code violation, back in April of 2023. Code violation had issued the violation. It was in medium. It was extended to correct the violation. A second extension was given. A hearing was issued. I never got noticed. The day of the hearing, it was found in compliance, and it's still not in compliance. I mean, I'm a general contractor. It's insulting my intelligence to tell me it's in compliance. So I asked for a meeting with staff, the mayor at the time, and to discuss this matter. And I know precisely why this matter happened is because someone was selling their house, and if there was a violation on the property, the bank wouldn't close, okay? Bottom line is I was retaliated, as well as my neighbor, who is assumed to be a best friend, family, what have you, in the form of the same violation as this 40% rule, because it's so easy to utilize. And it has caused animosity, not only between me and my neighbors, but me and my entire neighborhood, because they blame me for making a violation, having a ripple effect that's out of my control, leading to violations with other neighbors, okay? So I am I don't know how to say it, but I'm the black sheep of the neighborhood, and I'm fine with that, you know? I've heard it's better to be infamous than never famous at all. But that's not the point. The point is I came to the mayor and I expressly tried to mention that, hey, a favor was done here, and I was shut down by the mayor, and my mother was there, she was a witness, that this meeting will not continue if we're going to discuss favors. So I don't know what that does for me. That sort of limits me to censorship, sort of like anybody that knows things that have fallen through the cracks and don't want to be heard. Now,
All right,
now, Mr. Schwartz, my commissioner, on several occasions, especially in commission on record, had mentioned that he was very disappointed staff hadn't responded to this matter.
Mayor,
Excuse me, I'll recall my time, please. You can talk when I'm done.
Let him
the record just needs to be
I will,
accurate, sir.
I'll
Thank you.
get to you.
Thank you.
Furthermore, I've asked a million times. I even called yesterday code enforcement. I haven't got a call back from Larry as of yet. Why? Who knows? But the end of the day is Mr. Peter Rovino has been directed to do things that I don't know why or what. But at the end of the day, my biggest concern is the engineer, who is a smart gentleman, was directed to lie about the reason it was in compliance, which is not true.
All right, I'm gonna, with respect, I'm gonna stop you there because we have a long meeting. I have a couple of questions, and then I want to go to Commissioner Schwartz briefly, if I might, briefly.
Yes,
Mr. Dodge, you familiar with this matter?
I believe you're referring to the flooding in your yard?
Precisely.
Yeah, right. This gentleman has come before the commission several times and spoke about this issue. Our city engineer has been out there.
So what's the bottom line?
The bottom line is, I believe the city engineer said there were no violation.
You guys are putting the city engineer of jeopardy of losing his license in
Why?
order to accommodate whatever reason you're telling him to lie for the reason to excuse the violation. I'm sorry, I'm a general contractor, but every single one of you behind the dais are insulting my intelligence. Not you, Mr. Mayor. You're a new mayor, I understand, and there's a few new commissioners here, but all of you know me for a very long time. And I haven't exactly established a great relationship with Mr. Stam. It's more of a relationship of animosity. And this is a matter that has gone above and beyond a simple violation.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Mr. Dodge, if you don't mind. I'd like us to have an on-site meeting. You, me, Stam, the police chief, and the city engineer. And we're gonna find a time to come and see you. I wanna be there personally and take a look at the situation and see where it's at. You may not like the answer, but you'll never be able to say that we didn't come out and take you seriously. Fair enough?
I certainly appreciate you taking the initiative to
That's
at least
gonna
come
happen.
see what's going on.
Thank you very much for coming forward, and enjoy your holidays. I don't know when this meeting is gonna happen. It's unlikely to happen before
New Year's. I understand that.
but we will get to you, I promise.
I just want to add that it's becoming more and more urgent that the matter be dealt with, because as time is going on, more and more damage is
Understood.
being
We'll get to
appeared.
you, we'll get to you as soon as we can, but I will be present. Commissioner Schwartz?
thank you, Mayor. The meeting won't be necessary. I went to Mr. Lerner's property 9 months ago, and I went with the expectation to be convinced that the code did not see 3 projects that weren't permitted. Unfortunately, if you recall,
What 3 projects are you
Well,
referring to? I just want
Sir?
to.
We gave you your time
Sir?
without being interrupted. This is a brief moment
it's
for you.
it's very brief, but it's
Okay.
important. It's important that we're on the same page here, Mayor, because as Commissioner Castillo, if you recall, when Mr. Lerner came forward back in February of this year, I told him not to give up his constitutional protections of proper hearings. Do you recall?
I recall something
Okay.
along those lines.
So what I did was I went to Mr. Lerner's home. And as you know, I'm a licensed home inspector, so I see things in a different light than the general public. However, I've worked with staff. I've worked with the city administration. I've received information from Mr. Lerner with respect to his request to have his own engineer, the CDD of Walnut Creek. And to this day, we're still out of compliance. And I've begged Mr. Lerner to please come into compliance on his property, and we deal with that, and then we can take a look at everything else going on around him. But right now, there are 3 things that are not in compliance at his address as we speak.
Okay.
And
But that
and
weren't
staff-
issued
but-
prior to
and
the
staff-
Hold on, hold on.
This is
and
a bunch
staff-
of
Let him-
large
let him- let him-
reports. You
Mr.
know it,
Lerner.
and I know it.
Mr.
Mr.
Lerner?
He's just.
Let him
and
finish.
Staff has kept me abreast to any and all updates to any progress being made, and I haven't had any new information in some time.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. Thank you, Mr. Lerner, for your testimony. We will be coming to see you as soon as we can, okay?
I
Thank
just
you.
don't think Mr. Stam,
Best to just
Thank
wish
you.
you a
Happy
happy
holidays.
holiday,
Happy New
and
Year.
I'll see you soon, and we'll be okay, okay?
Everything will be okay.
Yes.
And better from that. What can I
Because
tell you?
that's what happens in Pembroke Pines. So thank you very, very much. Okay,
Thanks for your time.
thank you, sir.
And the entire commission and everybody that sits behind the dais that I don't know.
Yes, sir, okay. Happy holidays now, okay. All right, now, we have announcements of items to be pulled from the agenda.
None, Mayor.
Okay. Commission Auditor Report. I don't see, oh, you hear, oh, that comes after, okay. Commission Auditor Report, you're up. I did presentations. You have to press the button that says speak. Your name and your rank and serial number. We good? All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Dan O'Keefe. I am the engagement manager in charge of your commission auditor
You are the
function.
commission auditor.
I am the commission auditor.
Yes, you are.
That is true. With me is Eddie Castaneda. He is my talented senior manager who does most of the work.
Yes, he is.
And I get to take all the credit. So it's a great relationship we have.
Well, you don't get all the credit, but all right, go ahead.
So this evening, we're going to present to you our 24-25 audit plan. And then also, we're going to present a couple of reports to you tonight, too. So first, I'll begin by talking about the risk assessment that we do. We look at a lot of different information. Over the years, we've gotten to know the city quite well. So every year, we try and do something a little bit different, and based on all the data that we collect, over time. And so we look at various different risk factors, which are listed here, and some of which that most any auditor would look at. But in particular, we look at things that pertain to the city itself. And for example, economic conditions are not just what happens with the city, but it's also what happens with the state, what happens with the federal government, because those things can have an impact on the city in terms of grants and other revenue streams that kind of come into the city. We look at potentials for fraud and abuse as we're kind of going in and measuring this risk to come up with something that kind of makes sense for any given year. So these are the areas that we're looking at as the primary areas for this year. Some we do on a regular basis. The commission agenda review, for example, we do every year. The ERP rules and permissions and ERP vendor management are two new items, and this is going to be using our IT team to kind of come in and look at these areas. We're going to expand into phase 2 for our information technology work, which again we use IT experts, to come in and help us with this. We'll continue doing our investment committee monitoring. We're going to look at your asset management for your charter schools this year. We're going to look at grant compliance and analysis and monitoring. And we always have a place for commission-designated projects. If there's something on your mind that you want us to do, we can kind of stop what we're doing and do it. And if anything on here you want to change out later, and because you have something more important for us to look at, we can certainly do that too, because this isn't just our plan, this is your plan, and we work for you. We had a few areas that kind of carried over into this fiscal year, and so we're going to finish those up first before we kind of start into some of these other areas, and hopefully get those wrapped up and caught up. between the pandemic and some other issues and getting a late start last year, some of these projects kind of got pushed into this particular audit plan. So other than that, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. I'll be happy to kind of stop here and ask if you have any questions with the plan, or if there's something else you would like us to do in addition to what we're doing right here. And because again, this is your plan, and we work for you.
Commissioners, your pleasure. Any questions?
Mayor, what I'd like to do, if you wouldn't mind, I believe it's item 2. I'm sorry, there's an item for for our commission auditors name change. If we can dispense of that before they go, Mr. O'Keefe has literally a train to catch.
Yeah, I think that's in your consent agenda, but I could certainly answer any questions if you have anything. But I'll address that real quickly. Your attorney and the attorney for our new firm got together and finally hammered out a good agreement that I think everybody can live with. But the good news is the team stays the same. All the members of our firm stay the same. We still service all the local governments in the state of Florida. As a matter of fact, I think Eddie will tell you that we're working every bit as hard as we've ever done. So it really is more like a name change than anything else. But you're still going to be getting the same level of service that you've been receiving from us.
So you've been with us now, I think is it 15 years?
I think it's more like 12.
12, okay.
Yeah.
Time goes by and you start losing track. So 12 years. I have to tell you that since we went to the commission auditor model, which was my motion, I'm very proud of it. The city has saved an awful lot of money and has upgraded its place on the financial accountability and operational accountability chain. And you all have brought us a tremendous amount of good ideas and good findings, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. When we get to your item, if there's some discussion, I think it's fine. You've decided to merge with another company, but the lawyers have acquiesced to the city's request that you continue in your role as commission auditor, and that you do so without any interference whatsoever from any other third party. We respect that you're joining another firm, but you are our commission auditor, and we don't want your independence or that of your staff to be impacted in any way whatsoever. And you've provided me with that assurance, and you've always been good to your word, and we will take you at your word on that as well. You've done exceptional work for us, and I couldn't be more pleased. Any other commissioners want to speak on this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I am glad that you all are getting the accolades, but you're not going to get that from me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the audit. I did go through the audit, as I have for several years, and I don't know that I'm in agreement with the direction that we're going here. For me, an auditor, the mayor is correct. Probably in the very beginning, there was probably some things were found, and probably, if I had to say, they were probably low-hanging fruit. But to me, I think more in-depth auditing probably needs to be accomplished here. Mm-hmm. So the items that are listed here for what we're going to do next year, I got to say, I just don't agree to them. To me, a lot of these items seem, I'm sorry to say, but fluffy. Soft issues, things we already have staff for, things that we already contract out people to do for us, in my opinion. That's what I think, some of these projects are. I mean, we have an item here that's a commission agenda review for $55,000. I have not talked to you all this whole year on any agenda item, and you report to the commission. So I don't understand even what you do for approvals in commission. I know that I've had prior comments about that, and they were just not adequately answered, sorry to say. So, you know, we are a nearly $500 million a year business. And we got a lot of these, you know, multi-millions, if not tens or $100 million contracts that are sitting out there. And I think, to my colleagues, that we should be auditing them. You know, these contracts that are, you know, we have turnkey services that are doing really important things for us. For instance, we have public health, which is our water and wastewater services. It's under a contract. Not one time has it been audited to find out if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Are they charging us appropriately as they should be? So I'm not very happy with that. And I will tell you, though, there are times where you did kind of engage in some of our contracts, particularly with our building department, you know. And you know what? Interestingly, you found things. And you know what you found? They were overcharging. And it was great. And that's the kind of stuff that we need to get to find out what's really happening with some of these contracts. So for me, a lot of these items are not the type of items that I would want to see. The other thing is that, you know, we're going forward, and Mr. Mayor, the truth is we're looking to get ready to try to finance a lot of these projects.
I want it looked at.
Yeah, and I think that we should be focused on, you know, putting some energy on looking at some of these projects with some sort of oversight. Not that the auditor does the oversight, and Mr. Mayor, I may offer that we consider that in the future, some sort of bond oversight committee. But an auditor is a huge value in trying to identify what are the best practices, what are not the best practices, you know. And I'll leave it at that, because the goal here is for you to protect us
Sure.
and our finances. So for me, Mr. Mayor, I probably won't support the item that comes up, because I just don't think this is the right thing at this time. I think we need to have a little bit more of an effort in a little bit more details of our contracts, of where our money really is. I mean,
So,
we have a lot of money out there, and we really need to be looking at
so
those
Vice
things.
Mayor, I want to tell you that your comments are resonating with me in a very, very positive way. You want to see more in-depth audits. What the commission auditor is doing right now is he's presenting to us an audit plan based on his needs assessment. There was a time not so long ago when the urgency to use his sizable skills was not so enthusiastic. You might have been around for that. I love what you're saying. And if we want to bring this to another level, I'm all for it. And we can pick a couple of the large contracts every year. We are considering a bond issue. I would love to have the commission auditor reviewing those transactions. As you know, I just proposed, and today we're getting ready to begin appointing people to the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, which was a motion that didn't go anywhere when I made it the last time, some years ago. But now it's going to be a full-fledged committee. I believe that it's important. We have some very, very talented people in the city of Pembroke Pines who have financial backgrounds, and I want them taking a look at the books and records of their own money. I am all for that. I'm all for it. And so, in fact, the more eyes we have on it, the better. Having said that, I also think that we have a pretty honest staff and administration with a great track record for doing things well. So if you'd like, we can bring this item back at a point when there are more specific recommendations. I would encourage you to meet with the commission auditor and to talk to him about your concerns. And not just with respect to this item, but with respect to the other item, if you wish. I can't disagree that we could use a more, let's call it robust audit plan. I'm all for it. But we have to come forward and make some of those recommendations as a group and come to that conclusion. And then he can do another risk assessment and come back to us with which of the contracts he feels, based on the risk assessment, we should be taking a look at, unless you want to pinpoint one. For example, you mentioned Jacobs. I think it's great that we should audit Jacobs. I think it's a great idea. If we want to audit another company, that's fine. I remember when you came forward with the recommendation to take a look at the Calvin Giordano contract. I was all for it, and I'm still all for it. So what's your pleasure in terms of proceeding? Because you've said some serious things, and I want to make sure that we embrace that in some sort of plan. How would you like to proceed? Would you like to defer this item and bring it back? Do you want to give him some direction to bring us back another audit plan? How would you like to proceed?
Could I make a recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I love the feedback. Thank you so much for that. Why don't we put the new items on hold until I come and talk to each individual one of you and get some specific projects that you want done, because that's why we're here. Okay, it's not to do projects I want done, it's to do projects what you want done. We can go ahead and finish up what we had started in the previous year and then customize this thing to meet your needs, because if we're not meeting your needs, we're not doing our job. It's that simple.
Vice Mayor?
So I'm fine with with holding off the items and things. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that we should have more conversation about what kind of items we should be delegating to our employee, because that's what you are, right? You're a contract direct to the commission, not to the city manager.
That's correct.
But to us. Yeah. And see, and that's where I'm having some of my difficulties too, because you're contracted to us, and I feel that you are reporting to somebody else, not us. So that's the point I was trying to make, one. But the second thing is most certainly, Mr. Mayor, with the recommendations that you had brought forward, I'm willing. I want to do exactly what you said. Let's have more conversation. You know, however that works out. If it's if it's if your item passes, you still are a part of us. Great. Then it's you that we're going to have the conversation with.
Right.
But I do believe that we need to have a much better touch. What's going on in our heads? What are we thinking about? Because that's your job. Your job is to try to figure out how to present to us what we all are thinking about and how to present a project that's going to address, what our concerns are. Because we all are very concerned about the financial health, the well-being, the safety of this city going forward. And so you need to know what that is. And you need to know what it is in your craft that helps us. So, Mr. Mayor,
I'm sensing that a motion to dismiss is imminent. The motion to defer is imminent. But before we do that, because it would cut off discussion, let's just go down the line and see if we can't. If we've covered it and you're okay, fine. I'll entertain the motion. But if anyone has something to say, let's say it now. Commissioner Rodriguez?
I just want some clarification on maybe from Sam or the manager on what the difference is between the items. From my understanding, this is just a presentation. We're not necessarily voting on this part, because from what I had a meeting with them yesterday, and from my understanding, this is a fluid document. While they are proposing some examples of what they can look into, there is a part of the budget, I believe $25,000, for us to each allocate a part of that into the different types of things we want to look into, whether it be with our building department, whether it's with our lobbyists, whether it's with other aspects of our areas of interest for us to look into that. So I think that that's already part of it. It's a matter of getting there and having that discussion with them. I had a meeting with them yesterday and understood a little bit more better of what am I able to ask,
what are some examples of other cities that use these similar services, and I'm hoping to craft some of the things that I would like them to look into, and obviously we make that decision as a whole, and hopefully I can bring that, or anybody else can bring that to the table. So that's my understanding, and then for the item itself, 22, whichever one it is, that one is just the name change, but would that...
13.
13, sorry
Mr. Mayor,
about that.
thank you.
So would that change our contract with them per se, or is that just the name change for it?
Mr. Mayor, if I can help?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. To the Commissioner. There is an existing contractual relationship with MSL, and Dan O'Keefe is the principal designee of that firm, who is your commission auditor under the city charter. Item 13, although related to the item before you, is not legally connected per se. What's being asked of you for item 13 is essentially a name change and a transition between the MSL firm and the Forbes firm, which is a national accounting and firm that's described in the documentation, the terms of which relate to the MSL current agreement with the city of Pembroke Pines. This item is the risk assessment, the annual audit plan. Typically, what the commission receives is a proposal from MSL.
But we're not necessarily voting on
That's
this per se.
all you in the past, by motion, you will accept.
Point of clarification, this is being brought before us with the plan for next year is right here in this item. It is not in 13, it is right before us now.
That is legally correct. They're similar, but they're not the same.
This has been the practice and custom of the city commission.
Correct.
To do it in this particular way. We can change that at any time and make the audit plan a regular item on the agenda. And if there's a motion to...
I'd like the motion then to defer this item.
Okay, and would you like it to come back as a regular item on the agenda for our discussion, or do you want it to be a presentation?
If it's going to be defining what is the future plan going forward, then I believe that an item is better suited for this item.
And is January, our meeting in January okay for that?
Do we have 1 or 2 meetings in January?
One.
And that's mid?
Yes. 15th.
Okay?
Sorry to interrupt.
Time certain. Go ahead.
My suggestion would be more of a workshop style, maybe previous to the commission meeting, so that we can have more of a time certain and a more open discussion without interfering into the
Any
items
objection to a
moving
workshop
forward.
on the auditor?
I was
before?
actually going to propose it, so I'm with her.
Okay,
So
without
that we can-
objection,
and
can that be
previous
part of
to
your
that,
motion?
Go into what we want. Go like
I believe
in
that
the-
by consensus, we can direct that, but the
Yeah.
motion is just to defer
Okay.
this item.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is a motion to defer,
I'll second it.
to bring it back in the January meeting with as a regular item, and a request by consensus to have a workshop before that item. We're all clear? Is there a second?
I'll second the item.
I hear a second. Commissioner Schwartz, you didn't get to speak. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't have an issue supporting the motion for the 15th.
Okay.
But what's not,
I'm sorry.
if I may, but what's not sitting well with me right now is the perception, the feeling I'm getting that our commission auditor is getting a blindside hit. So I've been here for 13 years. Vice Mayor, you've been here for...
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if that references to a blindside hit. We are having a conversation. It's the only place we can have a conversation.
Well,
I'm not asking for additional information. I am sharing
if I may, with all due
my
respect,
position.
with all due
Please.
respect,
Okay.
okay?
There's no such thing as a blindside hit.
With all due respect.
That was an unnecessary
The
use
commission
of language.
auditor,
Go ahead.
the commission auditor works for the body of the commission. But I speak to the commission auditor all the time on an individual basis as things come up throughout the year. And it's always a professional and supportive conversation. An item like this is not a Monday memo, it's a phone call to allow the commission auditor to be prepared to offer some suggestions in presentation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
So with that being said, Mayor, 12 years ago, I went door to door supporting the commission auditor to be a charter officer. And the voters in November 12, by large margins, supported that initiative. And what was the very, very first thing that occurred was, if it wasn't for Mr. O'Keefe and his firm and selecting Mr. Brown as the outside attorney for CCA, we would have had kids in cages and a private prison down the street. And this community would have been an absolute disaster. And I want to thank you, sir. I want to thank you for what you did for the community. It's generational changing. And I'm happy that Southwest Ranches and Pembroke Pines, we can now talk to each other and work together as neighbors. But if it wasn't for your efforts, oh, it would have been an absolute train wreck. So I'm happy to support the workshop. I'm happy to support it coming back. But I also know, and the mayor knows, that every year when the presentation comes here, each individual commissioner has an opportunity to place an item in front of the auditor to consider for the future plan. So this isn't anything new. What's different about this year is the way that we're going about it. So let's get that workshop, but I'm going to have a conversation well in advance of the 15th. Expect my call, okay? Because there are things that certainly can be modified. But here's the other thing. This commission auditor has always worked for us and has always been independent of us. If the commission audit report always has the findings of the commission auditor and the response from staff, and that's all public record. And I will tell you that there are times that the commission auditor asks some really, really, really good questions, and we are disappointed by administration's response.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that anyone's doing anything nefarious. It just means that someone is doing their job.
All right,
So I want to thank you, sir.
we're straying from the motion. Okay, but thank you very much for that. Okay, anything else? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes. A final thought.
Just quick guidance. The projects that we were engaged with for the previous year, do I have authorization to continue to those, or do you want us to stop, meet with you, and then go forward?
I mean, I would imagine if you're in progress of an audit, it would be a waste of money to order you to stop. So I would,
Okay.
without objection, I would say that you should continue, but let's have this conversation, and maybe some of those projects that you're currently working on can be part of the discussion that you're going to have with each of us, and we should be able to bring this in for a positive place in January. And this is a very healthy conversation. We are having a very, there's no other way to say it. We're having a very, very healthy conversation. So I want to thank you for that.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor,
I look
yes.
forward
Yes,
to it.
Vice Mayor.
Just to that last question about moving forward, because this project was identified in the prior year, it was funded in the prior year. Is this new money or is this carryover dollars?
These are
Mr.
carryover
Manager?
dollars. That's a good question.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
they're carryover dollars.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I had assumed as well.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Happy holidays to you, and we look forward to seeing you in January.
Okay, so, yeah, if you have any questions on the two reports that were on the agenda, we can answer any, but it
I
sounds
think
like...
it's best if let's review these as we move forward, and I want to thank you for coming, and
Sure.
happy holidays to you. We'll see you in January.
You bet.
Okay? Thank you both. Okay. And that is Commission Auditor Report. Thank you. Yes. Okay, I want to thank all of you for attending. If anyone wants to speak, you need to fill out a yellow form, which I found in the back, and give it to the clerk. I'll only be calling residents from here. We got a very, very busy meeting with lots of people who
Mayor,
want to be heard.
are we changing rules of the public? They have to fill out the form to speak?
I'm asking them, Commissioner, to fill out the form because we have many speakers.
Okay,
And
well,
so,
a show of hands could also help.
thank you very much. I'll run the meeting. Thank you very
I'm
much.
just asking, it's just a
Okay,
change. That's
thank
all
you,
I'm
sir.
saying.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if you wish to speak, please fill out a form and hand it to the clerk, and then we'll go from there, and it's not much to ask. Thank you very much. Okay. Excuse me, there'll be no speaking from, I have your form. I have your yellow form here. Okay? So they're yellow forms. They're right outside. Please fill them out. There's no speaking from the public, okay? Let's respect the chamber. Thank you all very much. Okay. Items of request of the public are done. Commission order to report. Appeals of the Board Adjustment decisions. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, may I assist, please?
Yes, sir.
Before you this evening, under item 1 is an appeal of a decision of the Board of Adjustment of the City of Pembroke Pines. For the record, it's referred to as a request from Carlos and Carla Leyva, Leyva, to appeal the Board of Adjustment decision pertaining to residential zoning variance number ZVR 2024-0076 for property located in the City of Pembroke Pines at 11920 Taft Street. If I may give you just a quick primer on the rules of the road, as you have seen in the backup, there is a section of our land development regulation, section 155.311, which is in fact before you this evening. This is an appeal before the City Commission, acting in what's called your appellate capacity. What that means is that all of the information, the record evidence, the evidence and testimony, the backup, the documentation, all manner of things that were considered by the Board of Adjustment are before you this evening. Those record evidence, that record of documents is before you and made part of the record for your review and consideration and was available to the Mayor and Commission before tonight's presentation. This is not what is called a de novo hearing. What does that mean? That's a fancy Latin word that says this is not a brand new proceeding. This is an appeal of a decision adverse to the applicant, to the appellant, who's come to the commission requesting relief and asking for a reversal or other action to be taken in connection with the appeal before the commission. The rules of the road, Mayor, are essentially that, and limitedly, again, hearings before the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Commission are not trials de novo, but rather appellate in nature. So therefore, appeals shall be limited to the written record and new additional evidence shall not be presented. You will not hear sworn testimony this evening because all of the sworn testimony occurred at the board level previous to this evening. Further, the decision, again, the applicant filing the appeal shall submit a written statement to the Director of Planning and Economic Development no later than 10 days before the City Commission meeting, which has been done here, at which the appeal shall be heard. This written statement shall state with specificity why the appellant believes that the board's decision was not based on competent and substantial evidence. The written statement shall be included in the agenda for the City Commission meeting at which the appeal shall be heard. All manner of things in the ordinance have been complied with. The documentation, the process, the four corners of what's required to be done is before the Commission this evening. Because it's an appellate proceeding, there's a lawyer here. He'll identify himself momentarily on the record. He represents the family that's requesting an appeal. Mr. Stam will also make an appearance, I believe, this evening to present. He's there, sorry. In connection with the staff's and the city's presentation. This is not testimony. This is simply appellate in nature. You have and you've seen in the past what is meant by competent and substantial evidence. Competent and substantial evidence is defined by the code in many ways, but essentially is competent and substantial evidence must be reliable or credible, must be factually based and not unsupported generalized statements. Does more than merely creates a suspicion or give equal support to inconsistent inferences, possesses something of a substantial and relevant consequence, must not consist of vague, uncertain, or irrelevant matter, not carrying the quality of proof, must amount to more than bare allegations, things of that sort which were considered by the Board of Adjustment. They heard the testimony. They heard the evidence. They weighed the evidence. They weighed the credibility of existing testimony of those who testified at that hearing, and you'll hear more about that from Mr. Stam as well. Further, you then get to make a decision, and your decision is essentially legally final unless there's a further challenge beyond what you would decide. But this evening, the record evidence that was provided at the lower level, at the Board of Adjustment level, is legally before you. It can be referred to by counsel on behalf of the appellant. It can be referred to by the city's professional staff as well. And to the extent possible, the mayor, again, as the chair of the meeting, and as the mayor controls the flow of evidence and testimony, but at this point, what you're listening to is the appellate side of what's occurred thus far. If I can answer any questions about process and procedure, I'm happy to try, but I wanted the record to reflect how you're here, why you're here, and what happens from here when you make a decision.
Sir, are you the attorney for the applicant? Can I have your name and address for the record, please? And then I have a question for you.
Yes, my name is Scott Golden. My office address is 3107, number 201. I'm sorry, 3107 Sterling Road, number 201, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33312.
Okay, I have two signed up speakers for this matter. One is Carlos Leyva. Is that you? Okay, you didn't need to fill out a form, but that's okay. I'm glad you did. And the other is E. Scott Goldman. Is that
That's
you?
me. Yes, sir.
All right, neither of you needed to fill out a form, but I'm glad that you did. How much time do you require?
I believe that my time will probably be less than 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. My name is Scott Golden. I represent Carlos Leyva, who's here with me tonight. His wife, Mrs. Leyva, Carla Leyva, has recently had her second knee replacement just within the last 3 weeks or so. And was planning to be here, but is just not well enough to be here with us tonight. They are the owners of the property at 11920 Taft Street. This property is on a short block of 3 houses that face Northwest 121st Avenue, which is a service road for Taft Street. Looking out their front door, you see their front yard, then you see the service street, and then the berm or greenway, and then you see Taft Street. And I tell you that because the way the street looks actually is important to the presentation. There are no neighbors directly in front of them. We are here to appeal an adverse decision by the Board of Adjustment for the request of a variance to allow a canopy over a portion of the driveway in front of their house. The canopy is over a portion of the setback, and that's why we're here. The Leyvas bought the property in May of 2023. They used a title company with an attorney. They had a title search. They had a permit search. They did everything by the book. And by the way, everything I'm saying tonight is in the record. Meanwhile, Carla, Mrs. Leyva, began to have leg issues that culminated in her having to have both knees replaced. Okay? One knee was replaced 8 months ago. When we saw her at the Board of Adjustment meeting 6 weeks ago, she could stand and walk, although a bit wobbly, a short distance. She then had the other knee replaced, as I mentioned, about 3 weeks ago. Although Carla is progressing, those replacements hamper both her stability, her ability to stand in one place, and her mobility, her ability to get around. The Leyvas were concerned about Carla getting in and out of cars, especially in South Florida rains, which are especially difficult in May through November. They understood that Carla would be unstable and have reduced mobility for a long, extended period of time. Unlike you or me, who either run to the front door or put up and take down an umbrella, Carla can't do that. Okay? Both her hands are tied up, simply maneuvering to get in or out of a car and opening or closing a car door. Okay? This is not simply a matter of getting wet. This is South Florida. We all get wet. There are actually 3 issues here. First, Carla is physically unstable, and I'm going to relate this to the canopy in a minute, although it's probably a bit obvious. First, she is physically unstable. With her failing knees, and even now with her replaced knees, she is and will remain for a time unstable. I would probably use the word rickety or wobbly. Those would probably be more appropriate terms to describe her. Getting into or out of a vehicle, which she must do much more slowly than you or I could do it, is difficult. In the rain, it's tricky and, frankly, a bit scary because she's not stable. Second, Carla is not just physically unstable, she's significantly less mobile than we are. Thus, while you or I jump into the car seat in the rain and pull in our legs, she can't do that. Or we throw out our legs and then run to the front door, she can't do that. Or we open the umbrella. Well, she's busy using both hands to make sure she's physically stable when she's getting out of the car. She can't do that. She can't dive into the car. She can't jump out of the car. Every step is painstakingly slow. And that leads us to the third condition. Carla is much more susceptible to falling and getting injured than you or I, and that turns out to be very important in this instance. If she could move as fast as we could move, even then, it's still not safe for her to do so. If she falls, her injuries are much more likely to be catastrophic and life-changing than if you or I slip and bruise our knee. It's not prudent for her to move quickly. Once outside of the vehicle in a safe, dry environment, then She can open an umbrella, walk slowly to the front door. What she cannot do in the rain is maneuver in and out of the vehicle safely. Now, these are not just the Leva's concerns. They are also the concerns of our orthopedic surgeon. You have in your materials, and I believe if we can put it up, it's about the 8th page of the materials, a letter from her orthopedic surgeon. But I'll just read a couple of quick excerpts from it, even if we can't put it up. And I'm sorry, I'm not aware whether I'm supposed to be doing that or there's somebody else to do that. But at the meeting below, there was somebody else to do that. So I'll just apologize, and I'll just read the excerpts for you. This is a letter from Dr. Victor Hugo Hernandez of the orthopedics at University of Miami Hospital.
Mayor, I hate to interrupt the meeting, the testimony of the attorney. However, we're only allowed to hear testimony that was provided at the Board of Adjustment. If that's going to be read, it needs to be submitted to the clerk as a part of the record so it can match up with the original proceedings, sir, as well as all the other comments that you made with respect to the applicant's physical abilities, as you had mentioned.
Given the nature of the claim, I'm going to give him some more leeway, but your point is well taken. If you could wrap up, please.
Okay, thank you,
Mayor,
sir.
I did want to make a comment.
Hold on one second. Let him finish.
Okay.
Complete. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. And just as far as this letter is concerned, it is part of the materials that were submitted below, and all the testimony was testimony that was given below.
Please proceed.
But thank you. So the orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Hernandez, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, it's right on the materials, speaks specifically about the increased risk of slipping and falling and requesting, and I'm quoting from the letter in your materials, a safe and accessible area to enter and exit her vehicle. And briefly, from his materials, and this is from the letter, he says that she has undergone bilateral knee replacements and faces increased risks of slipping and falling, especially during inclement weather conditions. As her healthcare provider, I am deeply concerned about the potential hazards she may encounter when navigating to and from her vehicle without adequate shelter. A carport would significantly mitigate these risks by providing Ms. Leva with a safe and accessible area to enter and exit her vehicle, thereby reducing the likelihood of accidents and injuries. I kindly request your consideration and approval of Ms. Leva's application for a carport installation. And then finally he says, thank you for your attention to this matter and your commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community members. Okay. Now the Levas had observed canopies, and again, this was stated below. The Levas had observed canopies over the driveways at a couple of houses within a few blocks of theirs. Because they saw awnings over other driveways, it did not occur to them that there was a setback issue to even investigate. Both aesthetically and for Carla's safety, when she entered and exited vehicles, especially during the rainstorms, they decided they would construct a similar canopy. They hired a licensed professional engineer, Cesar Castillo, professional engineer, to design the awning. The design plans are included in your materials and were provided below. The construction plans were all code compliant. Again, they're in your materials. The awning was constructed to the code requirements, again in your materials. And in a minute, we'll talk about photos that were also provided below. It'll only take a couple of minutes because we're just going to briefly dwell on each one. The code compliance officer, Tom Jordan, noticed that there was no permit posted. That's how this even came to their attention that there was a question here. The Levas had relied on their professionals to tell them whether they needed anything else. It turned out they did need something. They needed a permit or a variance first, but they just did not know that. This wasn't a case of trying to save a few dollars. This was simply a case of them not knowing. They relied on their licensed professionals and unfortunately weren't told this. Okay, I'd now like to talk just briefly about the photographs. I realize we don't have them to put up. And I didn't realize that was going to be an issue tonight. So I apologize I didn't bring them. But I can tell you what's in them, and they are in your materials.
We have the photos in the materials.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
If you want to identify them, that'll help.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to do that. So if you look at photos 2 and 3.
Hold on.
Yes. They should be near the end of your materials, and there are about 20 of them. Yes. And I'm seeing them, so I assume you are. Very good. Thank you.
Exhibit 3.
Well, photo 2 and 3, yes. And 2
yes,
is right
right
there, right now. So that's a
Okay.
front view of the canopy. And if you go to photo 3, okay. And photo 3, I'd like to identify something here. The Leyvas, as I mentioned, are on Taft Street. They're on the south side of Taft Street, as you can tell from their number. So this photograph is looking east. And you can see the neighbor next door. Actually, in support, the neighbors next door are here. But you can see the neighbor's house next door, or at least a little bit. And you see a long view there. You can also see a little bit of the fact that I mentioned before to the left, that there is the frontage street and then the others and then the Taft Street. So there's a long way to any houses in front of them. And you can also see in photo 3 that this is an unobtrusive canopy. It is there, but it is unobtrusive. It looks nice. It doesn't limit the neighbor's views. You can also see, as I mentioned, Taft Street, no homes for quite a distance. Most importantly, for our purposes, it is broad enough, the canopy, to give Carla a safe place to get in and out of the vehicle without fear of slipping. Now, if you can go to photo 6, that will save us time. There's no reason to do the others, although you're welcome to review them if you'd like. Okay. Very good. Now, you might have expected, as we take this longer look, you see the canopy in front of you, but further off at the end of the house, the yard, excuse me, you might expect to see the yard to the west of theirs, but you don't. Okay, why? Because the yard to the west of theirs is a house that faces the side street, not their street. And what that means is this is the back of the house next to them. And what you have there, and you can see it in the distance in the photograph, is a 75-foot-long wooden fence, 6 feet high, 75 foot long. It's just a dark brown wooden fence. So you're not seeing what you would expect to see as a yard or something. No, you're just seeing this long wooden fence. Now, why am I discussing the fence? Frankly, because it's unsightly. Okay, it's just a 75-foot fence, dark brown. And the canopy actually does something here which is helpful from an aesthetic point of view. So it's not even just useful, it is aesthetic as well. Along with a couple of trees, and you can see them in the background as well, it breaks up the view of this long, boring fence. If you're looking to the west, you don't just have this 75-foot fence there that goes all the way to the sidewalk, okay? Because it is the back of that neighbor's house, okay? It breaks it up and makes it less monotonous, which is what it is. Okay. Now the Leyvas understand that the purpose of the code section is to keep Pembroke Pines looking nice as well as being safe. Okay. The variance process is in place because sometimes the community is better served, and something can be nicer and be better and safer in a way that a single code cannot do. That's why you have a variance process, okay? And that's why we're here tonight, okay? And so first, I want to parrot the orthopedic surgeon as we move toward the closing here. Thank you for your commitment to ensuring safety and well-being of our community members. Whatever you decide, it's clear that the Leyvas will be safer having a canopy that is sufficiently large for Carla to be able to get in and out of the car and exit her vehicle without rain and slippery walkways. Second, this canopy doesn't just look nice, it enhances the view looking west and doesn't affect the view looking east. And, otherwise, all you can see looking west is this 75-foot long, frankly, boring, not good-looking brown fence. So the canopy doesn't detract from the community as perhaps other canopies might. It actually enhances the look in the community. Okay. So in closing, and Mr. Mayor, I understand you'd like me to close. In closing, the Leyvas are asking you to approve the variance request. It is a great benefit to Carla Leyva and to have that canopy. The value of the house and the utility of the house are both enhanced by these items. If these items were unsightly, detracted, or bothered the neighbors, then there would be something for you to consider. But that's not the case here. There are two reasons to grant the variance. One is to enhance the safety of this particular neighbor, community member. The canopy does that. The second is to enhance the view or aesthetics of the community. In this case, the canopy does that as well. So on behalf of the Leyvas, We thank you for your consideration tonight and request that you approve the variance request that we've
Thank you,
before
thank you for your presentation. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, sir. Next up is the city's administration, which would be Mike Stam testifying or presenting on behalf of the city staff in connection with the application before the mayor and commission this evening.
Mr. Stam, your name and title for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Mike Stam, Assistant City Manager, Director of Planning and Economic Development. My department oversees the Board of Adjustment as well as the Planning and Zoning Board, and is in charge generally of the Land Development Code, which is where this is processed through.
Okay.
The city's Land Development Code provides a process for a resident to seek relief from the land development regulations. In this case, the homeowner was given a code violation for work done without permit. The homeowner then submitted for a building permit to legalize the work. However, the projects as constructed without permit did not meet and were not consistent with the city's land development regulation. The canopy in question goes into the front yard setback, which is required to be 25 feet, and it protrudes 20 feet into that setback. The item was scheduled for the Board of Adjustment with 4 other variances. The initial code violation was for two things without work. Upon review of the survey provided by the applicant to legalize those projects, 2 other projects were found on the site that were done before the homeowners owned the home, which they then in turn tried to legalize. The Board of Adjustment heard 4 variances that night, 3 setback variances on the side and the rear of the property, and then this one for the front yard. The 3 side setback variances were all approved 4-0. This variance was denied 0-4. During the hearing, a member of the public spoke out. It's referenced in the draft minutes that are attached to your backup. They were not in favor of it. Another homeowner spoke, I won't say in favor or not in favor, but not against. The Board of Adjustment, when they look at these issues, as the attorney referenced, there's other canopies in the community. Those canopies don't have permits. It's one of the challenges when you bring that evidence up during a hearing is that, you'd have to go investigate those items. So when you're looking at this situation, the residents, as they're showing here, is seeking relief from the front yard setback. It's up to the commission at this point, as part of this appeal process, to determine if that relief should be granted. Now, it's really important, when the Board of Adjustment hears a variance, the Board of Adjustment reviews a variance based on specific requirements. Mayor, bear with me for just one moment. In granting of a single-family residential variance, the board shall follow section 155-3010. Purpose, to allow for the provision of relief from certain development standards of the LDCs, one or more of the following reasons. A, there's a special circumstance or condition applying to the land or building for which the variance is sought, which circumstances are particular to the land or building and do not apply generally to the land or buildings in the neighborhood, and that the strict application of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship and deprive the applicant of reasonable use of their land. B, any alleged hardship is not self-inflicted by any person having an interest in the property, nor is a result of a mere disregard or ignorance of the provisions of the zoning ordinances of the city. Or C, granting the variance is not incompatible with public policy, will not adversely affect any adjacent property owners, and the circumstances which the special conditions are particular to the subject property. So when the Board of Adjustment evaluates an item, they're trying to determine if it meets one of those 3 classifications that were specifically in the code. I bring this up because these are very specific. And by the way, this was commission-driven when we put these things into the code. We rewrote our code as it pertained to the Board of Adjustment and why we should grant a variance with these specific regulations. As I mentioned, 3 variances were granted. 1 variance was denied. The last thing I need to mention here is that the variances themselves do not absolve the homeowner from obtaining building permits. They're still required to obtain building permits. As mentioned by the attorney, there is backup. They provided that as part of their application process. I don't have the status of that building permit yet. They did apply, but they couldn't go forward because it did not meet the setback variance at this moment in time. Mayor, that concludes the city's presentation on this item. I'm here for any questions.
Yes, I just have two, and then Commissioner Schwartz, this is in your district, right?
Yeah,
No,
So I'll
It's District 3.
I believe it's my district.
Oh, it's in your
Oh, I'm
district?
sorry, yes.
Okay. All right, so then I'll go to Commissioner Rodriguez first. My two questions are this. So had he applied for a permit, how would he have been allowed to put a carport at that location?
Mayor, again, Mike Stam, Assistant City Manager. Had he applied for a permit before the installation, so as you noted in the staff report that's in the backup, he got a code violation or a warning, a notice, in March of 2024. Had they applied for a permit, the permit would have been denied because they would have been encroaching into the setback.
Okay. My question is, had he applied for a permit, could any carport be placed at that location?
Currently, the building, and I'll point to the picture in the front of the house is 25 feet from the sidewalk. At some point in time, this house had a conversion. The window you're looking at is not original based on the models of this home. So there was a garage here at some point in time well before the homeowners bought the house. It's at the setback right now today. The front of this house is 25 feet from the sidewalks, plus or minus. It could be off by a couple inches, but they would not have been able to apply.
It would not have, so no carport could legally be placed there?
Correct. Not without a variance.
Not without a variance? And it doesn't look to me like any smaller carport could fit a car there. I mean, seems that way. In other words, it seems like the carport isn't designed for cars parking one behind the other to be both protected, but rather it looks car size for what a carport would require. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. If the clerk could go back one photo, you'll see the sidewalk. Actually, two photos, sorry. So you can see the distance from the sidewalk with the carport.
There's not much distance.
There's not much distance. It's plus or minus 5 feet. So the city's property line or the swale begins at that sidewalk line, so they could not get much closer. That's why we have the front yard setback. So the front of the building typically would not encroach into that front yard setback.
Okay, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Thank you for the presentation. If I may ask, when was the first surgery? What month? March. Okay. And the second one 3 weeks ago. Great, thank you. So my understanding is there is no garage. We need, if there was a garage, hopefully we would be able to clear out the garage and she would go in through the home itself. Exactly. That's not possible because you purchased it after the garage. My question, though, is if the concern is for her safety and well-being getting out of the car to get into the home, I don't see that this extends into the front door or where she would be going in. Is there an explanation for that, or if the justification for this from your point of view is for her to get safely across, she would still get rained on at some point?
Sir, if you can, go to the microphone so that the record can hear you. And again,
sorry,
let me be clear if I can. This is not testimony.
Mm-hmm.
This is simply answering the
Just
questions of the
answering
commissioner,
questions,
please. Yes.
I need you to identify yourself and your address.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Carlos Leiva, 11920 Taft Street. Towards the entrance, there's the roof that used to be over the garage that has a slight extension, and there she can walk close to the wall and does not get rained on. So she can still go into the entrance without getting rained.
And Ms. Commissioner, if I might just, Scott Golden, if I might just add, I think I mentioned earlier, and this was in the earlier testimony at the hearing below, this is South Florida. We all get wet. The really important part here is when she gets in and out of the car, whichever way she's going. Once she's out, she can put an umbrella up and just walk like anybody else would, even if she's a bit slower. It's the getting in and out of the car in a slippery surface and in the rain that's making it much more difficult. And this does solve that. So yes, there is, even with the eve that Mr.
Yeah,
Porter just
I get
mentioned,
what you're saying.
there's still a little bit that she can get wet. But it's the getting in and out of the car that's really the biggest concern here.
And I should have said this up top, but I hope she has a swift recovery. I know it's a very invasive surgery. And to the question, so this was put up basically because of this concern. Is it something, and I didn't read it in the doctor's notes, is this something that is going to be permanent, or is this going to be for the time that she is a little wobbly, as you mentioned?
Again, Scott Golden, again, it was originally put up not knowing that some other neighbors, and I don't want to make it sound like it's next door neighbors, it's a few blocks away, where there were canopies. So when it was put up, they didn't know that this was not typically done in Pembroke Pines because they saw the other canopies, and they didn't know that they were done without permits. And so it was intended to be permanent. If the commission says you can keep it up for 2 years and then you have to take it down, then we'll have to do whatever the commission says. But it was intended to be permanent when it was put up.
Yeah, but the justification for this, or what you explained, was it for that medical need? So I'm trying to kind of square the circle, or however the saying goes, in this was meant to be permanent, but they're just because they saw other awnings, but the justification that you're giving at this moment is for this medical need.
If she had the medical need, but if we're going to build it without them knowing it was going to be a problem to make it permanent, or even to have it in the first place without having come and asked originally, then when they built it, I'm trying to answer your question, and the honest answer to your question is they meant it to be permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in
unfortunately, the knee incident happened, and this is useful for that matter as well.
It is, but so I'm answering your question both ways. They intended to be permanent, but leaving that aside, she does have this knee issue, and we need to resolve that knee issue in a safe way, as well as an aesthetic way, given the fact that there's this brown fence on the other side of the lawn.
So I am not necessarily in the inclination of going against the Board of Adjustments. They do their due diligence. They go, I understand that this is beyond that, and your explanation in, I believe, the email or the application mentioned that you didn't believe that they understood the depth of the medical situation, which I'm very sympathetic to. I completely understand where you're coming from. I want to, I guess, maybe hear from my colleagues. I would prefer that this be a one-time basis, but what tends to happen in these cases is that we open Pandora's box, and anybody who has a situation like this would come in and say something, along the lines or try to justify their canopy. I understand that the neighbors were in favor of it. I get where you're saying it's not in front of somebody's house. The other person is a backyard, and the neighbor who may be affected by this is here and in support of this as well. So I'm inclined to support you with the caveat that if there's a possibility for it to be taken down, because it is not within our code, when she is better and able to, if we can reassess the situation at a further point. But I'm not sure how that goes into, the proceeding as well.
City Attorney, can a variance be granted on some temporary basis pending the healing, as it were, of an occupant? Can that be done?
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes.
The short answer is theoretically yes, but the challenge is that what's before you this evening is a request appealing a decision of the Board of Adjustment that based upon the arguments of the city staff and in the documents that you've read, offered up and listened to competent and substantial evidence. They looked at the code, they made a decision, they made a recommendation, and they voted, and they granted several of variances but denied this one. The application before the BOA was for a permanent variance. It was not a temporary variance or a conditional variance, conditioned upon medical challenges or issues. It was, we want a variance so that we can put up a permanent structure that has the words in front of it called permanent. So if the commission's decision-making this evening is not to send it back to BOA, because that's not what the code says. It either it ends here or it goes to court from here to the extent of your decision. The end result is that the applicant requested a permanent variance from the code. Staff testified. The Board of Adjustment listened to the testimony of both the applicant at the time and staff, rendered a decision not in favor of the applicant. And what's before you now is the denial of that request, and they're asking that you grant it. The applicant's counsel, Mr. Golden, is asking for your approval to basically what you're being asked to do is to either reverse the decision of the BOA or basically grant the appeal.
I got it. Okay.
Which is, as the four corners are, it's permanent.
Okay. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anyone else?
Yes,
Commissioner
Mayor.
Schwartz?
Mayor, if you can have the clerk activate my screen so I could bring what's on this one over to this one so we could see. I'm going to try to pull this over. Okay, let me know when we can do that. I'm trying to move it. There we go. Okay, here we go. Everyone got to see it? Okay. Mr. Stam, good evening. The clerk's video system, because of closed caption, something happened with it. The video proceedings of the Board of Adjustment is not viewable to the public. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's not necessarily viewable to the public. I wasn't able to post the link in the agenda.
You weren't able to post the link. Okay. So if I could have a little latitude with the city attorney, because I have some questions of staff, if certain questions were asked during the proceedings. Can I do that?
Can I respond, Mayor, on the question that the commissioners raised, with your permission?
Yes. You don't have to ask.
The answer is that the chair, the mayor, controls the proceedings under the code, under the land development regulations, and under the city's code of ordinances relating to procedure before the commission. Let the record reflect, however, that your questions are in the appellate nature. You're asking clarification questions. You're not asking to retry the case.
No, I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking for, were there certain questions asked of the board? The minutes don't reflect the full transcript of the proceeding.
Well, I can say that your inquiry
Can
is
you
not.
keep me within a box if I'm going out bounds?
If I don't, the mayor will help you to
Just
be in that
give me the
same
hook.
box.
Okay. Mr. Stam, there is a picture provided in the backup that says Google 2022. This is the front of the property.
Yes, sir.
This was provided to the Board of Adjustment.
This is part of the backup from the code case.
Okay. There are two large trees in front of the home. Were tree permits issued to remove those?
I don't know if tree permits were issued for these. As you
Because
may
now
be,
we have this. I'm asking staff, sir. This is a proceeding. So
I can't speak to the tree removal permits. I will state this. When an applicant applies for a building permit, they're required to provide a landscape affidavit that they'll bring the property up to landscape code at the time of the permit.
Okay. And the applicant did such that? They provided an affidavit indicating that,
It's in the back. It's in the building permit application.
okay. Number two. The driveway.
Sorry, they purchased the home in 2023, so we don't, within your line of questioning, we don't know if this was taken, the picture between 2022 to 2023, if the previous person had done it. I guess.
Thank you, Commissioner. As a home inspector, and if there's any realtors in the room, they know what sold as is with right to inspect, permitting, and that sort of thing.
Commissioner, I have to.
That's fine, Mayor.
I have to ask you. You're a city commissioner. You're not a home inspector here.
I
so
understand.
please stay within
Mr.
character.
Stam, did the Board of Adjustment ask about the material of the driveway, if it's concrete or asphalt?
I don't recall that question.
Okay. Was there a determination if this surface is concrete or painted?
I don't recall that question.
City Attorney, can I ask the question of the applicant?
You can.
If it's concrete or painted, Mr. Leyva?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
You're stamped
It's
concrete.
stamped concrete.
Is it painted or is it raw?
It's not, it's painted now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Commissioner, we're straying from the.
We're not. I'm getting to slippage.
Okay.
I'm getting to slippage. Okay. Because the orientation of this home, Mr. Stam, is north facing, and that's according to the applicant's photos, north-facing. Therefore, north-facing has a shade coefficient that you have more shade on the north side of the house than the southern side of the house. Therefore, Commissioner Rodriguez, when you apply additional shade, water does not evaporate as fast. This shade structure is actually causing more of a problem for the applicant than less, because once the rain falls, it does not have an opportunity
Commissioner, you're
to
starting to
evaporate.
introduce new evidence. I'm going to ask you to stick to the arguments that have been made by the council.
Okay. The applicant had indicated that the eave, the soffit of the home, which I have pointed here, provides coverage. There are no gutters on the front of the home. Can I see? Are there gutters there?
Yes.
I can't. Okay. The water is being moved to the that would be the west side of the house or the east side of the house.
Commissioner, again, we are straying from the testimony that we got on appeal. I'm going to ask you, please, to stick to the matter that's in front of us. You're introducing arguments and elements and questions that are not part of the applicant's appeal. Thank you.
Mayor, there's a photo, 8/21/2024. There's a puddle on the driveway.
I see the puddle.
Okay. I can't introduce any new evidence. But
No.
I can't.
It's
I'm
not
just saying.
permitted.
But I understand that, but what I'm seeing is causation. That's all. Thank you.
You're entitled to say.
Thank you.
Anything else? I have one last,
Just,
Vice Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
just
Hernandez.
briefly, I'm going to allow my colleagues to opine, obviously, but I do sympathize with you, especially given the medical procedures. I did want to say that on record. I'm very sorry you're experiencing that. I would say that I'm pretty deferential to staff, in particular Mr. Stam and his team, but I did want to put on the record I feel very sorry for you and your family, and I hope this works out.
Mr. Stam?
Sir.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor, do you have anything on this? No. Okay, Mr. Stam, can you read me the last criteria?
And Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
You're asking the ACM Director of the Department, Mr. Stam, to tell you what was the basis for requesting the variance, what the conditions are, yes?
I'm asking him to give me the criteria on the basis of the Board of Adjustment's guidance for making decisions.
What the standards are for that decision.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
He had mentioned there were
He
three
did.
standards. Can
Correct.
you read the third one again?
The third standard is granting the variance is not incompatible with public policy, will not adversely affect any adjacent property owners, and that the circumstances which cause the special conditions are particular to the subject property.
I myself have a question as to whether the Board of Adjustment filtered this matter sufficiently through that one lens. And so if a motion is made to send this back to the Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I regret to tell you that you can't go back to the BOA. They've already made the decision. You're the final decision maker on
You
the
can't
subject.
remand it to them?
No, sir. The only recourse, if there's a disgruntled party, is to the courts in Broward County.
It's from the staff report.
That's how the code was rewritten. It does not go back for reconsideration.
Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Right from the code.
Just in that regard, Mr. Mayor, what is, I mean,
Mike?
we're being asked to consider the appeal of the decision, but also interpretation or order. What does interpretation mean?
Basically, the Board of Adjustment denied a variance request for the carport. They did grant variances for the other 3 items that the applicant applied for. And what the city attorney is saying, and correct me, city attorney, if I'm wrong, is that our options are limited to approving the appeal or denying the appeal.
That's correct. That's
Is that
correct,
correct?
Mayor. Under the code, that is correct.
And
Mayor-
so my question now is, what is your pleasure?
Mayor, the Vice Mayor brought up the word interpretation. I don't know that there's an interpretation here. The agenda item specifically is a request, and I'm reading it because it's come on the agenda before us. Request from Carlos and Carla Leyva to appeal the Board of Adjustment decision pertaining to residential zoning variance, ZVR 2024-0076 for the property located at 11920 Taft. The board voted to deny that variance. So the commission's task in this action, based on our land development code, is either to uphold that denial or overturn that denial.
Which voting yes would uphold the denial, or?
Commissioner, it would depend on the motion that's made.
It
Oh,
depends
I see.
on
Got it.
how you make the motion. I lament that we cannot send this back to the Board of Adjustment. In my view, they did not sufficiently consider the third point. I'm not convinced that they did. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm saying I'm not convinced that they did based on the record. However, that's not an option for us, city attorney says.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just,
So I need a motion made. Yes.
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal
Motion's been made to deny an
of the,
appeal.
of the applicant. Let me restate, Mayor. My motion is to uphold the decision of the Board of Adjustment.
A motion has been made to uphold the decision of the Board of Adjustment. Is there a second? I will second that for discussion.
For part of the discussion, do you want to go? I just have a quick comment. So I am willing to make this exception on the code part because of what happened to your wife. However, I want to make it very clear that, at least from my perspective, this happened and now it's a justification for this, but from the beginning, that wasn't the intent. So because this happened, we can make this, I am willing to vote yes and make this kind of, or however it may be, make this kind of exception. But because of the unfortunate event of your wife's medical issues, not by any other reason, because from what was explained earlier, the point was to make it permanent, and it didn't necessarily result from, it was a good thing that you had it, and you know, it may help your wife get out of the car a little bit easier. But I want to kind of make that clear because I don't want any other case to come up and for them, you know, to come here and, you know, out of happenstance, something like this may happen again. So,
City Attorney,
Yes, sir.
And this is a little bit out of order, please bear with me because there's a motion on the floor. However, I need to ask this. So, Commissioner wants to time limit perhaps or condition limit a waiver. Should that be done on the basis of a time limit? Is it more suitable to say that that, for example, this variance, if granted, will not exceed 3 years? Do we have that authority?
May I try to respond, Mayor?
Yes.
Searching for the best answer, variances in and of themselves are not limited by time. They're either granted or they're not granted. There's really no such thing in the law that I can find to hang my legal hat on, which says that you can get a conditional or a temporary variance. They don't exist. Our code does not authorize them.
So Commissioner Rodriguez's item, however understandable, couldn't be pursued by any legal means?
But allow me, if I may elaborate further. The struggle to get to the answer is one which comes with your ultimate vote that you'll make on whatever motion is before you properly. If it be the wish of the commission to offer up that option. And to the extent that the applicant, the appellant before you recognizes that this is a truly unique situation, if that's the case, and would agree that in fact this is a conditional and short-lived, albeit variance, that may be a different approach to consider. But in and of itself, there's no legal basis in the code for a temporary or conditional variance. They are either you get one or you don't get one.
A question
we
for the
would-
city.
Hold on,
question for the
hold on.
city attorney.
Hold on.
Mr. City Attorney, Mike Stam, Assistant City Manager, what you were suggesting there was a voluntary commitment by the
I'm
resident?
getting to that point.
Okay.
As my co-counsel, thank you for the offer.
Commissioner
and I say that
Schwartz,
with respect.
for your question, and then
Yeah,
back to the Commissioner Rodriguez.
A few minutes ago, the city attorney said that the application is for a permanent situation. And I get what we're trying to get to. We're trying to resolve a common sense issue. However, the application in front of us, the appeal, is based on a permanent request. So, city attorney, would it make more sense for the applicant to withdraw the appeal tonight and reapply with the Board of Adjustment, now, for a temporary variance at the Board of Adjustment? Therefore, we don't have to take any action on this item tonight. If they voluntarily withdraw their permanent application and go forward with the Board of Adjustment asking for a temporary. Because right now, the law is pretty clear. It's either permanent, there is no temporary. So the application can really be directed by the applicant. Again, we're in appeal nature, we can't provide legal advice. But to me, it seems like the applicant does have options without compromising the appeal process.
City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, Mr. Stam would like to comment, and I sense a need to clarify one point, if I may, with him, and then I'll be happy to respond.
So, Mike Stam, Assistant City Manager, while I understand the process that appears to be trying to occur, I am not aware of a provision in our land development code to allow temporary variance.
I'm not
So,
aware of it either.
So
sorry, 1 second,
Yeah.
because I think I'm willing to to allow you to keep that structure, however may this be, and whether it be voluntary from you or from the understanding of anybody else that comes before the commission, that this is an extremely unique situation and that the only reason that we are accepting this is because of the health issues, rather than whichever way we may have to put it in the future, if something like this comes up, have to say that was an exception to that rule.
Could I add something really quickly? Variances are evaluated on a case-by-case, parcel-by-parcel basis. So every variance would be heard based on the merits of their own individual case. Variants are not precedent-setting.
Okay.
Although I must state, as the applicant has stated, the image of other canopies caused them to, install their canopy. So, for what it's worth.
Thank you.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor.
Did you want to clarify?
Just to clarify for Mr. Stam, he is legally correct. The code does speak in the context of a permanent request. There's no such thing, and I don't mean to be disparaging on the subject, but there's no premise in the code to allow for it. Even if the applicant had asked for it, there was no basis for the Board of Adjustment to give one because they're not provided for.
My question is, can this applicant agree, if made the offer of a variance for 3 years,
Or when the complications of the health issue?
well,
I guess I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I wouldn't know.
I don't know how you do that. Could this be limited to time in light of the circumstances? Could it be 3 years? Could it be 4 years? Is that acceptable?
Mayor, may I offer a...
Hold on.
I think that what was said
Let's
was
get
that
it-
it
let's
was
get
a
an answer
voluntary
from the lawyer.
basis.
The key phrase that was earlier used by Commissioner Rodriguez relates to the issue of uniqueness. That is implied in the code. That's also a condition that needs to be considered We know that the standard, you've heard the standard statement by Mr. Stam. I've also repeated it for you as well. The written statement shall state with specificity why the appellant believes that the board's decision was not based on competent and substantial evidence. The written statement shall be included in the backup, et cetera. So you'll be making a decision which says that you believe that the Board of Adjustment made a decision that was not based on competent and substantial evidence, or that it did. And if you believe that it made the right decision, then you can support their decision by sustaining the Board of Adjustment. If you don't, then the answer is that you can reverse them.
I'm asking you whether a motion by Commissioner, if she made it, would be in order to grant the variance for no more than 3 years.
So long as the applicant's counsel can support the answer because it's not provided for in the code.
It would require a voluntary concession on the record.
That is correct. And part of the order which would be entered by the City Commission as if and when it makes a decision.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
This, by the way, Mayor, this is not tied to any medical condition. This is a timing issue solely by itself.
But I guess I would like to make a motion, but I want to hear if that's a possibility from your end as well.
You're asking me?
Yeah, for the voluntary time variance.
State my name again?
Yes.
Carlos Leiva. I would absolutely consider that because of my wife's situation.
You don't need to consider it. You need to say yes or no.
But I don't know how to time box that. I don't know if she's going to be in a better place a year from now, 3 years from now. How do I time box that?
Counselor, do you want to speak to him?
She's, and I'm not looking to put words in Ms. Rodriguez, Commissioner Rodriguez's mouth, but she's been talking about a 3-year period. And so I think that that's what they're asking about, is whether you would consider it for a 3-year period.
Yes, I would.
He would, Commissioner.
Okay. So I would make that we were already on one motion. Do we have to vote on that first?
It depends on the maker of the motion.
Correct.
If he wants to withdraw his motion, you can make another one.
Mayor, may I ask staff, I just want to get the timing of it. Was the structure erected before or after the first surgery?
It was erected just before because we knew she was having surgery. She had the surgery the week after, and it was done intentionally so that when she got home, she didn't have those issues.
Commissioner, this is quasi, so I'm limited to what I.
It was quasi.
It still is.
It's an appellate proceeding for the
Yes.
record.
So
There is no sworn testimony before
The
this.
question
if I
is,
may,
do you
Mayor.
want to withdraw your motion?
no.
Okay. Clerk, would you please repeat the Commissioner Schwartz's motion that I seconded?
Motion to uphold the decision of the BOA, Board of Adjustment.
Okay. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
No. The motion fails 4-1. Commissioner Rodriguez, you are recognized.
So I'd like to make a motion to allow for this variance to continue, if that's the.
For a 3-year period.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
In light of the voluntary offering of the appellant.
Essentially to grant the appeal on
To
behalf
grant
of
the appeal
for a limited period of 3 years.
3
for a
years.
limited period of 3 years.
Mr. City Attorney, may I intervene?
Yes.
I think the appropriate motion would be to grant the appeal based on, Mayor, if I may, letter C, as stated in the city's land development code,
For 3 years.
for a 3-year period as voluntarily proffered by the applicant.
I think that's a good idea.
I second that.
Well, no, you're making that
I'll
motion.
make that motion, but
Okay.
I just can't regurgitate it that quickly.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment to that you would also include, or if it sells before the 3-year period.
Okay, if it sells,
And if it sells, if you
Before the
sell it
3
within the 3 years, it's got to come down.
before the 3-year period, yes.
Okay.
I
City
accept that.
Attorney, you have that?
I believe so, Mr.
So
Mayor.
no more than 3 years. If he sells before that, it's got to come down.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Stam had indicated that variances are granted all the time, but they still have to meet the building code. Mr. Stam, will this require South Broward Drainage District a stop at that office?
At this moment in time, actually, Mike Stam is the city manager. At this moment in time, I don't believe that they will. However, during the permit review process, we'll send it to all available agencies as required.
Okay. Mr. Stam,
Yes, sir.
were product approvals submitted?
Commissioner, we're straying from
We're not
the-
straying, Mayor, because it has to be permitted. We can grant the variance, but if it's not up to building code, it has to come down.
That would be subject to another application that's not before us. We're only dealing with the land use. That's between them and the buildings department.
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioner then to include an amendment that it needs to be permitted within a time frame. Has to be approved no later than 180 days from this proceeding.
He must apply for his permit right away. He's a code compliance case.
The permits-
So there's no need for the amendment.
The permit has been applied for. The permit has not been issued.
Right.
At
Mr.
this
Mayor?
moment in time.
Okay, then let me ask you a better question. Mr. Stam, would the permit be approved if the variance was granted?
I don't have all the permit comments in front of me. It's my understanding it still has a zoning hold and hasn't proceeded. It'll be the burden of the applicant to meet all the necessary building codes in order to satisfy the
Right.
permit.
And city attorney, within what time frame of a variance being granted and a permit not being issued does code enforcement stop its proceedings?
There's nothing, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There's nothing that would be entered in this order that frees anybody from committing a violation of the code.
They already have an open case.
Right.
Okay. Anything else?
Mayor, if I can, just for the record
Yes.
quickly, Mike, you're citing to 155-301 subsection C? 155-301
Yes, sir.
subsection C.
Yeah, granting the variance is not incompatible with public policy and will not adversely affect any adjacent property owners, and that the circumstances which cause the special conditions are particular to the subject property.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Stam.
Thank you for that. Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Show the motion passes 4-1. We're finished. Thank you. Okay. Yes. I have one more general speaker. And I apologize for that. Robin Vegas. Please state your name, your affiliation, and your address, please.
My name is Robin Vegas, 1063 Southwest 122nd Place, Miami, 33184. And I had a presentation.
What's your affiliation? What's your title, your job?
I'm the Executive Director of Business for the Arts of Broward.
Business for the Arts of Broward.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for having me here today. I'm here to talk a little bit about public art and how art and business go together. I understand the city is considering expanding its public art program, and I'm here to support that initiative. So how do art and business fit together? A story I like to tell is about the Boeing relocation of their corporate headquarters. According to the New York Times article in 2021, when Boeing was moving their corporate headquarters from Seattle, they were considering Dallas and Chicago. And everyone thought they were going to go to Dallas because they offered better financial initiatives. But they chose Chicago and stated it was because of the quality of life and art and cultural offerings. So this is a great example of how arts can help bring business to a city. Sorry. Another example is Hamilton. So the Hamilton investors paid $12.5 million to produce the Broadway show, which is an average amount for a Broadway production. And in the first year alone, they saw a 600% return on their investment. And according to Broadway League Trade Group, from December of 2023, they've already earned over $904 billion. Another example is Chicago's Millennium Park. In 1998, Mayor Daley created the Millennium Park in the downtown business district of Chicago. It has restaurants, gardens, concerts, festivals, and interactive public art. In the first 6 months that it was opened, 2 million people visited the city park. And now their average is 3 million people who spend $150 to $300 per day. This was funded by city construction bonds, parking fees, and also private donors. Another recent example is a new public art installation in Bergamo, Italy. And according to CodaWorks Public Art Survey, they saw a 400% rise in their economic activity in the Old Town after installing this public art. And here locally, I think everyone knows Art Basel. It's a 5-day event that brings $500 million of annual income to South Florida. This is according to the South Florida Business Journal. And if for Americans for the Arts recently did a survey, and 79% of Americans believe art and culture is important to their community's business, economy, and local jobs. And 86% of Americans believe art and culture is important to their community's quality of life and livability. And so for these reasons, I just wanted to summarize how and why Pembroke Pines should continue to support the arts. It strengthens the economy, improves health and well-being, and for every dollar spent on public art, the return on investment is $9. Of course, it helps to improve education and children's test scores and helps the community flourish. And I just wanted to, once again, give my support and thanks to Pembroke Pines. I know you have a thriving arts program, and I would love to see you continue to fund future public art projects.
Thank you very much for visiting us. I know you drove some distance to be here, and we very much appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Announcements of board and committee appointments. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just announcing my appointment to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, someone that you know and you appointed as a commissioner, Scott Barnett, District 4 representative. He's in Tallahassee, so he's unable to be here, but I included his resume in the packet, asked the clerk to, so if anyone has any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes, I will be appointing 2 members to the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. Both of them are here today. First, I have Carolina Vera, and I think she's going to say something if she wishes.
Can she come forward? Ms. Vega?
Press the button speak there for it to turn green.
Right.
There you go.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Carolina Veira, 1590 Northwest 159th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33028. Just something short. Good evening, Mayor Castillo, Vice Mayor Good, Commissioners Rodriguez, Hernandez, and Schwartz, city staff, and residents of Pembroke Pines. My name is Carolina Veira, and I'm honored to be considered for a position as a member of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. I'm passionate about ensuring that our community resources are allocated in a way that it's both efficient and equitable. And I believe that my background and commitment to public service make me a strong candidate. As someone deeply invested in our community's well-being and progress, I understand the importance of transparent and thoughtful and inclusive decision-making when it comes to public spending. If appointed...
You are being appointed.
You have been appointed.
Thank you. I will bring a balanced, inclusive, and data-driven perspective. I'm excited about the opportunity to support the City of Pembroke Pines and its residents to ensure that our taxpayer dollars are being used effectively and that our community's priorities are at the forefront. of the budgeting process.
Thank you so very much, and welcome to the board. Thank you. I have.
Sorry.
Yes.
I have one more. I have William Huff as
Yes.
well for the Budget Advisory Committee.
Mr. Huff, could you come forward, please, your name and your address for the record?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, my name is William Huff. They call me Bill. I live at 16287 Mariposa Circle South, Stone Ridge Lake Estates. It's an honor to be here this evening with you. Commissioner Rodriguez, thank you so much for your trust and faith and nominating me to this board. I have a past history in dealing with city finances and government actions. I think my eye on detail and interest in public government, I can bring a lot to the table regarding this particular board. I'm not an expert by any means, but as I mentioned, I do have a vast years of experience in dealing with city government, formerly with the city of Miramar and so on. So I look forward to working with you, and hopefully I can make an impact and a difference in the future of Pembroke Pines.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm
you. Any
convinced you
questions?
will. Thank you, and thank you for your good citizenship coming forward. Commissioner Schwartz, you have two appointments?
Yes, Mayor, I have two appointments, Mr. Raul Ruiz and Mr. Kennedy Rosario. Come on down, say hello. And I want to thank everyone who had applied, certainly, and I want to thank the clerk for the tremendous effort in getting the information out about the awareness about the board. Mr.
Your
Kennedy.
name and your address for the record, please.
Kennedy Rosario, 1000 St. Charles Place, Park Place Condominiums. I want to thank Commissioner Schwartz for appointing me for this position. I look forward to working with the other advisory budget members. I come in from a different, it was interesting to me, your conversations with the auditors.
With the who?
With your auditor. That conversation kind of resonated with me. I look at my expertise, I would say, in looking at city, municipal, and county budgets more as a forensic audit, because I believe, as we all know, when you look at an accounting report, the auditors always say it's only as good as the information that was given to me. I think we need to go deeper and look at how that information evolved. So I look at how I will approach my membership, looking more at forensically of how these figures come to you and how they are applied. But I do thank you for
It's one of my
this
favorite
appointment.
songs, but if we could, turn the cell phones off, please, that would be much appreciated. Love you all.
Yeah, before I move to the next one, again, Mr. Rosario, first and foremost, thank you so much for your service. He's a Vietnam vet. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Secondly,
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Who's next?
Mayor, Education Advisory Board, Mr. Brian Halston. Tremendous addition to our city. Mr. Halston, again, thank you for your service to our country. And I'm very proud to have you on board. Please
Mr.
introduce yourself.
Halston, your name and your address for the record, please.
Hey, Brian Halston, 11010 Northwest 16th Street, Pembroke Pines. I'll keep it quick. These guys have been waiting for long enough, and I know it's gone for another couple hours. So thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
With 3 kiddos in public elementary school at Pembroke Lakes, really am looking forward to supporting this advisory board. So
It's great to have
thank you.
eyes like yours on a matter like this.
Yep.
And that's what that proposal of mine was about, was to make sure that we had total and complete transparency in everything that we do with money. And I think that you'll find, I think you'll be impressed.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Okay. Next is, I think that's all of it. Commissioner, did you have one on, did you have another one? No, let me see. Oh, no, that was the addendum, right? Is that all of the appointments for today?
Yes, Mayor.
That was his addendum. Okay, so now we go to consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of items 1 through 20.
14, Mayor, like that, pulled. 1-4.
12 for me.
Hold on. So it's 12 for Rodriguez. 12 for Rodriguez.
Is all of 12, Commissioner?
All of them?
No, 1 second. A, B, and D.
A, B, and D. So C, E, and F are still on consent.
Yes.
Okay.
And G as well, Mayor.
And G for you?
No, included will be G for the 12.
He's confusing me. Oh, G,
Yeah.
and G, correct, correct, thank you. And 14 for Schwartz?
Correct.
Anything else? Yes, sir.
So I'd like to pull 13,
Item 13, good.
18, 19, 20, C and D.
Wow, it's gonna be a long night. Good. 18, 19,
And 20, C and D.
and 20, C
And D.
and D. Does anyone from the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12C, E, F, G, item 15, 16, and 17. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to pass consent agenda.
20, A and F, A, B, and F. A, B, E, and F.
I make the motion.
Clerk, you got that? Okay. Moved by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion? Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are on item 12. Commissioner Rodriguez.
So I'll try to make this short because I know there's a lot of people here waiting to talk on other items. I specifically pulled item 12 in regards to our lobbyists, Eric's Consultants, Lawrence J. Smith, PA, and Smith, Bryan, and Myers. I don't necessarily have an issue with the contracts themselves, but I wanted to take the opportunity to ask and have a discussion with us on the dais regarding the possibility of maybe not this go around since we're already kind of in the motion, but for the future, for us to have a workshop or something of the sorts where we can have all these different lobbyist entities come back to us before their sessions begin with enough time for us to also propose a part of this. I know that we're later on going to have a discussion with our priorities on our state legislative side, but I would like a little bit more of communication for us to workshop those priorities prior to maybe a commission meeting where we feel a little bit more of a time crunch to vote on these things. I know that we can bring these items up beforehand, and they would have been included, at least with the Eric's team. I'm in constant communication, but being that this will be one of our first go-arounds in that, I just want to make sure that for the future, we have more of a workshop feel before this kind of hits our desk so that we can understand what are the things that we're able to ask, maybe for selfishly myself to understand a little bit more of the process, but to feel as though we are collectively putting this stuff forward, editing it with staff and whatnot, and then bringing it back for a full run on a meeting like this. I don't believe we had something like this time around. I know we were talking about a variety of other things, and we did have a visioning session, but something specific to what we're looking to advocate on, because a part of our strategic plan for the future, the I Love Pembroke Pines plan, does include advocacy. And I think bringing a more substantial tool of that advocacy using our contracts with these lobbying firms would be really useful so that we understand
what they're lobbying for on our behalf, and that way we can also get involved if necessary. So that's one part of the conversation. So if we can work that into the calendar or some kind of workshop for the future, I think that would be very useful.
Mr. Dodge, you got that?
Yes, I do.
And
Without
then
objection? Without objection. Go ahead.
And then additionally to this, a possibility in tandem with our auditing firm to look at the return on investment for each of our lobbying firms. I know from staff, from other people, from the dais, I've heard really good things about the firms that we've contracted, but I personally haven't seen all that I want to see, and I want to have that transparency so that we are in constant communication with them, and possibly go into whether it's something that can be brought by staff. This has passed, this hasn't passed. In the future, maybe a timing of 4 years, and we can kind of talk about that in the future, but really understand and dig into what we have paid and what we have gotten out of it. And that may be something that we can do through our internal audit as well.
Okay, any objection to that? Without objection. Anything else?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Anything from the public? All those in favor of item 12A, B, and D, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all so much for your time. Item 13, Vice Mayor Good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 13, motion to approve the Fourth Amendment of the, sorry, not there. One moment. Motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to the agreement with MSLPA, assigning the agreement to Forvis Mazar LP.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Commissioner Good.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I don't have any further questions. I think I've already kind of expressed a little bit about my dissatisfaction with the firm. I really would have preferred that we go out and rebid this. You know, it's 15 years, and you know, I just don't see the value in it. But I will say, in consideration of the conversation earlier, that I will go ahead and I will say reluctantly support this, giving an opportunity for a correction, of course, as Mr. Mayor, you had made reference to. So I just want to make that clear, because if I don't see that correction, of course, I will, without hesitation, bring it back and try to convince you all.
I think you should, and I think but I simply want to say to you, and I agree with your sentiment. The correction, of course, needs to be us. They're not calling that shot. It's us that need to be clear with them about what we're looking for. So I'm all for it. We're gonna be having this workshop and everything else, and I embrace everything that you've said and every which way that you want to go. But the firm is a highly respected firm, and the firm that they're joining is one of the top 10 accounting firms in the United States. So they will certainly have not only a great deal of support from the merger that this results in, but we can be assured of their complete and total independence under the contract. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. And so it is written.
It was specifically written with that in mind, so we would never have to doubt that it was anything other than the individuals that we've been used to dealing with. Now, down the road, if there's a need to re-RFP, we can do that, certainly. But
and I will bring the performance issues that I was going to bring up tonight then as well too, because that's what you're making reference to.
Yes, sir.
That's the other thing I did not get into, but I'll leave that aside.
Okay. Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor,
Thank you very much. Yes.
But going back to Commissioner Rodriguez's motion on the previous item.
Yes, sir.
The workshop, would we, Vice Mayor, I don't know if you're referring to having an independent workshop
No,
as we did earlier with this firm, or if we attach
We're gonna
that.
move forward. We're going to move forward.
Okay.
Just to clarify, we're looking at, or what has been proposed is one workshop with the auditing team as to what we're going to look into, and then an additional one with our lobbying teams,
Right.
so that we can look at
legislative agenda.
a legislative agenda. But the connection is that as part of a possibility of what we audit is also our lobbying
Got it.
firms.
Okay.
All healthy requests.
Okay, got it.
Okay? Anything from the public on this item? All those in favor of 13, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that passes unanimously. Commissioner Schwartz, you recognize item 14.
Motion to approve the Fourth Amendment of the Parks Architectural and Engineering Services Agreement with Prime AVA Buyer, Inc., DBA Sanilovsky Macsai LLC to increase the contract value from $250,000 to $557,475 to allow for additional projects to be completed during the 3-year renewal period.
I'll second it.
Ms. Schwartz?
I'll wait. I'll wait. No. I like your second, but I'll wait for the mayor. It's $500,000. I want him to weigh in.
You don't got no preamble to this?
Huh?
You ain't got no preamble to this?
There's a
Set it up.
preamble, sure.
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
can do a
set it.
preamble. All right, you're
Set it
poking
up.
you're poking me the preamble.
There are speakers in the back.
So, in the backup, we have a contract through 2026. Okay, that's item 5, number 5 in the backup. Number 6 has to do with the bond. That's yet to be voted on by the public. And then this is way premature to be contracting services for something that we don't know if the public is going to support. So we have a contract that's not expired for another 2 years. What is the rush? So I'll move that we that the motion to deny the Fourth Amendment. That's my motion.
Mayor, if I may.
Well,
no, let's go.
If I may ask,
Yeah.
we have a motion on the floor to.
Well,
to
I read
accept
it in.
this.
I read it in. So a substitute motion to deny the Fourth Amendment.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
As, if I may, as a matter of approach and procedure, the proper motion would be to approve and to simply vote against it if you choose not to support it.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Dodge, do you have any
Yeah.
clarification on this question?
Yes, in your Monday night backup memo, we've explained in that memo the reason for this item. Christina's here. She could probably come and explain it a little bit further. However, these projects do take time, and we're moving forward with items, even though it's not for the capital expenditure here, it's in preparation for getting the item ready to bid, that if it doesn't happen through a bond issue, sometime down the road, we're going to need to do it and put it within in the budget. But that would be an increase because we don't have the money. Christina?
Christina Sorensen, Assistant City Manager. I put the item on the agenda because these are projects that I have in the budget for this current year. All these projects require consultant services, and I needed to expand the not to exceed amount in order to cover all of these projects.
Anything further?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Schwartz, you're still recognized, and then
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, and then
Ms.
Commissioner
Ms.
Rodriguez.
Sorensen, are you suggesting that we should extend the contract in order to pay for dollars in this current fiscal cycle? Is that what I just heard?
I asked you to increase the threshold that the contract currently holds, which is $250,000, not extend the contract.
Okay, the item in front of us is to extend the contract.
No, the item in front of you is to increase the contract value from $250,000.
Within that 2-year period.
Within the current period that expires on June 5th, 2026.
Okay. Sometimes when you write things, it has a different meaning depending on how you look at it. Now, if I may, City Manager, this is the second time in 2 meetings that a memo was raised, but the public can't see it.
The public can see it. It is a public record. Anyone can ask for a Monday night memo.
Mayor, I understand. So I considered placing an item on the agenda to have the Monday memo, if one should exist, to be available in backup form so that the public has the same information their elected officials do. Right now,
we can do that.
Right now, there are several pages of information that we're referencing that the public has no ability to see. And I just think I think it would behoove us to include the Monday memo as a link to the online backup if staff were to prepare one, because we may not have one from one meeting to the next.
I certainly have no objection to that. I think
Point of
that's
order.
a great, I think that's a great idea.
But
And,
Mayor, point of order.
yes,
So
sir.
is Commissioner Schwartz making a motion?
No, I'm asking the administration to provide this through the clerk's office.
But don't you have to motion for that? Because if you do, I'll second it. But I think we have to direct them, if I'm not mistaken.
Mayor, I have no problem. I want to stay on the item, and I want to stay on this item, okay? I'm just making a point. And if we dispense of this item now, Mayor, if you would allow me to make that motion to direct the city manager so
I
we
will
can
allow you
codify
to
it.
do both things.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sorensen, now that I'm reading it a different way, during the 3-year period, got it, okay. It just wasn't clear.
Understood.
Thank you.
It's clear now?
Well, I believe that there's some preparation that I still believe is a little premature. I don't believe that the projects, if this were to go out for a referendum in March, it is my sense of which direction it's going to go, and I certainly don't want to expend any dollars until such time that the public gives us the ability to move forward with it.
I believe that assurance has been provided, Commissioner.
So staff will not procure any additional services until such time that the public
City
gives us the
manager?
direction of where they want to go.
We will pursue those projects that are currently in this year's budget, but for any project that is not, it's just providing for it in the contract, but we would not give a notice to proceed on that.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
May I just, on that one, so because it's not available to you at the moment, the Monday night memo does go through on question 2, comment 2, and answer number 2. It explicitly goes down the list of each of those projects, and for the majority of them, or because I spoke to Christina about this, I had a similar question. It says not included in the project list. So all these projects that are going to be on the bond have different parts of it, different areas. The parts of it that we can get done anyways now, like the Academic Village pool lockers, or locker room renovation, the part that it's getting done now, which is crucial and urgent, is the showers. The part of the project on the bond itself is the rest of the project. So from my understanding and from reading the Monday night memo, there is a separation as to the projects going on currently and that are within this increase in the contract, rather than those listed within the bond project list.
Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, anything else?
One point, I wanted to thank you, Christina, for responding to my Monday night memo, particularly with Chapel Trail Nature Preserve. And I say this because I know I have some constituents out here. 3 different potential, well, not potential, these are already in the piper. Chapel Trail East, West, and the Nature Preserve, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Anything else? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Schwartz, you're recognized.
Motion to direct the city administration to publish Monday memo on the online agenda for public consumption.
Is there a second?
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, just going
Then
forward.
second.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Yeah, I had one point. So if we're gonna do this, which I'm all in favor of, then we have to use it. And by using it, I mean we're preparing by putting our questions into the Monday night memo so that they can be published, and so that the rest of the commission can consume the information and not hear it firsthand here. And I think that frankly, we should start thinking about if, unless the majority overrules it, that items that aren't in the Monday night memo should really have a time limit in terms of discussion, because we've become more efficient with the Monday night memo, but we're not fully there in terms of eliminating to the extent we can, and it's understandable if things come up last minute, but we should really start thinking about, if it's not in the Monday night memo, we can't go on with it for an hour, I mean, because then other commissioners are at a disadvantage, informationally and otherwise. So that's just, I don't want to incorporate that into the memo, into the motion at this point, but I think that we should start thinking about that. Anything else on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
motion?
Just collegially, once the memo does come out, questions arise.
Yes.
From the memo itself.
From the memo, right.
So, I think we're all capable of dispensing of items and asking staff in advance if able. But there are comments from all of us that certainly pique questions and maybe some follow-up and ideas.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about subject matter that comes out of the blue and questions that come out of the blue. And we have had that before, and it places the commission at an informational disadvantage, and it places staff in a position where they may not be able to answer a question that they could have easily answered had it been raised timely. And that's the purpose of the Monday night memo. So is there any other comment on Commissioner's motion? Any from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that passes unanimously. Is that the end of the consent? No, we still have Commissioner Good. Item number 18, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 18, motion to approve the purchase of shade structure from Shade Systems, Inc., utilizing pricing established by Alachua County bid number IFB 2413 for a purchase amount not to exceed $105,818.90 pursuant to Section 35.18C5 of the City Code of Ordinances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hernandez. Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So I want to make it very clear that I am not objecting to the project itself. The project is very, very important. It is probably to one of the oldest charter schools, one of our elementaries. It's like I believe that's where you got what we call the charter starters, and so it needs help. What I am objecting to, though, is how this work is being funded. One of the things, to my colleagues, years ago and through the course of time, when we were doing the charter school systems, we were always assured that we would never spend general fund dollars on the schools. And, give credit to the city manager for, constantly pushing to get more funding from school sources. And one of the biggest thing that actually occurred recently was that a substantial amount of money from the school board is being provided to charter school systems, of which we are a good recipient of. I believe we're receiving probably close to $12.5 million for, I believe it was for the bond referendum. So this item here, though, however, is utilizing general funds for sort of a capital project. And I didn't catch this in our budget, and certainly we'll have other conversation about that later. But I did go ahead and do a little bit of a dive on this particular line item, which is listed in the financial impact details here. Last year, there was actually $1.6 million budgeted out of general fund for capital projects with the schools, and then in 24-25 there was $2 million. It's this year, so it's going up. And everything before that, there was nothing. I'm still opposed to spending any general fund money on capital projects within the schools. I think it needs to be supportive, sufficient, unless we are in some sort of dire straits. That's how we managed to change our bond a little bit, where, you know, we are the last stop for that, but until that happens, I don't agree with this. And so I'd like to make a motion to amend this item such that the funding of this project is actually through school funds and not through general funds.
Before I ask for a second, I'm going to ask the city manager to respond to the comment.
Yes, Mayor. All of these school facilities are in fact owned by the city, and the charter school pays a fee to the city for the use of these facilities. The $12 million that the Vice Mayor mentions were monies we receive, but those funds are allocated for teacher salaries and increases over a period of time that we never received, and we're budgeting those on an annual basis to take care of that. But any type of improvements to the school facilities, the general fund has in fact paid for.
Well, again, I just referred to the budget and doesn't show anything prior to the 23-24 budget year. And again, this was the issue of conversation probably made by other members of this commission before I even got here, about the fact that, yeah, we understood that the city owned the buildings, but the promise was that, you know, that there would be a source of funding for it, of which, you know, it would come from the schools and pay rent to us to take care of the schools. Just bottom line, I'm not going to get into any further debate. I'm certain there's all kinds of responses that could be made for this, but this is general fund dollars being applied to a school facility, which I don't believe is appropriate. And I would ask that we continue with the project, but we use not general fund, but school funds.
Ms. Dodge, do you have any comment with that?
There are no school funds budgeted this year for these projects.
Is this something that on a foregoing basis you can build into your budget?
We certainly will look into it, and we have done things in the school budget, but this particular thing is a replacement of old infrastructure that was there prior, so that's why it was budgeted. But we certainly will look at it. But it does place a burden on funding the academic programs for the school using this for capital dollars.
I'm hearing that the request should be that you will examine this for next year and give us advice well in advance of the budget as to how you're going to handle this particular item.
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
I still wanted to make my motion, Mr. Mayor. I noticed that you held off on the second, so I understand how it will go, but I still want to make the motion to fund these projects with school funds, not with
on a forward-going basis or on this item?
No, on this item here.
Is there a second to that?
I'm going to second it for further discussion, if I may ask the city manager something.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Commissioner Hernandez, you're recognized.
Mr. Manager, if you just mentioned adverse effects to, I believe it was academic programs. If that's incorrect, please correct me. But the $105,000, if it is not taken from general fund and it is taken from the school funds, what's the impact?
Commissioner, I don't believe we would do that. We simply could not do this project. And it's certainly needed as Shade Productions. The next item on the agenda has to do with the materials in the playground, which is 19, and it's the same issue. There are not funds in the charter school budget to do so.
So my next question is for next fiscal, which we would have to approve before June 30th.
We will revisit it.
Okay. Just because philosophically I'm with the Vice Mayor on this. I understand there's a need, and I know I seconded Vice Mayor, but given that, I may be opposed on the final vote. My issue is that I don't want to jeopardize a project that our kids need in the schools, but I am philosophically with the Vice Mayor. I think there are pots of money, and we should take money from certain pots without mixing them. So
I'm down with that, and but there should be one set of rules on that. you know, that should apply to city money and other schools as well. And this has been a very generous city when it comes to schools. We've built stadiums and we've built lighting in ball fields and that we don't own and other things. And yet reasonable requests are sometimes difficult to accommodate when it comes to reciprocation. So I'm not against the general thrust of this, but I think that we should all try to play by one set of rules.
May I just make a clarifying question? Mr. Dodge, from what you were saying is we have the funds, the federal and state funds that pay for our schools, and then they pay us for keeping up with the facility or for basically rent of the facility. But we are still, quote unquote, kind of landlords. We have to upkeep the facility, and that is on our dime, basically.
We have always considered these facilities that are also used as joint facilities for community homeowner meetings and everything else, not necessarily the playground, but all of our schools are used by the community in general. We own those schools, and the school budget actually pays the debt and the bonds for those schools. So there's no ad valorem dollars that go to pay for that. You know, eventually we'll be in very good shape when those schools are paid off, but we have a few more years.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, Mayor. So, Mr. Dodge, you mentioned the bonds, right? That was what issue? What issuance was that when the charter school?
Well, there were several. The first one, I believe, was in 1998.
Right.
And there was probably another issue in probably 2000, maybe 2022.
Right.
They've been refinanced to get better interest rates.
Right.
So I don't have all of that at my fingertips.
Right. So I recall, I remember the charter starters and the families who were participating. They were really happy that you were able to do a system and make the charter schools the tenant and we're the landlord. So this goes back 25 years, doesn't it?
About 27, yeah.
Even longer.
But
See, Manager Dodge, do you need a little bit more time? If we were to defer this to January?
Hold on one second. There's a point of clarification.
No, I'm going to go.
I believe the conversation was to look for it for the future. I would highly recommend that these two projects, both 18 and 19, be approved in the manner of which we recommended it.
Okay. Anything else?
Which motion's on the floor now?
The motion is on item 18.
It was, Mr. Mayor, it was an amendment.
It was an amendment.
To have the funds
come from school
funds, not the general fund.
Okay, and that was seconded.
Yes, sir.
We set?
Mayor, with this, I have a question from a, again, philosophical standpoint. We are landlords. We have rental facility agreements with different organizations, Optimist clubs, for example. Are we asking our tenants to pay for capital improvement of facilities?
The motion is limited to item 13.
Oh, I understand, but I'm asking, is this the context of the amendment? Are we moving towards asking tenants to pay for capital improvements of buildings? That's my question.
The motion is limited to item 13.
Of the maker of the motion.
No, it's based on the funding sources that are available and why we are a landlord at these particular locations.
So would you restrict that to simply the school functions and that bit? I think that would clarify what we're talking about.
It's not the school function. I mean, if
the schools themselves.
Any capital improvements or even the maintenance and things like that, all I'm trying to get to is that there are sources of funds that come from the state, that come from the local, it comes from whatever other avenues that are available to the city in order to get funding for schools, to support the schools. You got what they call PICO dollars. I don't know if you're familiar with those, but those are construction dollars that go strictly to charter schools. They don't even go to the traditional schools anymore. You have student, full-time student money that goes. But if you're speaking about if there are tenants at the schools,
Right, if I may, we
okay.
have currently, we have several churches
Well, then
that
they
run
should
our
be making-
facilities on Sundays in our charter schools, both at Central and East. Okay, we have, I know we have others at academic, on all of our campuses. We have weekend tenant agreements, okay? And I'm just, in which we generate revenue, right? Just like we get revenue from the charter school to pay for capital. I'm just asking, is that
So
the
then-
direction that you want to go?
So we can say yes, then there should be consideration for those rents to help offset the cost of the schools. If the school is providing the programming, and that's what we're asking to be.
The school's providing the space.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
I really think
Mr.
that
Mayor?
we're straying beyond the motion.
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor,
Manager, and then we're going to vote.
If I may, the budget for the charter school has been set. All the dollars have been allocated.
He doesn't have the money.
So I don't have the money. If this fails, we will not be able
Have
to do
shade
for
structures.
18 and 19.
And I have to tell you, I understand the principle behind this, but I want to make sure that these kids have shade structures. So I can't support the motion.
I'm not gonna not support the project. I'm just asking that you consider not
You've made a
using,
motion.
not using.
There is no
general
money,
fund.
though.
He
That's the
doesn't have
issue.
it.
Well,
There is no money.
there's always budget amendments that are made
Okay.
throughout the year.
All right.
We'll go.
Is there anything else? Clerk will call the roll on this item.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
No.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
No.
Commissioner Schwartz,
No.
Mayor Castillo.
No. With that motion, that motion dies, and now we're back to the item as it originally was.
As presented, Mr. Mayor.
Is there, that motion has already been made and seconded, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all those in favor of item 18, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that passes unanimously. Commissioner Good, you're recognized for item 19.
Item 19, motion to approve the purchase of pour-and-play surface and concrete curbing utilizing pricing established by the Omnia Partners Public Sector, formerly U.S. Communities Government Purchasing Alliance, contract number 20170011135 for a purchase amount not to exceed $60,147.59 pursuant to section 35.18C5 of the City Codes of Ordinance.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Hernandez. Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate my prior comments, or my comments on the prior items, so I'm ready to vote.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else? Any from the public? All those in favor of item 19, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Vice Mayor Good, you're recognized for item 20C and D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to approve request to advertise solicitations C, PSUT-25-02, Revolution 84 RM boom truck.
Is there a second to C?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Rodriguez, Vice Mayor. We're on item C only.
Yes, sir. I'm just looking for something real quick here.
Take your time.
So, on item C, this is for the city to purchase a boom truck. It's a big vehicle, big unit, goes in the air, does a lot of high things. And a lot of it is intended to be utilized within a lot of our activities here at the city. And the question that I have with this boom truck is, how much of that is actually being performed by city staff versus the contractors that we have?
Mr. Dodge, are you prepared to answer that?
Paul Thompson is here. Who can address that?
Mr. Thompson, name and title for the record, please.
Paul Thompson, Assistant Utilities Director. City of Pembroke Pines.
Can you answer the question?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, what percent of time is this equipment being utilized by, let's say, the utilities department? Is this specifically for the utilities?
It is primarily for utilities, yes. We utilize, the current unit we have is aged out. It's very old and very dangerous. But we use it for the well field, to pull the wells, to inspect the wells. We use it for the install of the new lift stations that we put in. So it's primarily used by FCS and city staff, yes.
Yeah, because the only thing that I bring to my colleagues' attention is that, you know, we're purchasing this vehicle, but we're basically giving it to our contractors to use in order to perform their work.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Please.
That is correct. However, in our contract with the contractor, it was specified that major equipment the city provided to the vendor. If we had not, they certainly could do it, but I know there would be an add-on for profit and overhead for them, so we felt it was more economical when we prepared this contract to do it in this fashion. It's no different than what we do with the vendor that we have on the golf course. It's no different than the vendor for some of the projects that we may do another kind of maintenance within the city.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. I just think one of the things we might want to start looking at potentially is to start not investing such heavy amounts into capital equipment and just allowing them to provide the equipment, and, you know, we use approved FEMA rates for the time that we use it. I mean, if they're using it for a couple hours a week, we should only be paying a couple hours a week, not hundreds of thousands of dollars for a piece of equipment that, you know, is not being used by us. So that's the basic premise of what I'm looking for here to my colleagues, is that we start considering, you know, these equipment purchases, maybe, you know, having some sort of direction to these contracts, that maybe we start talking about, you know, using FEMA approved rates. I mean, FEMA approved rates are pretty generous even still, but I think we should only be paying for what we're using, not buying all the equipment for the contractor and then hoping that they take good care of it.
Mr. Dodge?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think the next time we do go out for bid, we certainly can provide it as two alternates, one in the way the vice mayor suggests, and one method by we do it, to see which is the most economical.
Which is the most cost-effective way?
Yes, I don't know. We felt it was by purchasing it and owning it, because sometimes we use it in other departments, but we certainly can do that evaluation the next time.
Okay.
I know at the end of when we come across these contracts, there is the, what is it? Whether it's total cost or total savings for utilizing out of source, would that be included in this contract?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear that part.
So at under the feasibility review, whenever we approve these kinds of purchases, it says whether it is more beneficial for us to have it in-house or the outsource. Would those questions be answered when this comes back after the bid?
When we go out for bid this time for it, we certainly could ask the vendor to give us their proposal to see what it would be, and we could probably know that now.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, yes, if I can. D is the same issue for me, so if you would like, I could read that into the record as well.
Please do.
So,
you can just read D.
D, PSUT-25-03, Gallegos Water Vac Tank Trailer. So
Okay.
you can take those two items together.
To clarify for the public and for the commission, we are now getting ready to vote on items 20, C and D. Is there any further discussion on the dais? Hearing none. Any from the public? 20, C and D. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And that completes our
Consent agenda. Resolutions. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Number
Item 20.
21.
Item-
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
21, correct.
Thank you. Is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2024-R-41, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute and to file the articles of incorporation and bylaws required under Florida law to create a nonprofit corporation entitled, quote, "We Love Pembroke Pines Incorporated," further authorizing and approving that the appropriate city officials take all steps necessary to file for 501c3 status from the Internal Revenue Service, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 21 on the floor, 2024-R-41. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Number 21.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Commissioner Hernandez. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. I just want to thank the commission. I really, really do look forward to this. The creation of an official nonprofit of the City of Pembroke Pines devoted to humanitarian and other activities, incorporating the voluntary efforts of young people and adults to improve the city, to help residents, to create opportunities for art, to assist departments in outreach, to do all of the things that that volunteers can do so well, to help raise funds for itself and for other worthy causes, working with the schools, engaging young people in internships, all of the things that were listed. This is a great opportunity for us, and I can't wait to get started, City Manager and City Attorney. So I'm anticipating a yes vote to this, and let's get going with We Love Pembroke Pines.
One point though, Mayor. And
Yes.
I agree with everything you said, but I have inquired of administration. A particular area of interest for me as a father of young children who will eventually be in high school and as an adjunct professor at a university is and I know it's not the right venue, but I do want to state on record, the opportunity for students to intern through an organization such as this. I can't specify how you achieve high school credit or college credit if possible. I know you have to work with colleges, with universities, but I do feel that if this organization is stood up, if it is approved, that it should offer. Mike Stam always tells me I have 12,000 school-aged children west of I-75, which is basically mostly Commissioner Rodriguez and I's district. I know we're not offering 12,000 students internships, but I am saying that we have a lot of students in that area, and I'd really appreciate at the appropriate time the support for and going through it with Sam and others, some kind of setup of that kind of program where we could offer our students opportunities with internships.
Without objection, we could ask Commissioner Hernandez to bring that great idea to administration, and you all can memo us back. It's consonant with the concept and with the corporate charter that's being filed that mentions internships directly. Correct, City Attorney?
It does.
And so all of this is in order. And
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned Maria Rodriguez's district and mine. I meant citywide. So
Yes.
I apologize for leaving that out.
no,
for
absolutely,
all districts.
absolutely. I think we all understood.
So,
Anything
Mayor-
else?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah.
A while back, I asked the city attorney to look into a few things to protect the city's interest: trademark, copyright, patents, social media, T-shirts, cups, mugs, and anything else that the public may attempt to profit off of the goodwill of the nonprofit. And we need to establish some official means of letting the public know what is real and what is out there in just social media land. So the city attorney has done some cursory review, and with the assistance of some members of our staff, We Love Pembroke Pines first showed itself by the city through our Parks and Recreation Department several years ago. And so with that, I want to make sure that we codify our intent to basically not have people take advantage of the goodwill of this commission and try to profit off of it.
I believe that We Love Pembroke Pines is something that we can use, but we couldn't be foreclosed by using it by other people who use the same phrase. I think that in the original item that we directed the commission item that we directed the city attorney and administration to pursue, it called for corporate identity and logo and all that other kind of stuff. That corporate identity and logo is potentially, you could possibly trademark that. Sam?
The Mayor?
If it's our particular, we love Pembroke Pines.
Which would be
But
the-
we can't stop other people
You
from
cannot,
using that
but
phrase.
as our memo described, the key factor is that this particular legal vehicle creates your own brand of that discussion.
Right.
That
Right,
was the
so
intention.
I'm just restating what we've already kind of worked towards, and that direct the city attorney to take any and all steps to protect the best interests of the city.
Absolutely, but if somebody wants to stand on the corner and sell a T-shirt that says "We love Pembroke Pines," there's no one here that can stop that. So because that's speech, but they can't sell our T-shirt with our registered logo and our art on how it works. So those are two very, very different things. Not that I'm encouraging people to make T-shirts, but we do love Pembroke Pines. But come on now, it's ours. Anyway, okay. Anything else on this great item? And I want to thank everybody for their support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you very much. That passes unanimously.
For the record, Mr. Mayor, because it was a resolution, the permanent resolution number is 3891.
And let's jump on this. I'd like to see it done sooner rather than later. There's kids that need to go to work and a city that needs them and their efforts very quickly. Okay, item 22. Now, if you could read that into the record, City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. If I may, number 22 is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2024-R42, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, submitting a referendum, a question to the registered electors of the City of Pembroke Pines, authorizing the issuance of not exceeding $250 million aggregate principal amount without regard to original issue discount or premium of general obligation bonds of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, in one or more series for capital improvements, providing for notice of the bond referendum, election to be published in accordance with the Charter and the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, and Chapter 100 of the Florida Statutes as amended, providing for the place and places where the bond referendum election is to be held, providing for authorization and direction to the city clerk to perform certain duties and functions in accordance with therewith, and providing for an effective date. Item number 22 on the floor, Mayor and Commissioner, for consideration. 22.
Motion to approve? Is there a motion?
I'm making the motion.
The motion's been made. Is there a second? And motion's made by Commissioner Rodriguez, seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Now, before we get into this, a couple of initial points. There's been some confusion as to how the city got to this point, and I think it's important that we take this into factual sort of context, okay? So, the residents of Pembroke Pines were asked, what are your top 10 issues? And I don't think there's anyone that disputes their answer. Traffic, taxes, affordable housing, recycling, and trash services. Affordable housing, what they're meaning is workforce housing for young people from our own community. Recycling and trash services, flooding, public safety, education, public trust, parks. And then there was about 16% of them that said a bunch of other choices that were in there. Those were their top 10.
Point of order, Mayor.
You'll have to hold on for a while. So then the discussion from there went to, okay, how did you get there? Well, the scientists say that in a city of our size, about 171,000 people, if we got responses from 500 people, that would be a statistically accurate sample upon which we could rely with a high degree of confidence on those answers. The survey that was done received 2,200 responses, all of them from registered voters living within our city. It was a great cross-reference that applied to each of the districts to the sort of same degree as as they present in population. Captured the demographics of the city pretty well. And it's a pretty reliable document. I held 13 town hall meetings to review that document. And I want you to note these town hall meetings come in 3 phases. So phase 1 was, here's what you all said were your top 10. Do you agree? Now, thousands of people attended those town hall meetings. They were very well attended. Some of our commissioners were at all of them. Some of them could only make part of them. There were a lot of people that attended those town hall meetings, and they all said, yep, those are the issues. I said, well, what else do you have? Hundreds of additional suggestions came forward from the residents saying, we want this, we want that. It was more pointed stuff like, we want better traffic, street lighting. Those yellow lights, they're lousy. We want brighter lights on the roads. We want more, better landscaping. One wanted netting around the golf course over at Park Place because golf balls are getting into the parking lot there. One of them struck a resident, even though the attorneys will tell you we have no legal duty to provide that netting. We want to try and figure that out because our residents in Park Place matter. Hundreds of suggestions came forward for what we needed to do. Okay. We took that and we gave it to staff and we said, here it is. This comes from the residents. Go make a plan. They sat down and they made a plan. It was a draft plan. It came back. We had a one-day session, an entire day spent on reviewing this draft plan. We kicked it around, and this commission unanimously adopted the draft plan. And that was important because that kick-started town hall meetings phase 2. Well, what was town hall meeting phase 2? Town hall meeting phase 2 was, so here's what you said you wanted. Here's a plan to get there. Does the plan fit what you said you wanted? Overwhelmingly, people said, yeah, you pretty much captured it. But we want to add a couple of additional things. One lady talked about how we needed more parking at the senior center. That had not come out in the earlier session. Another talked about roundabouts to control traffic. Where was it, Mr. Dodge, in Silver Lakes? In Silver Lakes. They wanted to control traffic in Silver Lake using roundabouts because there's too much speeding, and they didn't want speed humps. They wanted something that sort of meshed with the community better. A bunch of additional information is coming about it. The City Commission, at our last meeting, because we also happen to have several charter questions that are pressing because there are missing components now in our charter because of supervisor of election decisions that may meet the standard of the law but don't make sense to us. And so we have to deal with that, and there are some other issues as well. The City Commission decided that we were going to call an election in March. That's happening. The election has already been called for March. The matter before us today is to prepare a bond resolution to fund the plan that people said they wanted in March. This vote will kickstart Town Hall Series 3. And what is that? The projects, the costs to people, why the projects are projected to cost what they're projected to cost. And remember that each of these projects is an estimated cost. They have not gone out to bid. They have not been fully designed. This is staff's belief of what a thing like that might cost. And the total amount that's being that's being placed before the voters is a not-to-exceed number. It's an up-to number. I don't think anyone here imagines that we're going to borrow or sell that many bonds. However, staff don't want to get caught short, so they come up with a total number. All of this gets vetted between now, the next 3 months that we have between now and Election Day in March. There's more than enough time to explain to people about a plan that they alone inspired to deal with the issues of the city. And it's entirely up to the residents to make the decision about what city we're going to be. Are we going to be the city that solves the problems that we say is important? Or are we going to be the city that just complains about the problems and allows urban decay to creep in? I tell the vignette at these town hall meetings, and it captures their attention. Think of yourself driving, could be in Broward County, could be in Palm Beach, could be in Lee or County or Miami-Dade. Think of a town that you might have visited or lived in, I don't know, 20 years ago. And I think we can all relate to the feeling that we have when we drive through it now and we say to ourselves, what the hell happened here? You ever get that feeling when you're driving around? I do. I remember what those towns were like 20 years ago. And here's the thing about that. It has nothing to do with who lives there. Has nothing to do with what the economics there. Has nothing to do with, oh, this is a sign of changing times. Has nothing to do with, oh, that's just the way it is now. Or all these other sort of soothing bromides that we throw at things that we don't really sort of understand. Oh, shucks. It has to do with cities not insisting and challenging their residents to maintain their standards. When the standards go, the character in any community changes. And if you let things go too long, recapturing that old character becomes very, very difficult. Now, I speak to thousands and thousands of people as your mayor in Pembroke Pines. And there's a great deal of fondness for this city. There's a great protective feeling that people have. They want to protect what they have. They're not afraid to speak up. They want to protect what they have. And they don't want to see it go the route that we have seen other communities go. And so they encouraged us to create a plan that would deal with their issues. And I've seen this sort of played out. I don't know whether it's politically or nonsensically or however, whatever the motivations are. It really just doesn't matter. This is not my plan or anyone else's plan here. This is a plan that was inspired by a very simple question. What do you want for Pembroke Pines? That's the question that we ask people. What do you want? And they answered the question, and they told us what the list was. We created a plan that achieved the list. They said, yeah, that basically captures what we meant. And now we're putting it before them, confronting them, because here's a choice. There's no escaping this. You can live with the solution, or you can live with the problem. That's it. That's all of it. And that's coming, I believe, in March to a poll site near you. That question is coming. And I think that what we have to ask ourselves is, what is it all about? What does it really mean? How much will it really cost? Rather than rush to conclusions, let's ask the questions. And so what we want to do in City Hall is provide you with the answers to the questions. We're not here to sell you anything. This is what you all, I'm saying you all, not you all just sitting here, but you all, we're on TV. You all, the city of Pembroke Pines, asked for. This city ascribed seriousness to what you asked for. And we're presenting you with a plan, and the next move is yours. Our job was to ascribe seriousness to what you had to say. Our job was to show you through a plan that the things you said you wanted are possible. That was our job. Your job is to say yay or nay to that. And if you authorize us, we'll go to work and implement that plan. It'll get done. Oh, yeah, it'll get done. I was here, ladies and gentlemen. We have our former mayor, Frank Ortis, and I served together in 2005. Following a very similar pattern, we put out a bond issue for $100 million. People said, what? Yeah. Guess what? Flamingo and Pines, you remember when they used to call that the most dangerous intersection in America? You remember that? If you can't tell from my voice, I grew up in New York. I got to tell you, that was never the most dangerous intersection in America, but it had a lot of accidents. And people were talking about, let's put bridges, and let's do this, and let's do that. And we sat down here and we said, you know what? It needs more turn lanes. And we gave it more turn lanes. We widened Pines Boulevard. We widened Sheridan. We widened 172nd. We widened Dykes Road. We widened 196th. We built 196th Avenue west of Pembroke Road, turning into 196th Avenue, showing people, yes, it is possible to get to US 27, which we still haven't done. I think they built the pyramids faster than that project. But we're kicking people. Every time I go to the county, they go like this because I keep talking to them about Pembroke Road. I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. Where is it? And that insistence, that desire to achieve it is ultimately going to get done. We've got kids who play soccer here. They beat the living heck out of these soccer fields. God bless them. They're good athletes, very good athletes. But what's left is mud. And with more rain coming, it's even muddier. And nothing's more disappointed than when your project, your game gets canceled because of rain. Artificial turf is the clear answer to our problem. And you save money on maintenance, which you can reserve for repairs. It's just, people want to move forward. And here's the thing. There's a lot of folks saying, hey, I don't play soccer. I don't play golf, but I like the parks. Well, you can't pick and choose. It's a plan that's a basket for everybody. And when you look at that basket, you need to see something. Traffic, flooding, housing for your kid who needs to get out of your house and is working but can't afford to live anywhere decent. Our own children, not somebody else's, ours, that need a place to be. And we can guarantee that because we've done it before. We've done it before. We've run 800 units of housing here in the city of Pembroke Pines, pretty much exclusively for our own seniors and our own young people. And we've been doing it for decades. And the sign of that success, by the way, is that so few people even know that it's there. Because it blends well with the community. Because our police keep an eye on it constantly. Because we work with the tenants there. Because it's kept attractive. Because it works. Because it serves our own people. So we now have a plan that we want to roll out and explain to folks. And if they want it, great, we'll do it. And if they don't, we'll live with the problems. The choices are inevitable. Either you fix the problems or you live with them. So, in the process of ramping up to this meeting, there were some social media comments, which I found very, very helpful. And it came down to three things that people really wanted to know about. They want to understand the police station. Why should it cost $120 million? Why does it need to be that large? you're entitled to that answer. They asked questions about it was the police station. They asked the questions about the affordable housing. I explained some of that. But you need more details to understand how that will work. They also asked questions about the golf course and why is that so special? Well, it's not so special. It's the city's largest park, and it's surrounded by senior citizens, and it has specific needs. There were also questions about, which was the other one, Mr. Dodge? It was the police, the parks. Oh, the arts. Oh, people. Why should we borrow for arts? The truth is, we don't have to. We don't have to. Maybe we can figure out another way. Just because we came up with the plan doesn't mean that we can't think through some of the good criticisms and undo it. Maybe this bond issue doesn't even want to be $250 million. Maybe it wants to be less. Maybe we can propose and reason through how we can place it so that it becomes more acceptable to the residents of the city. So this is an opportunity for us as a family, the family of Pembroke Pines, to have a discussion that generates light, not heat, that generates answers to questions. And so I want to turn this over to the city manager, and I want him to explain to you some of the things that we've been talking about. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the public. If you have not filled out a yellow form, this is your opportunity to fill out your yellow form. I have here a bunch, and I'm going to call everyone personally. Everyone's going to have 3 minutes to speak. Then the commission is going to speak, and then we're going to vote. And then after that, there will be next steps. So, Mr. Manager, if you can make your presentation, and then we'll go to the public.
Mike, Charlie. Your mic.
Thank you, Mayor. Many of the comments that were sent or we heard about or people suggested to us, and the question was, well, how can a police station, which is really a public safety building, cost $120 million? Well, it's not the building, and I'm going to go through that with you, what all the costs are, and these are all estimates as to what we believe would do this. If you look at the current conditions, we have confined workspaces for our personnel. Storage rooms have been converted into... You can't hear me? I'm sorry. Let me pull this up closer.
You hear him now?
Okay. The current conditions have, and I'm going to show you pictures of it, confined workspaces, storage rooms that have been converted into offices. Storage can be found in hallways and stairways, deteriorating elevators, insufficient space for community events, both rooms and parking. If you look at the aerial, the lower one right here is the existing building. And if you look at the footprint, this here is the building that you see here. Next to it is the fire department, and there's a series of other storage units that are throughout the issue. When we talk about
Point of order. I don't want to interrupt the city manager, but is there a reason why we didn't get a copy of this presentation ahead of time?
We just put it together about an hour ago. That's why you didn't get it. Not an hour ago before the meeting.
Anyone who wants the presentation can have it after the meeting.
Well, I
It'll be
understand
public
that.
record.
I understand that, Mayor, but I want to subscribe some seriousness to the issue. The
manager just answered your question.
The administration is providing information.
Right.
Okay, to allow us time to digest and ask questions.
Well, you'll have enough.
So Well, you want to ask questions on live TV now, so go ahead, sir.
Okay,
please.
you know what? That's a fair point.
Okay,
It
so.
should have been provided in advance. It wasn't. He just finished it now. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Okay, so the current conditions, if you look, there are hallways that have been converted to, in fact, offices. And as you can see, there's no storage. And if you look at these, the conditions that many of our officers and staff work in. This is a stairwell going in the building. There's just no room for storage. Some of the events that the police do, and they collect things when they work with kids, there's just no room for anything, even supplies that come in. It's really a very difficult operation for anyone to work. We brought in these temporary storage units for evidence, equipment that they use for hurricane debris and lights and flashing lights when people are speeding. This used to be an equestrian barn out west. It's all been converted into storage for evidence. When you look at the current facility and you look at the size, the building itself is currently is 58,000 square feet. And it's 39,000 for the headquarters. Then we have a substation out west. And then we have other places where we've scattered people throughout the city. The new and future programs in the new proposed headquarters provides for all of this, which is an additional 27,000 square feet, which brings it up to 86,000 square feet. If you look at the footprint, what is being proposed is to build an existing, build a new police station around the existing station, not to interrupt the operation. There are some cities that have actually relocated their whole department into rented space, old shopping centers, while they build their center. That becomes very expensive when you have to move computer lines, telephone lines, and everything else. So we try to use the footprint of the site we have and put a new parking garage in it because there isn't enough space. And for other rolling assets that we have, a building next to it. Right here is our fire station with 2 bays. We're going to expand that to make it 3 bays because of the service for calls. This is actually what it would look like. Once this building is completed, the old police station would be demolished. The parking structure would be here. The fire station would be here. So it lays it out in a very convenient fashion. If you look at the building itself, it's $80 million, not $120 million. But where does the other $40 million come from? You have site development. You have other issues such as security around it, which added in about $3 million. Then you have professional design fees of an architect that's close to $8 million. Your FF&E, which is your furniture, fixture, and equipment, total about $4.5 million. And then you have technology allowance, which is another $4.5 million, because it's very important today with crime scene and the sophistication that our police department utilizes, that you have to have the latest technology, and that's very expensive. We also factored in, which we don't know, a 6.5% annual increase in cost of construction, which added another $11 million. We don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but we had to plan for it. So we don't put together a program like some other cities and found out they were $40 million short, and they had to add more money into the project, which they did not anticipate. So if you add all of these other factors together, that's how we arrived at the $120 million, once again as an estimate. All of these things would go out for a public bid, and we'd have an opportunity to also to go through it and review it to see if there's any other cost savings that there might be. I don't know where this slide came from.
That's the substation.
But I think we're finished with the police station. We also had comments that
That's the
that
firehouse.
were made that there are other cities that are larger, and I think one comment was made that there's a police department that's twice our size, and they don't have the same square footage. But when we investigated it, when they made those comparisons, for example, the city of Fort Lauderdale, their size is 192,000 because they didn't take into consideration when the question was asked that there's a parking structure there that wasn't considered. Hollywood is the same way. There were things. And I think what the mayor says, when you plan for the future, we plan to build this building to the year 2050. When we built our city hall here on top of our community center, we left vacant spaces on each floor. So as departments needed to grow, we didn't have to build another facility. So we do still have some space in here. When departments change or programs change, we can move people into that. There's over, I think, 12,000 square feet of additional space that's being allocated into this building. I remember in 1988 when we built the city hall that was just recently torn down. Well, actually, it was now about 7 years ago. When they built the two buildings, the one 3-story building, we only finished the first floor because that's all we had it. That's all we needed at the time. But as the city grew, as you can see how quickly it grew from 88 in the 90s, we finished, the city did it with in-house labor, we finished the interiors of floor 2 and floor 3. Similar things can be done in this fashion so that we plan. So this isn't something we're going to outgrow in 2030, 2035. It's planned for 2050. Another city that we investigated built a brand new police station public safety building in 2011. And it's larger than the one we're doing, and they have outgrown it, and it's a smaller city. So that's how we came up with the issue of the $120 million. Now, if we go and look at another item the mayor brought up was the golf course. One of our commissioners asked for information on the golf course going back to 2007 and did the calculations and indicated that, hey, on the golf course, we averaged over 18 years a loss of $254,000 a year. The last 3 years, we've had a positive income. But what you have to consider, in 2010, during the recession, the revenue and people weren't spending money. When we had COVID hit in 2020, the golf course had to almost shut down. And when we did the renovations in 2006 and 2007, there was no play. So if you average it out, yes, it appears that that's a lot of money. But the golf course, I might tell you, is the only recreation program we have in the city that actually generates revenue. If you take all of the sport fields, all of the parks, all of the buildings that we have in the city that are available to the public, we only generate anywhere between $2 and $3 million a year in revenue for rents, programs, and everything else. But we spend close to $17 million of ad valorem dollars to maintain those facilities. So if you're talking about a golf course, it's probably a pretty good investment to maintain it so that the people who do utilize that sport do it. In the bond issue, and what we heard people talk about, and it was all age groups, were pickleball. We're providing for that in those fields, but we don't charge the public for that and will not be charging, just like the sport programs for kids in the parks. So those are all amenities, but there's really no offsetting revenue to it, but there's a cost to do that, and that's, I think, very, very important. Regarding the arts that the mayor mentioned that we put $2 million into, I'm sure over time, on an annual basis, we could try to put those capital dollars, because they're not all up front, over a period of time to do something to provide for the arts. We have an art and culture board, and they've come up with some great ideas. I don't know if you've noticed over the years where we try to beautify some of the corners of the city by painting those ugly utility boxes. But there's other things that can be done in the city to advance the arts, and that's something that is also important. Mayor, I think, was there one
The
other item?
affordable housing.
Okay, as far as affordable housing, I don't know how many people are aware of it. But
Workforce housing.
and workforce. The city built and owns almost 800 units. And when we first purchased those, built them actually, they were for seniors. They were affordable for seniors because there was nothing in the area. Once again, in 2010, 2015, during the recession, we had difficulty with it. So we opened it up for workforce housing, also for younger families to move in, where the rents were regulated. And they're well below what rents are being charged today in our city. And the idea was to provide seed money. I think the vice mayor had a good idea where he asked, when we were getting ready to sell one of our assets and have a private developer come in and run those as affordable workforce housing, the profit that was made off of them would be set aside to encourage and work with private developers to build affordable housing, workforce housing for our young people as well as for our seniors. It hasn't been identified, but anything that has not been identified doesn't mean we're going to spend the money. The money that we borrow isn't all at one time. It would be over a series of years. It's almost like an equity line. You would not take the money down until such time as you know what the project is, the commission has vetted it, the commission has voted on it, and then we have an opportunity then to borrow it. And that's what would happen with these funds. And it may never, ever reach the $250 million. And I know when we did the 205 bond issue, that's exactly how it worked. And if we move forward with this project, the city has set aside some reserves that we would use those reserves first. So even if we did borrow, that tax increase probably wouldn't even affect you to 206, 207 tax year. So it's still off because we're trying to manage it. If there's some of those projects that we can incorporate in our general fund budget, we never know what that's going to be, they can be pulled out. We did that in the 205 bond issue. There were projects in there in recreation that we were able to fund on an annual basis with a regular ad valorem. So it's a process we look at. Our staff has worked diligently on this for months, identifying projects that were needed. And it wasn't just the staff that did this. The commission authorized us to do master plans for transportation, for recreation, for economic development. And these consultants came in and gave us a master plan, and we pretty well have followed that. The only thing is that everything that was in that master plan was not affordable. It was probably close to $500 million worth of projects they saw. So what you will see in here are improvements to help with traffic mitigation. Some new roads, resurfacing old roads, lining them so it's easier for people to drive, especially at night. So there's an awful lot for us. During these meetings, we had a letter, I think it was from Silver Lakes, that said the speeding in Silver Lakes on the north-south corridor is terrible, and you can't control it, even though we've put up radar signs to identify and let people know what their speed is. The suggestion was to put roundabouts. So we included in that. When we have the town hall meetings and the seniors said, you know, we can't even get into a class at our senior center because it's too tight, they don't have enough room. So we modified the plan and created some funding to try to expand that program, because we heard it throughout the city, not just at one meeting, but at several meetings. So these are things that we have worked at very diligently, and it will be presented to the public so they have an opportunity to look at it, to decide, is this something you want for your community, or is it something you don't want? It's not like the 5 people sitting up here who have to vote this tonight, they're not voting to tax you tonight. They are voting to give you an opportunity to decide if you want to do this. And that's where we are today. Mayor, I don't know if there was anything else I missed.
I just want to thank you and all of your staff for the work that you did. We are getting to the point where we will explain what the plan includes, what the projects include in great detail. There won't be a question that doesn't get answered. There won't be an issue that doesn't get addressed. And then in March, people will decide what the future of the city is going to be. It's a very exciting time for the city. And we will see what, we will live with what the decision is on the part of the public. The next step is going to be to open this up for discussion to the general public. However, I just want to tell you that we listened very, very carefully to people. And there was something of a sticker shock to this 250 number. And I just want you to know that I've had conversations, as any of us could have the conversation. I think that number can come down. I think we should talk about what that means. If residents don't want their tax dollars being used to borrow, to put art up, and they'd rather see the city incrementally use cash as we get it to deal with that issue, it's not that they don't want art. They don't want to finance it. That's understandable. And it's their money. And if that's what they're asking us to do, I think we should work with them. This should be a family decision. And we should come up with the solution that works for most of us. And even still, there will be some people that vote no, some people will vote yes, and it'll get counted up just like it was in 2005. And if they tell us to go to work, we will go to work and make sure that every dollar is in place, every project is implemented, and every bit of transparency is provided. So we're going to go to the public first, and then we will have discussion. The first speaker will be David Renshaw. And I'm going to ask all of you to please give your name and phone number, and remember that you're in the people's house. There will be no disparaging comments. We're here to generate light, not heat. And points of view are workable and welcomed. However, accusations and nasty talk, this is not the place for it. So I know all of you will live up to that and not make me do the things that, as mayor, I'm required to do. So thank you very much. Mr. Renshaw, your name and your address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, David Renshaw, 1840 Northwest 106th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Pembroke Lakes. Long-term resident, 20 years, employed by Teamsters. Spoke before, and I want to speak again regarding to this. I do want to go on record, as I have in the past. We support strongly our fire. We strongly support our police. That is not the issue why I oppose this referendum of a bond money. We keep hearing up to. We don't know what is going to change with the up-and-coming administration regarding tariffs that may come into place. There is a lot of uneducation out there which causes this void because people fill their own voids. I attended the town halls that were off of Taft. I didn't attend all of them, right? I didn't attend the workshops, right? But we also have to carve out the fact of, is it accurate a depiction of only the ones that attended the meeting and only the ones that attended the surveys are the ones that you're judging the pulse on? I get that that's data. Data speaks for itself. But again, you start throwing all of this in, and then the golf courses were mentioned, right? Live right across the street. Love the place. I'm not a golfer, but I want to keep it, right? but I also think we're forgetting about the inside of the golf course. We're forgetting about the Die Hard Club 19. That's something that needs to be revamped.
We agree. It's in the plan.
There is a plethora of ideas that can make that area, even Commerce, grow and maintain the public golf course. The concern that I have is fast-tracking this during the holiday season. Understandably that all constituents and residents do have this on the ballot. I get it. We spoke about Commissioner Rodriguez that you'll have the information coming up here, right? It's still going to cost up to $300,000 just to put it in to have the votes, right? Dodge is putting it up there with the flyer. I appreciate it, City Manager. You say you just did it an hour ago, but you look at Digital Post and you see some of the slides that were already on there. Vice Mayor Good, you weren't even paying attention with this presentation that wasn't there.
Sir, that's...
It's my opinion. It's not derogatory. Hear me out. Thank you. I will continue.
crossing-
Commissioner Hernandez,
You are
half the
crossing the
time
line.
when Dodge is going over this, you all didn't receive it but an hour ago. This is the time to pay attention of how that looks and how it appears. No, this is my time. Thank you. With that said, I appreciate the opportunity. Wishing you a happy holiday season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Now,
Okay.
let's move on. Thank you very much. Mr. Brandon Carrero? Thank you very much. Your name and your address for the record, please.
Brandon Carrero, 1571 East Sandpiper Circle, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33026. Mr. Mayor, before you start my time, I do have a point of clarification for the city manager and the city attorney. Is that okay?
Ask your question.
My question is in the summary explanation in the background, number 5, it is important, and I quote, it is important to note that the difference between the project list amount of $316 million and $250 million potential general obligation bond will be covered by the funds the city manager has reserved for the new police station. The question I have is what amount are those funds?
It's like 60,000.
66 million by my
Yeah,
calculation?
We're gonna chip in 60 million from savings,
Yep.
from your savings, to offset the cost, because it came in at around 316. We're gonna throw in 60, so it's 250 more or less. I think we could do it for less, but okay. But that's how that came.
Perfect. That's the clarification I
All right,
need. I did the math. The second question I have is a point of clarification for the city attorney under proposed resolution number 2024 R42, Exhibit A, line 32, Section V.
Yeah.
Is your interpretation for the city commission and its residents of Pembroke Pines that the funds in subsection V are limited to only the acquisition of land for affordable housing?
The answer is that, if I may, Mayor?
Yes.
To the Mayor and Commission, that's simply one of several different allocated dollars and cents. So the answer is, that is an item in the resolution that is one of the items that's being voted upon, and can be, the funds, if approved, could be allocated towards affordable housing.
But it's specific to the land. Is your interpretation that it's limited to land, is my question.
It is not limited.
Thank you. That was my clarification. Okay. My time has started. Here we go. So I wanted to highlight the importance of the funds allocated for affordable housing within this bond. I recommend that it should be increased significantly. By reviewing the census data, there are approximately 63,994 households in Pembroke Pines. Assuming 10% of those households totaling 6,399 were to expand by one bedroom, that would immediately create 6,399 affordable units without the need to acquire land by the empowerment of these residents. This one-bedroom increase translates into relatable terms, units that families who can now move in elderly family members, college kids who can stay longer, and families who can grow into the home. In other words, the Pembroke Pines housing stock becomes multi-generational for our Pembroke Pines residents. This approach avoids the challenges of traditional high-density developments while delivering significant results quickly and efficiently. Presently, the implementation plan calls for $28 million, which I'm recommending to be increased to $84 million $334,000. This recommendation for increasing this amount perhaps can be paid for by those 6,399 residents who use this pool of capital up to $13,178 per resident with a non-ad valorem assessment over a 10-year period and the estimated amount of $1,317 annually. In other words, in 10 years, the $84 million that I'm asking will be refunded and paid back by those 6,399 residents. Now, if you consider that, that's $80 million. If you multiply that by 10 years, the bond is 30 years, 10, 10, and 10, that would cover about $250 million. It would cover the entire bond by these 6,399 residents. The numbers speak for themselves. In my opinion, this referendum makes practical and fiscal sense with 11 seconds on the clock. Increased housing density necessitates improved police facilities, roadway enhancements to manage traffic flow, and expanded parks to support recreational needs. I'm happy to work with the city manager to model this out. I'm happy to avail myself, and that's all I have right now.
I'd like you very much to take that and email it to us so we could study it more carefully. There's a lot of numbers there. It was a little difficult to follow.
Understood. I had 3 minutes.
If you could do that, I personally would like to take my time and go through that.
Thank
and
you.
I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Stephen Card.
Good evening, Stephen Card, 1120 Southwest 87th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33025, 35 years in Pines. First, I just wanted to say thank you for the preamble to this, both from the mayor and from the city manager, because the reason I'm here tonight is I actually received a text message from somebody saying we need to go and oppose this, and it sounded like you're all voting to spend $250 million tonight. So the first thing I did was I called my commissioner, vice mayor, and I said, help me understand this. And he told me pretty much what you guys have said, but the fact that you went through that for the rest of the people in the room to hear, both of you, I appreciate that. So now I understand that it was funny that you, Mr. Dodge, referred to it as like a home equity loan, because that's what I was wondering was, it's a borrow from as you go, but you're approving it up front to be used for individual projects. So thank you for that clarity. Yeah. Huh? Yes.
But you don't have to use it. Right?
Yeah. So and I went through the strategic plan, looked at all the things that were on there. Will each of those projects be brought forward and voted on, or does, when we vote in March, the money mean everything on there?
Each of those projects will be bid publicly. We will shave it down to the lowest responsible number. It will be vetted by the city commission in public. People will have the opportunity to testify. They will know that it is coming in advance because they were provided with the project list. All of that will have high transparency. The vice mayor has just said the city auditor will take a look at it. Our budget, Citizens Budget Council of residents will have their eyes on it.
Okay.
Many eyes will be on this, and it will be totally vetted in public.
Okay. And I think the more, and I don't know how we do that, right? Because there's not many here. I don't make it here myself often. The more ways we can find to get that out, I think it might kind of calm the storms a little bit.
That's what the town halls are about.
Yeah.
And that's what staying objective until you vote is about.
Yes.
Get the facts first, and then people can make their decision.
There's also a digital survey as well.
Okay.
As part of the town halls.
Okay. So only 2 other questions / comments, and I'll give back the rest of it if it's there. The $100 million one, the last time we did this, the $100 million, was that part of City Center? Was that when we did that bond?
Mr. Manager?
Well, part of it was to do a civic center as part of it. However, we were fortunate enough in some of our investments of buying property and selling it, we were able to pretty well pay for the entire city center, government center, which is the theater as well as the 2 floors of City Hall. And then, of course, we had the resources from selling the old City Hall. So, excuse me, not really. those projects were used for parks. They were used for expansion of 172nd, 184th, 196. Most of those projects, which were expensive, were road projects.
Okay. So I'll keep an eye on the affordable housing thing, because I do know with City Center, initially there was discussions when I came to those meetings that we were going to have affordable housing for our medical and teachers and all that stuff to keep them here in Pines. And then that went away with all the expensive buildings behind us. And so I'm kind of keeping an eye on that one, because that one kind of bothered me.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
the police station, the police station, having served over there, volunteered over there for many years in the past, those pictures couldn't be more true as far as the space that they need. So I think that definitely is a good thing for them. Other than that, I think that was. How are we doing on the payback for the $100 million? Are we keeping up with those payments?
Yes, we are, on an annual basis.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
You know, one of the things that was raised, Charlie, is there were a bunch of folks who were saying, we haven't even paid off the first $100 million, but there's actually very little left. And I believe your staff did an analysis on the payback, and it just didn't make sense to pay it off. It made more sense to continue to finance it.
Yeah, it's like any other loan. You pay the most interest in the beginning, and as you start paying down the principal, the interest becomes less.
Right. So, yeah, there's a couple of years left, but I mean, you could take the $60 million and just pay it off, or
Well,
whatever.
it depends.
I don't know how much
we have on a regular basis the evaluation of all our debt, and if interest rates come down, we do sometimes go in and refinance those to save money. And I think at the last meeting, Jerry Ford mentioned they were going to look at that to see what issues we have remaining that we can refinance.
Sure, why not? If it makes sense, that's what we should do. Okay. Neil, Charlie, and I want to thank you all for waiting. I know it's been a long evening, but it's an important thing to discuss, and I'm very thankful that you're all still here. Mr. Charlie, your name and your address for the record, please.
Neil Charlie, 940 Northwest 197th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33029. Good evening, everybody. I come before you once again with another request from West Pines United and our community of parents. I stand here today as a pivotal moment where our club and our community can reach the next level of evolution. The park that I control, which is Chapel Trail Park, has an aging infrastructure. I believe the last time any major renovation was about 2013.
Which sport? Which
Soccer.
Sport?
Soccer. Was 2013. Though the city and our club has tried to keep up with major issues, our current infrastructure is reaching at the end of its lifespan, leading to potential safety hazards and costly repairs if not addressed proactively. In our understanding that there's bond coming into action, which is what we're here about, to upgrade our parks, recreation, roads, schools, infrastructure, police, and hospitals, and everything else. A little fact that I saw the other day was while I was on the internet, the top 10 places to live was West Pines, Pembroke Pines. But we were beat by two communities, one to the north and one to the east. Yes, east.
They cheated.
Well, can't say what they did, but we were beat that. So I can only speak on our schools and our soccer program. So here at West Pines, our club has brought to the city 2 state championships, 1 regional and 2nd place in nationals. Now we have some kids left that I think we're going to win nationals this year, right? Okay. With some parents, right? Now our challenges as a club, when the fields, when it rains, and we're out in the Everglades, it rains a lot, fields get flooded, we can't play, we can't practice, we can't hold our games. We got to change and change. So we are in support of the bond, and hopefully our fields will be upgraded with better landscaping, hopefully turf fields, or a better drainage program. Now you asked me right before I got here, you know, what do you think you want us to be? Well, I want our club to be #1. So why wouldn't we want our city to be #1 with this bond? It'll upgrade everything. So we also, just so you guys know, hold a tournament, probably the 3rd largest tournament in Florida. Over 400 teams across the nation come to Pembroke Pines to play in this tournament. So why wouldn't you want them to see what we have? It's very simple for me. Right, so, you have any questions?
So you support the?
I definitely do
turf-
support the
turf
bond.
fields?
Absolutely support
Mayor.
whatever you can do with the parks. The police officers that come out to help our children when fights, and then we're the fire people. The last of the firefighters that come when our kids get hurt, because they do get hurt on those fields, because those fields are used quite often from all other sports. Though soccer is at nighttime, those fields are used during the day. Public parks, kids dig holes in them. You know, I did have some children that had a torn ACL in the park, lost their career. They're one of our best players, and they just hurt them. What can we do?
Mayor,
So we're
could I-
hoping what we can do is.
I did want to thank you for
No,
your testimony, because my daughter attends Chapel Trail Elementary, so.
Right next to us, yes.
She's right next door, so I see the condition of the field, and I have friends that have come up from Miami to play in weekend tournaments, soccer tournaments, their daughters. So I really appreciate your testimony, especially because that's a big part of what Ms. Sorensen back there, our Assistant City Manager, has heard at town hall meetings. I know the mayor has hosted 13, but 7 since. And Commissioner Rodriguez and I, her district ends right at that field, but she sees it too. She's always around. So that's a major part of what my residents, you included, have reached out to me about regarding the future of the parks. We don't want a kid tearing an ACL, breaking an ankle, or anything else, although our firefighters are going to respond great, as they always do. They're professional, but we don't want that because the field is in a terrible condition, especially those months when we're in the rainy season. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The very festive Mary Stevens.
Mary, that's awesome.
Thank you. I sort of decided I'm art in a public place.
You are art in a public place. Your name and your address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to wish everybody happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
I'm having problems with my eyes. My hearing aids are dead, but I'm going to try. Wanted to wish everybody happy holidays and thank you very much. I appreciate everything you do. I respect you totally and appreciate all your efforts to make the city a better city. I attended quite a few of the town hall meetings, and I gave my ideas. And then I went to the follow-up, and I was very, very surprised that all these things that we had said we wanted were now going to have to be taxed more, and with the bond program. And I wasn't expecting that. And
You thought they were gifts?
Today I just looked at a magazine article I had, and it was talking about, it was your mayor's message, and it started out with the town hall meetings and all the wonderful things we're going to do. But there's no mention in here, and I had no idea, you know, that we were going to be faced with a bond program to do everything. I thought that our taxes covered making the city a better place and doing the turf, maybe improving the golf course, maybe, you know, the golf course might generate some of its own money, and grants and different things like that. So I was really in a shock to think all of a sudden $250 million bond program is pushed on us or offered to us.
No one's pushing anything.
Wrong word. Wrong word.
Very wrong word. It's being, and you're right. If this passes, your taxes will pay for it.
Now, someone told me the other day, just to share this with you, and you all probably know this. Mayor Cava, Miami-Dade's mayor, proposed a bond program for Miami-Dade back in the spring. And there was so much opposition to it that she actually dropped the idea because she knew she was running for mayor again.
Right.
And with the bond program showing, she might not have been elected mayor.
Just a point of clarification, Mayor Levine Cava did not, and she's a personal friend, I care for her very much, but she did not host town halls.
Oh, I'm not saying she did.
She had a state of the city, a state of the county address at Metro Zoo, surprised all 13 of her commissioners and said, I'm going for a $3 billion with a B dollar bond. And that's why $3 billion is a lot of money. When I worked for the former Miami-Dade mayor, we had a $1.4 billion bond.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
I just want to make that clear.
You know, there was one
Mayor.
other
Hold
thing
on
I
a
was
second.
going to ask
Hold on
you,
a second.
Michael.
Hold on 1 second. Yes, Commissioner.
Mayor, I want to be able to give the public an uninterrupted 3 minutes. If it's the purview of the mayor to allow the commission to engage questions, I think it would be best suited
I think
until
that this
after,
was,
until after speakers complete.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Please
And
continue.
I did want to ask a question that I meant to start with. Do we actually still owe money, and I think I heard we do, but I'm not sure, on a previous bond
Yes.
that we've had? We still owe money on that.
It's
not paid off completely.
No, it's smarter to continue financing it. The chief financial officer has advised the manager, and he agrees. We could pay it off anytime we want, but it makes more sense to continue to do it this way in terms of what benefit that money offers the residents. And I have to follow his advice because it actually makes a lot of sense. But we could decide to pay it off anytime we want.
How much money do we still owe on the previous bond? Do we know?
Mr. Manager?
I don't have that at my fingertips.
We'll
but
get it to you.
I mean, I know interest rates are killer.
There-
You know,
there's
that's a
about
scary
8 to
thing.
10 years, but as you notice, if you look at your ad valorem bill, every single year, the amount of the assessment continues to go down, and it goes down because of new development, increase in commercial and everything else. So, as you know, for the last 10 years, your ad valorem rate has either been flat or has gone down.
Right.
Most of that has been as a result of those GO bonds because of the way they operate. And as we move into this, eventually that one will be paid off. And if the public votes for this one, it gets to a point where whatever it is, it will drop it down even further.
But we will get that information. You need to wrap up.
Yeah, I tried to Google it. I couldn't really find it, but
Well,
I'm sure someone knows.
We'll disclose it.
What I'm asking you to do tonight, and I don't even know if this is feasible, to vote no against this motion, simply because I think that we are arguing too much about this, and that the residents aren't going to accept it. That's just my opinion. And we have to pay $300,000, as far as I know, for this referendum election.
Well, we had to
Whereas
have
if we waited till November,
We're paying it anyway.
No, in November, there's
wouldn't
no
cost.
schedule. That's false, and I'll tell you why. There's no regularly scheduled election in November. So whether we
when's
had
our regular? August?
No, we're not. We're now not allowed to have
March
elections in
2026.
August. So
March
it was
2026.
it was either March or lose the better part of a year for no good reason, and it would have cost us the same amount in November as it did in March because there's no regular election then. Or we could wait 2 years and kick the can down the road again, and that's not what residents here want. They want us to either, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to vote yes, so maybe you can vote no. This is your city as much as mine, and I think that people have to be presented with an option, and some people will vote no, and some people will vote yes.
The thing of it is, everybody wants all this stuff.
They want it for free.
We want the grass, we want a new police station, we want all this stuff, but I'm just thinking, can't our tax funds take care of this?
No.
Slowly but surely.
No, they
Why do
can't.
we need more, particularly when we haven't even paid off our previous bond?
Because roads and parks and flooding and housing are expensive. And if we had charged you all along so that we'd have the money now, that would have been highway robbery on the tax rolls. This is the way cities finance. This isn't like some new idea for us. This is the way it works. Every city that wants to maintain their standards or has it. Look, Fort Lauderdale just did a bond issue because they had infrastructure work to do. Margate just did a bond issue, and the people said, "Yeah, it's time." And so, folks will either come to that conclusion in Pembroke Pines or they won't. But
yeah, I wasn't expecting this, really. I just wasn't.
It's not
So,
free. I don't know if that's why you
I'm
dress
glad
like
to learn
Santa
about
today,
it.
but
I do want to share something about the police station, though.
Yeah.
That we have a police station in West Pines. It's not a big one, but there's never anybody in it. It's, you know, once in a while there's people in it. But why aren't we using that police station to help out this overcrowded?
Charlie, there's this
I can
thought
answer
that
it.
the
There
that
are-
the
You know what I'm
talking
substation.
about.
Hold on, let me
It's
ask.
a- oh.
There's this thought floating around the cyberspace that you have all the money that you need to buy to build the police station. We don't need to borrow; it's all a bunch of BS. And that the substation out west is totally vacant; nobody works there.
No, that's absolutely not true. It's full. We have traffic units in there. Our police officers report there to do
So it is
work.
being used.
Oh, my God, yes. Every single space is used.
And
Yeah.
and do you have some secret pot of money that for the
I wish
police
I
station?
did.
You do not have the funds?
We do not have the funds to build the police station.
I don't use the golf course. I did talk to someone today about the golf course. They said they were there a few days ago, and they said it was beautiful,
Yeah.
and it didn't need a thing. So
Well-
just to share that with you.
Is that person
Anyway,
a golfer?
thank you very much.
Is that person a golfer?
Mayor,
I'm not really sure.
Again, Mayor, I rise for parliamentary procedure. We have a 3-minute clock.
They'd been there
and we-
before,
and
though.
we-
You
and
know,
we
they
do
said it
not
wasn't
have
their
the
first
floor.
time.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Anyway,
And-
thank you very
and
much.
by the way, Mr. Card, it does include the, or Mr. Carrera, oh, no, somebody that raised the golf course. It does include a renovation of the interior of Club 19, which is, which is long overdue, including that furniture.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Eisenhower called, he wants his furniture back. Okay, Barbara Ortis. Welcome.
Mayor, how many more speakers do we have?
We have two more after this.
Mayor, at the appropriate.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening and happy holidays to all. My name is Barbara Parlavecchio Ortis. I live at 1173 Northwest 122 Terrace. I have been reviewing, speaking with concerned residents, and hearing plenty in reference to the $250 million bond that is being discussed. I'm not against it. I'm not for it yet. I do have concerns for all the residents of Pembroke Pines, but especially for our new homeowners who purchased homes 1 to 2 years ago, and I have done research, and I only researched homes that were $2,500 in taxes or less. There were 98 homes that sold. When those taxes reset, they tripled. And I have the examples, and I have a set for everybody. So those people, their mortgage payments have gone up $500 to $600 per month. Plus, the first year their escrow was short, so their bill went up $1,000 to $1,200 a month. We just went through a 40-year recertification of the buildings. Century Village, they're hurting so bad. Their maintenance fees are up to $850 a month. They're giving away their condos to sell. We talk about the bond in 2005. Yes, it was great, and this one could be great too. And I'm surprised the fire department didn't close down the police station with all the fire hazards that I saw in the photos. They definitely need a new home. I'm just worried that we're moving so fast. We do not know with the new administration coming in what's going to happen. The bond in 2005, I bought my house for $430,000 in Pembroke Lakes. 2 years later, the market crashed. I'm a real estate agent that handles bank foreclosures. I was hopping for the next 3 years handling foreclosures. We don't know if we're going to get tariffs. We don't know anything yet. I feel we have a better chance of getting a yes on this instead of wasting $300. It's not a waste. I take that word back. Instead of spending $300,000 for this March, I think we wait until next March when it's not going to cost $300. We have more to discuss. We have more to see where this market's going. I'm freaking out, ready to call my financial advisor and say, cash out all my stocks and bonds, put it in cash right now because I don't know what's happening.
Jeez.
This week, I lost a ton of money like the rest of us in the stock market. We don't know right now what's going on.
Okay, thanks.
So,
Thank you very much.
would you
Al
like a
Sal-
copy?
Yes, please, provide it to all of us if you could. Al Salvi.
All right. How you doing, Mayor?
Yes,
How you doing,
sir.
Commission? Thank you for having me today. I'm not gonna make it as long. There was good constructive criticism, Barbara. Just want to bring up a couple of points of clarification on this strategic plan. You know, I've attended the town hall meetings, and they were very, very good, in my opinion. There was a lot of participation, a lot of great ideas, Mr. Mayor. I do
Yes.
have some questions, though. There's a publication that was put out by, I believe, maybe the city manager, Mr. Dodge, okay? And I'm a little confused, and I'm usually pretty good with numbers, but I'm a little confused here. And maybe you can help me clarify these numbers. We're gonna be giving $50 million a year for 5 years, correct? On this supposed bond, the $250 million bond? Is that
Sorry,
correct?
sir, I can't
Okay.
hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Let me get closer. We're gonna be issuing $50 million a year for 5 years, correct?
No, that was only an illustrative example.
Okay, it's an illustrated example, correct?
Excuse me?
Yeah, it is. You're claiming it's an illustrated example, correct? And I'm
Yes,
referring to
but-
this thing here.
Correct. You're correct, sir. But however, the way it will work is that the projects are needed. It very well might be the first go-around, we might do 50 million, we might do 40 million. Then there might be a year we don't do anything, because if you're going to construct new roads or new buildings, by the time the architect does the design, by the time you put it out for bid, and by the time you have to make the first payment, you're two and a half years down the road, the same way with the road.
Okay.
There are some projects that could happen right away, but we would try to focus it so that it wouldn't, in fact, not happen that way. So you might never borrow all of the money.
Okay, which
because
makes,
during the years
in that
we may-
respect, it makes a lot of sense, Mr. Judge, but I have some questions here.
Yes.
I'm a resident of fixed income Social Security. Everybody knows that here. I'm disabled. Okay, you have here that it's gonna cost the median household between 200 and 2,000 of taxable income to 450,000 taxable income, about $94 a year. Is that number pretty accurate? It seems kind of low.
The finance director prepared it. You don't look at what your assessed value is, you look at what your taxable value. I looked at one the other day when someone called to say the taxes would be outrageous. The person's home, I believe, was $450,000, but the taxable value, because of homestead, was only $202,000. If we borrowed all the money, all at one time, that person would be paying probably $13 a month. But we're not doing it that way, so it's really very minimal. But you really need to look at the column that says taxable value.
That is what I'm looking at, sir. I'm looking at
Okay.
the taxable value here.
Okay.
It's highlighted in yellow as per this illustration.
Okay.
All right, so that's what I'm looking at. It says $94 approximately, because remember, every dollar to me counts because I'm on Social Security, and I don't get a
That's-
$50,000 raise.
But that's a year.
That's a year. I know, Mr.
Right.
Mayor. I read the exact notes. Anyway, moving along, because I got two more points I want to make.
Yes.
The project cost is $316 million. We got a 30-year bond at 4.08 approximately, based on the interest rates, if I'm not correct. There's a shortfall of about $60 million shortfall. Am I correct? 60 million from the 250? And you say you're going to pick that up off the reserve funding from the city? Correct?
Yes, sir, what we have done over the years in anticipation of a police station, any money we've had left over each year, we put it into a restricted reserve account. So we have probably close to 60 million. So what we would do the first year is use that as our seed money.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying you would probably not see any kind of an increase to at least to the tax year 206, 207, because that's how we would start utilizing that money.
You mean
Which
26
the
to
illustration shows
24.
that.
I'm sorry, yeah, 2026, 27.
Yeah, the illustration on here shows it. So this is what I'm going by, your illustration, just as an example. I know it's not definitive numbers. Last point, and I know I'm out of time.
You go ahead.
$28 million in affordable housing. And when we're thinking about affordable housing, we're talking about, I'm sorry to say, not the best. I'm not going to use the wrong words here. But anyway, point I'm making is, how many of those units are going to be universal design? Do we know?
So
How many of those units are going to be considered universal design? Like, I'll give you an example. If I go get housing, normally 9 times out of 10, I cannot find universal design, which means I can't use it. So even if you had affordable housing.
You mean accessibility?
Accessibility housing, yes, universal design.
That can certainly be built in.
Under new
And-
construction codes, they would have accessibility.
Absolutely.
Right,
You
but
have
I
to-
just want to get an idea how many
Under
units we're
ADA,
talking about.
they have to be built. But the people who would live there, they're already living in Pembroke Pines. These are, by and large, sons and daughters who are working. They
Right.
have cars.
Workforce, correct.
But they can't afford to leave.
Right.
And so they're not getting married, they're not having kids. No wonder they're talking about closing schools.
Right, and I
You
know
added
value.
up.
I know what you mean by the
So-
affordable housing workforce,
So
correct?
they're already living here. We're not looking to like invite people from outside of Pembroke Pines to come live here. That they're already living here. We just want to help them along with their life, and maybe mom and dad can scale down at some point. You got kids living at home till they're 30.
Right, correct, Mr. Mayor. Last point I want to make for clarification. You could talk about this golf course. I'm not a personal golfer, obviously, for obvious reasons. $12 million in this golf course. I know it's needed. We talked about a hole 19. I'm not sorry, a hole 19, club 19. The grass is not green enough, whatever it is. Understandable, it brings more value to the city. My question is $12 million. What's the return on investment on a $12 million investment of a golf course? Are we going to get it back in the tee rates when people tee up? I mean, how are we going to recoup that $12 million in a golf course? And in what period of time?
It'll come from fees.
Right, how long, what period of time will we recover that money?
I don't know.
The currently, sir, at the golf course for the last 3 years, after we got through all of those years of COVID and closing down the course and rain and hurricanes, we were generating almost $300,000 in profit after paying the debt service.
Okay.
So the way it's been working and the rounds have, correct me if I'm wrong, Christina, have continued to increase. So the play there is good, but you have to have a good course in order for people to come.
Point of order.
Understandable. I just wanted to get an idea of the return on investment and the number of years it would take to repay back that $12 million. Seems like a big investment for a golf course. I know it's probably needed. I'm not a golfer. I'm sure some of you are golfers. I know Mr. Mayor's a golfer and a few people here golf. But again, I don't know the status of a golf course, but I just want to know as a taxpayer, my taxes, how much they're going to go up, how is it going to affect me, and how long is it going to take to pay off the golf course?
I want you to feel that you can ask these questions. You don't have to, we're happy that you're here, but you don't have to come all the way down here to ask those questions. Call us, write to us. Whatever questions you have, we want to answer them. We don't want you in the dark in any way, shape, or form. There's no point to it. We want to answer the questions, want to answer truthfully. Please ask us.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and the commission. I know that Mike is awesome as my commissioner in District 4. You guys are very responsive. I just want to get true numbers. I want to know what I got to budget as far as my lifestyle, so I can know I can afford to live here. That's all I care about. Thank you.
We will do that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask
Yes.
Al, text me tomorrow so that because you asked a lot, so I just, those numbers, so I go to the manager and get back to you. I don't want to miss something. Thank you, my friend.
Okay, the last speaker is Jorge Martinez. Jorge Martinez. Jorge Martinez. Okay, we're done with public comment. Oh, Maritza Martinez. Oh, Maritza Jorge.
Yes,
I'm sorry. I want to apologize for our pens.
that's okay. And I'm sorry, even though I've been in this country for 57 years, this is the only time that I've come to a commissioners meeting. And I feel stupid for asking this, but one of my questions is, did you guys approve the budget for the parks and recreations to more than double of what it was originally stated for?
No.
You didn't approve it because I've been sitting
More than
here.
double? No.
I'm sorry?
More than double? No, not even close.
Okay, I've been sitting here and I've had trouble listening to some of you guys. That's why I raised my hand with the city manager when he started speaking. The stuff that you spoke at the beginning of this bond issue, where you supposedly went to so many residents and everybody was telling you what they wanted for the city or not. I've been living in Pembroke Pines for 27 years, and I own 2 properties in the same complex. I never received anything about voting for things that we wanted. And I think that I mentioned to you in the neighbors' website, the hockey park that is on Dykes, that has been closed for over a year, and we have not been able to enjoy the park. I left a message for you, and they transferred me to the park subdivision. I have requested from the director to give me a site plan of what they're doing, which had I known about it, I would have never voted for it, especially now that they're increasing this budget to double $500,000. I think it's just going to create more unwanted people in the neighborhood. And one of my properties is almost.
That was item 14.
You need to get these facts because they're important to you. Son importante. Christina, if you could, Ms. Sorensen, this resident needs your information. And if you two could get together, I think you will have everything that you need.
Right, but what bothers me is that you're saying that you contacted all these residents from Pembroke Pines.
Right.
With the 2 houses that I own, I never received any notifications or any surveys.
So we notified people through the following means. Email. Are you signed up to receive city emails?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't get an email?
I get too many emails on a daily basis.
We put it on the city TV station. Not everyone watches it. There aren't a lot of Emmy Award winners there. I understand. Okay. We had it on the monuments. You know those digital monuments? They were there. We had it on sandwich signs.
Which monuments? I'm sorry.
You know the city monuments, Pembroke Pines, and
One is
it's
at the Academic
digital.
Village near her.
I'm very west.
So
I
there's-
hardly come this way.
So do you ever? There's one in front of Dykes Road. There's another one in front of La Granja over by Pembroke.
By Sheridan, almost Sheridan and Dykes.
They were on that. We sent out information the way we could. It was in our city newspapers. It was online. It was on social media. Okay, so
I guess I joined social media too late.
that would help.
What I'm trying to say is that we have parks that are decent.
Yeah.
It's not like we're in Hialeah, where they hardly have any, or in Miami. We don't need to double this budget of the parks and recreations. Some of us are now retired.
I don't know what you're talking about. Double. That's not true. So I want you to get in touch with
Mayor, it was
Christina.
item 14.
Excuse me.
She's referring to item 14.
Excuse me. Your information needs to be updated to correct.
Okay.
And our assistant city manager, Christina Sorensen, will help you to get those facts. We want to give you the facts.
Well, I've been waiting for more than a month and a half
I
for
don't
an
know.
answer.
I didn't
For
get
a site plan of what they're doing. And
Can you help her? Thanks.
as far as the police
Yeah.
building, I'm completely opposed to that.
Okay.
Because police officers are not supposed to be in the office. They're supposed to be out in the street taking care of us.
Okay, so detectives work out of the office. Backgrounds people work out of the office. The people who do the fingerprints work out of the office. There are clericals that work out of the office. People who do records work out of the office. Police officers are often in the office doing paperwork or doing training.
They do their paperwork in the car.
Some do, some don't. And so there are supervisors that work in offices. There are a lot of police officers that work in offices.
Well,
It's sort of like saying plumbers don't need an office. Or
I think to spend that kind of money,
right.
and by the way, something that nobody has been able to answer me, and perhaps you can guide me on that direction. There's still a bond amount that shows up on our taxes. In my particular homesteaded exemption house, it's $176 a year. No one has been able to tell me when did that bond started and when it's going to end.
That's an easy answer. Christina Sorensen will provide you with all of the answers that you need. I don't understand how. I don't understand why. When you're in doubt, email me, and you'll get. Are you on email?
I voted for you.
I know.
And I voted for her too.
And are you on email?
I don't know.
You don't
like
know.
I said, I'm a retired real estate agent, and I get over 300 emails a day. So,
so you
I
usually
try to avoid to sign up for anything.
Well,
but
it's kind of difficult to get you information if our connective tissue is limited.
It's true, but
So,
not everybody uses email either.
Okay, but if you email,
You have to have a better system to notify people.
What would you like us to do? How would you like us to do it?
You collect our tax. Well, they collect
tell
the
me,
tax.
Tell me how would you like us
A
to do it?
letter would have been fine.
A letter.
Postcard.
Do you know how
Mail.
expensive a letter is?
Mail, regular mail. So what do you do with the people that are blind and don't have emails? They get stuck and they don't get notice on anything? No, I'm an old fogey, and I believe in mail. Forget the email. You get too many spams.
You use the telephone?
Call
me.
No, that's okay. I'm going to set up a meeting with Maria.
Even better.
Okay? And my last question is...
Yes.
The high school that was all trailers, where two of my kids attended to, on Pines and 170-something, that land belonged to the school system.
Yes.
You guys sold that land to a developer.
No.
And
the school board sold that land to a developer. We never owned it.
You guys never owned it.
No.
How about the Postal Service land?
That we bought, and we had to flip it because the county was going to put in a mass transit bus depot. And we didn't want a mass transit bus depot on Pines Boulevard. We preferred to have it in the industrial area. See, we have an interesting theory here. We think that bus depots belong at the end of a route, not in the middle of a route.
Right.
And that they belong in an industrial area, not in a commercial area. Call us crazy, but that's the way. But the county wanted to put their bus depot on Pines Boulevard.
Okay.
It's sort of like putting a nuclear power plant in Central Park.
So you ended up buying the post office land.
We bought it from them using your money, and then we sold it to pay you back.
I didn't see a credit on my tax bill. I'm sorry.
The reason you haven't seen tax increases is because we've been doing smart things here to keep taxes low.
I'm sorry, I didn't get...
The reason you haven't seen tax increases over the last, millage rate increases over the last 10 years is because we try hard to do smart things to keep millage rate low. But we can give you all of this information.
Okay.
All I ask you to do is pick up the phone and call.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your time, all of you.
You're terrific. Thank you so very much. Okay, commissioners, your turn. There's a motion made and seconded. Who wants to speak?
I'll
Commissioner
go first, if that's
Hernandez.
okay. First, I wanted to thank Mr. Dodge again and his team for putting together a very thorough presentation, but also really it's the hours of time that we've dedicated, I'm sure individually, to sitting with him and his team and hearing out everything. I did want to put on record, I was at the police, it's not the first time I've been there, but I was with our police department at their holiday celebration. in the community room last week. I was also at Fire Station 69. I've seen the conditions of that building, of actually both of them, although 69 got epoxy on the floor now, on the where you park your engines. Look, I don't, and I appreciate very much, Mr. Manager, the way that you presented the information and the numerical value, which is obviously very important to everyone, but here's what it breaks down to for me. By the way, that substation is used. It's right outside my house, the West Substation. It absolutely is used. I pass it every single day, multiple times a day when I'm dropping one kid off and my other child off. We ask our police officers to get in protective gear every single day, carry weapons, protect our children in our schools, de-escalate situations, protect our families. And I look at the number and I say to myself, after you tour that building, after you're in there, you know it's the right thing to do to fund for them to have a new facility. That facility is not up to Pembroke Pines standards. And I know there are areas, obviously, that are sensitive. I don't have access to all the areas. Obviously, it's law enforcement. But I hope that some of the folks that saw this on video, saw the images, will understand, will see it, will view it, and understand why it is necessary. That makeshift storage area heading down the stairs, because I went down the stairs the other day, second floor down to the first, that's real. That's not a prop. And frankly, they just deserve better. I say that as somebody who's never been in law enforcement, but I've worked with the largest law enforcement agency in the Southeast U.S. I work with Miami-Dade PD. I was with the police director down there almost every single day for 4.5, almost 5 years. Our men and women deserve better. They really, really do. In addition to that, I did mention at the last meeting, I'd like to see, and I know the manager has plans for that, making sure that we never forget the fire rescue department, but and I understand there's a rebranding of it because we would incorporate more fire. That building should have components that are usable by both public safety departments. I think it is critical. Not just for now, because I want my children to continue to live in Pembroke Pines after I've retired, and they're adults. I want to continue to have the kind of police department that has the facilities and equipment. Equipment is not a part of this. They have their equipment. We get updates on it, but the kind of facilities that a world-class public safety agency like Pembroke Pines Police, like Pines Fire Rescue deserves. So on that issue, I had to jump on that matter, because if anything is worthy in this bond, which we may approve tonight, it's absolutely 1,000% without a doubt the police headquarters and public safety complex. There should be no question. Second, on December 4th, I said I actually would have reservations about voting on a bond this large, if not for, and you could watch the tape because everything we say is public record, if not for Mr. Dodge and his team. Mr. Dodge is not a rookie. He has issued bonds before very successfully. Him and his team built a school system in the city of Pembroke Pines, Pines Charters. I trust him. I can't say if there was another city manager over there that I would trust them as much. He takes the time to explain everything to you. He doesn't brush anybody off. And for someone like me, that I'm a new commissioner, I've been here 8 months only, he actually comes out and seeks you out. What questions do you have? I have had more questions than have been asked here tonight. He and his team answer them. So I want to instill a little bit of confidence in some of the residents that you have a first-class municipal organization, from the manager to our police chief to our fire rescue chief, all the way down. The only one that's suspect is Mike Stam. I'm just kidding. But beyond that, I did want to mention a couple of issues that I've put on the record. I know Al just left, but I have residents, Mr. Manager, I mentioned that I was going to mention this today. I have residents south of West Pine Soccer Park on 196. I appreciate very much that we worked with Somerset to make sure that we get a new traffic pattern so that they don't have cars in their lawns and in their neighborhoods. But we really should get with residents from that area. I don't necessarily know if sewer lines are what the entire community wants, but definitely drainage in that area. I'm referring to south of Pines Boulevard, south of West Pines Park, because they do certainly, they flood on a sunny day, and I've been there. I actually visit the communities that I represent, and they need it. They deserve it. So I would like to, in addition to the parks that we've discussed, I want to make sure that that is also noted on the record. Road improvements. If any of you live in west of 75, it doesn't matter whether it's Sheridan on down to Pembroke Road, and you take children to school every morning, you know it is very, very, very congested. The projects that the administration has, the mayor has a school outside of his neighborhood, as a matter of fact. I have a couple on my east and my west. I do believe a major part of this has to address road improvements. I think our police officers do wonderful jobs of directing traffic, but we also have road widening that needs to take place. I mentioned it last meeting. Commissioner Rodriguez and I share a lot of areas, 208, Pines Boulevard, as you're approaching US 27. These are worthy projects. These aren't boondoggles. They're not wastes of time. So I will say that. And I understand and appreciate everyone who may not be here and is watching or texting me now. I understand the concern. I had questions too. Initially, we're talking about roughly over $300 million worth of worthy projects across the city. I myself would have liked to have seen that number much lower than even what we have now, but there are needs. This is a major city. And we have to understand that if you take, well, it's not as easy as saying, I'm going to cut these projects. Well, if you cut certain projects, well, one commissioner could lose out on projects. Another commissioner could gain on projects, and then it's not split as it should, addressing the needs of all 4 districts and any citywide issues, any regional issues with neighboring governments that we may have. This is not an issue that is directly affected by the bond, but I want to also note Eric's consulting for the discussion. Mayor, you said the pyramids were built faster than Pembroke Road connecting to US 27. I think you're right. It's very frustrating that that is outside of our control. But again, even if we can't address the Pembroke Road extension, there are road improvement projects that are online that have been proposed by the administration that we are looking at, because we need to remember these projects help the quality of life in that area. They will address many traffic issues. They don't address traffic signals. That's something else. I get a lot of questions about traffic signals. That is a Broward County issue. We are in touch with them, but I can't touch a button and control the timing of the traffic signal. Yes. Okay, so, and I appreciate that. That's why I know the mayor mentioned speaking to administration. They are available. And I have concerns as well. I represent Century Village. There are 13. Okay, and I will,
Mayor,
give me
if we
one
can
second.
enforce the rules, please.
Give me 1 second, please. And I do appreciate what you just said, Commissioner Schwartz. There are breakdowns based upon homestead exemption and everything that you see on your bill that is unique to you and to homeowners that I want you to please. Commissioner Rodriguez is very accessible. She can help you. I would do it, but she represents you. I want you to understand what is the truth and what is not. I have reservations as well because I have 13,000 residents in Century Village, and they have had fees go up. Guess what? Not one of those fees is related to the city of Pembroke Pines. Only 31% of your property tax bill has anything to do with what you are paying. 31. 69 are other taxing jurisdictions. But when I asked the mayor to speak to Century Village residents and bring our police chief, our city manager, and others, they did.
They were there, and I still receive calls from Century Village residents. What does this mean for us? And we look individually when they call, what their property is and what we can do for them individually. So I want that to be clear, because there were some rumors, some messages that I received, my wife received, others, that somehow this was a sneaky and underhanded process. 20 town hall meetings that are advertised. All of these meetings we're on TV right now, okay? And this is saved, and it is uploaded. And if you follow some of us on Nextdoor or Facebook, we actually post a recap of a commission meeting and link to the videos, link to the actual items. So none of this is sneaky. And by the way, the commission does meet in November and December of every year. Someone asked me, well, how come you're meeting in December? Well, because almost all city commissions in the state of Florida meet year-round with the exception of 1 month in the summer. So I'm happy that we have gotten to this point. It was not something that occurred overnight. It occurred since right when I was appointed on May the 15th.
Actually, we've been talking about a bond issue for years. So.
Well, correct. Way before my time. But I mean, since before I was appointed on May 15th, this has been a discussion here. So I want you to I understand you have a lot of questions, and many do, and that's the right thing to do. I applaud you for coming here. I wish we had more residents. I wish we had more. I appreciate you very much. But get the answers to your questions and also understand what is fact and what is not. I, Mr. Mayor, had my reservations from before. I will be supportive of the item, mainly because a lot of my concerns throughout this months-long process have been addressed by administration, have been clarified by administration. I want this city, there's a reason why I always use this example. I grew up in Miami, Westchester, 92nd Avenue and 8th Street. We don't say Westchester, it's Westchester, because Cubans don't pronounce the words correctly sometimes. I grew up there. I moved to Pembroke Pines 16 years ago. I worked in downtown Miami for Mayor Carlos Jimenez for 5 years. I did that commute, okay? There's a reason why I kept living here. So, understood. That's why I hope that you get the...
This bond will not make you move from Pembroke Pines. Okay.
So in closing, and I'm happy to speak afterwards because I have to give up my time. Everyone else has to speak.
Okay.
But I just want to thank again the staff for the hard work. This is not easy to do, especially when you have as many town hall meetings as you have. And I hope that we do have another series of town halls, Mr. Mayor, if this were to be approved, to get on the ballot. Again, this is an approval to have you opine. This is not, we're doing this. It's for residents to have the opportunity to vote for it next year. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
I think I'll shortly echo a little bit of what you mentioned. This, to me, in my personal view, is an investment in your quality of life, whether it's the people here or... Can you hear me better? Okay, that is much better, sorry. It is an investment in the quality of life of our residents. As mentioned earlier, this bond has something for everybody. As part of, separate from the bond, because I hear the concerns from our seniors being the affordability of it, separate from our bond because it doesn't take any actual money to do this, is it part of advocacy. Part of that advocacy is also speaking to our state representatives because your insurance is up the wazoo. It is extremely expensive. The services available to our residents are sometimes not as accessible as they should be. So we've heard that concern because we've gone through a lot of town halls, and I'll repeat it until, you know, I have to stop. But while the bond is a separate issue, our plan in that strategic plan that we went through and that is part, a precedent to the bond, is that we really are looking to help residents, and we don't want this to be a burden on you. We try to cut it down as much as possible for there to be something for everybody. And on top of that, we really look forward, we'll talk about it a little bit after, but look forward to making sure that anything that we can do to bring down the cost of living for you all, we will be doing, whether it's on this dais, or if we have to advocate on behalf of you to the other levels of government, bringing as well as accessibility to the resources that are already there. It's just you don't know about them. There's a lot of programs. I used to previously work at Broward County. There's a lot of programs for seniors that seniors don't know about. And we have to do that kind of connection of the bridge so that you all are aware of that. But either way, it's personally an investment in the quality of life of our residents, because it is something that I hopefully my future kids will go to these parks. And I said it in the last commission meeting, I couldn't justify bringing that cost because down in cutting other projects, because I know that this will be used by the kids that were in the back previously, by future kids, but these investments are gonna last much more than we're gonna be paying this bond for. They're an investment for the future of Pembroke Pines.
Vice Mayor, would you please make a motion to continue the meeting past 11:30 so that we can continue?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? Any
Yes,
from the-
ma'am.
On the motion to continue?
On the motion, as long as we can ensure that we have equal time.
Everyone will have equal
For
time.
everybody to talk, yeah. That makes sense.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized. Are you done?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say a couple more things. The reason we're doing this, and it will be stated continuously over and over again, is that we can't fit these projects within our capital projects for a year-to-year basis. It's just not feasible. It is a general practice that an industry practice that a lot of cities partake in, because it's like taking out a line of credit. It's like taking out a line of credit for a home. I'm not a homeowner yet, but if I would, I do not have the affordability to go out and pay cash. Unfortunately, this job doesn't pay that much. I can't go and cash out on a house. I have to put out for a loan. And you're a realtor, you understand. And I'm talking to you because you're one of the people left. But I would reap the fruits of that loan way earlier than I would if I had to wait and save up my entire lifetime to purchase a home. That is the way that I'm seeing this. It is we're putting down our credit cards to be able to purchase the things that we will be able to enjoy and have a payment on a month or a yearly basis that will go towards that. And that's the way that I see it. It's an investment for the future, I keep saying. Additionally, this comes down to a personal choice. We, as said previously by Commissioner Hernandez, this is something that we are voting on for others to have a vote. While some of the comment might have been leaning a little bit more on the negative side, the town halls we attended were extremely positive. Some of the people, they were a little concerned before because they had heard something on Facebook or whatever, and then they came to the commission meeting or to the town hall, understood what the project was, were able to see what kind of investment they would have to make on a yearly basis, and came out of it saying, that sounds like a good idea. But ultimately, it is up to you and your neighbors to make these kinds of decisions. Down the line in March, I know we're gonna be doing our part to inform, maybe on the water bill, we can add on the back of it that there will be elections. As mentioned, it might be a good way to promote that within the legal parameters. I know Sam's raising his eyebrows because we are limited in what we can say regarding elections. And at the end, we are gonna have so many checkpoints at this. I think it's said earlier, but hopefully we can have our internal auditing team to look at each of these items. We're also gonna have each of these items still come back to the commission, some of them having to pass through our commission twice. We're giving the residents the opportunity for a public forum at that point as well. And then overall, there's so many parts of this that the transparency will be there. Any questions that anybody has, whether they come up to our commission meeting from here until March, they have the chance to answer this. And I know I've said it maybe a million times at this point, but the city needs to put forth an investment for our residents to be aware. It's very obvious that some of our residents don't know, but we really have to, within the legal parameters, put this forward so that our residents are aware of what they're voting for and they're informed voters. And that's it.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try not to be.
You need to get a little closer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We need to get better directional mics. Can you all hear me now?
They're working on getting the longer ones. These are the longer ones.
Can you all hear me now? Great. So, a lot of things have been said tonight, both from the public and from this dais. I can tell you that, I spent a lot of my time on this subject matter, talking to, the people that I represent, whether they're in my district or not in my district. I still represent everybody. And I will say that I've probably received a rather interesting number of differing opinions about this particular opportunity that's standing before us. So the only thing that I'm going to say that's really redundant is that it's made clear to me in all my conversations that I'm not going to take away the opportunity for people to make a choice on this, because like it is, it's all over the board. And for me to make that decision in the absence of what they're saying is unfair. So I think this is a great opportunity to let them make that decision. Now, one of the things, though, is that was seeming to be sort of a theme tonight, Mr. Mayor, was conversation about the project, the dollar amount. Can it be tuned a little bit more? Can we get it a little bit better in alignment with what people can accept, so to say, in terms of a volume, dollar volume. And what's interesting is that I had made a reference at the last meeting talking about this bond. We recognized that the bond was made up of a project list, and those projects were out of 5 different categories, right? We had public safety facilities, we had new community facilities, recreation facilities, future purchase and development, future space, roadway infrastructure improvements. So those are the 5 different project categories under which these project lists fall. And I didn't really get a handle on what the interest is of my colleagues when I made the reference of can we break this one bond issue into 5 bond issues, and we put them in the categories because they're all different type of categories. One's public safety, one's road, and so that would, for me, give me a better understanding about where is the majority of people, where are they placing their interest in the most. So I'd like to make a motion to get your interest on can we make a amendment to the resolution. It's not a motion, an amendment to the resolution where we don't put out a single bond, we put out the 5 bonds in the different categories that equal the $250 million, so that way people can make their choices.
So before you make the motion, I've had a conversation with the city manager, with the city attorney about this. When this first came up, we actually did address it. I remember explaining that the appeal, just like it was in 2005, of having the plan together, one plan for one city, was that everyone who has a different constituency point had the ability to support it. They might not have supported all of it, but they supported enough of it to move it forward. Once you create a menu, you might end up excluding parks. That would be an issue that we would be unable to overcome. Or, heaven forbid, you might exclude traffic, and then you run into that problem. By having it all together, these bond programs have a tendency to create greater success and greater cohesiveness and greater understanding among the residents. But there was also a procedural issue. We are under a time frame now because we have had all of these discussions with the public where the direction that we gave the city attorney was to create one resolution. That resolution now is due to be submitted so that this ballot question, which is the last item that we have to discuss for the March, what is it, 11th?
March 11th.
March 11th.
Yes, sir.
That has to be in. He hasn't even crafted the 6 or 8. He only crafted the one resolution. And that resolution then has to be translated into 3 different languages. It has to be double checked and all of this other kind of stuff in order to make sure that it all works. It has to still be within the number count, which isn't always easy when you're using different languages. So it becomes very, very complicated to pursue that. Mr. City Attorney, I'm almost thinking that at this point, I don't even know how that's tenable. I mean, what are your, I mean, we would have had to do this minimally last time. So, but that's not the direction you were given. You were given direction by this commission on a 4-1 vote to draft one resolution, which you've done. So now I'm stuck in a procedural quandary as to whether or not how we proceed with that. If we could even proceed with that, if it would even work.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just quickly, for the record, Jolinda Herring, are you on the line?
Yes, I am on.
Good evening, Madam Bond Counsel, and also the folks from our financial advisory group, which is both John and Jerry Ford are on the line and have been listening to the exchanges this evening. I'll give you the quick procedural issue, and then I would defer to the other colleagues of mine that are part and parcel of this overall conversation, which is a serious one and one which is fraught with significant time constraints and potential pitfalls for not completing within those timeframes. We know that there's a March 11th election. The city has delivered to the supervisor thus far the certified copies of the 7 charter amendments, which are in the hands of the supervisor. Those documents are currently in the process of being translated. The ballot title and ballot questions and the notices have to be translated in 3 languages. That's in process. The bond resolution before you this evening is a single-focus bond resolution with multiple options, and it's in the notice as provided for in Exhibit A. And Jolinda can explain differently or better about that, as well as both Jerry and John Ford. The challenge there is that, presuming you took action this evening, that the commission voted to approve this resolution, this document has to be sent to the same translating group to get the ballot title and the ballot question and the notice translated into 3 different languages and must be physically in the hands of the supervisor by the first working day in January. There's a holiday coming up shortly for many of us, several different holidays coming up for many of us, and there's time where we're out of time. We don't get a second chance to make a first impression. If you don't get it right the first time, you're not going to get on the ballot. The City Commission at the last meeting approved the elections agreement with the supervisor elections with the various parameters and the true-ups and things like that, which were asked for by the mayor and commission. That was submitted. That was signed by the supervisor. That document permits the 7 ballot questions for charter amendments and also the addition, and they're aware of this, of the bond referendum. To the extent that there would be changes this evening to this particular resolution to segregate it into several or more than one resolution will require a restart to go through the timing, bearing in mind that the ballot title and the ballot question are provided for by state law in the state election code. You can't have a ballot title that goes more than 15 words or a ballot question that goes no more than 75 words. Just for discussion, the ballot question in the backup this evening is 75 words. And we had to weigh every single one of them because you can't be any more than 75 words. In the context of timing, we are limited in time. To the extent of the application of that timing to the discussion, if you would ask Jolinda, she can answer the question further as needed, or John or Jerry Ford about their role in this discussion. I'm not privileged to comment on the segregation of the questions or the separation. I'm more focused on the fact that timing has become critical, not because you created a timing problem, but because we're at a point where this is what the election background requires us to get into to get to the March election. Jolinda, is there anything that I need to add for the record that you might, if I may, with your permission, Mayor Quigley? To highlight some of the things I've described, or John or Jerry. I know that you've done multiple GO bond issues over the many years of your practice. I know Jolinda has as well. Again, not speaking adverse to any commissioner's view or thoughts about how to handle this particular issue, if you could expose the mayor and commission, our mutual clients, the collegial body, to some direction, I'd appreciate that for the mayor and commission. Jolinda?
Yes. Hi, this is Jolinda Herring with Bryant Miller Olive Law Firm. Yes, I think the timing is really the biggest issue here. So can you segregate it into multiple? Yes, but because of the timing, it would be a little bit more difficult due to the fact that, we've got to go back, break it down, as Mr. Gorin stated, make sure that we're in the 75-word limit, just to make sure that everything is done according to Florida statutes. Because this is a very heavily statutory procedure that we're going through with this. So, I will just leave it at that.
Well, and I also want to put it into context. It's not that we're rushing. No. It's simply that we have a timetable. We took our time so that we could have 20 town hall meetings, which very few cities do, so that we could have the kind of richness in public discussion that we have had, and so that we could have 3 months after this to disseminate information about the projects to the public. That said, there is a deadline for the paperwork, and I don't know that at the end of the day that there's anything gained by that. The plan was created with the philosophy of one plan for one city. We didn't have different strategic plans. We had one strategic plan. And so we want to bring everyone together in a city where there are different constituencies and different sensibilities about what people want to do. But you need to have all of the pieces in order to make the orchestra. It can't just be the guitar and the flutist and the drums and so forth. It has to come together. Otherwise, you have missing components, and you're not going to have and many of these components, one synergizes off the other. So it really sort of just, in my mind, makes sense to proceed as we had originally planned, rather than throw, a wrench into the thing that could actually, generate less value, though maybe some would like it, but ultimately generate less value than it would generate harm. So that's my view.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and I thank the attorneys for, their responses, and, of course, as we always talk about how we have such a great staff and great legal support, I'm certain they could do anything that we ask them to do and get it done on time and in a timely manner. So that I'm comfortable with. Just my comfort level right now is what I'm looking for is if any of my colleagues are even interested in pursuing this, because I will not take away the public's right to vote on this. I'm not trying to throw anything off track here. I just want to know if any of my colleagues are interested in this. Are you? Anybody interested? All right. So if nobody,
I would have been several weeks ago, just not tonight.
Okay. Listen, that's fine. Listen, because I'm not going to pursue something that nobody's. I mean, why am I going to motion something nobody's going to help me out with, right? So, Mr. Mayor, I am pretty comfortable then moving forward with let's bring this in for a landing.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can have the clerk allow me to share my screen. A lot of good discussion, both from the dais and from the public. While the clerk is preparing my screen, I have to tell a quick story. I had a resident come up to me just the other day and say, "You know what, Jay, it's the holiday season, and my family and I are considering buying a brand new puppy for the family." I said, "Oh, that's great." And they said, "Well, we did some research and we found that the puppy life expectancy 12 to 15 years. I said, "Okay." I said, "So what's the issue?" "Well, the breeder we want to get it from, they're willing to do financing over 30 years. We're not sure if we want to buy the puppy." So what we have from administration, if I could just address the city manager quickly, is on the 25th of November, I asked for information about the 2005 bond. I don't have the information I asked for. On December 8th, I asked for specific information about the size of our current police headquarters and the size of the new one. And I guess I got the information tonight without having any opportunity to digest it, to go back to my constituents and talk about it. The other thing that we didn't do, which we are allowed to do under Florida state statute, is have a security meeting to talk about specifically what the police station, the new headquarters, would look like, the size and scope and all of that stuff. And that is under law a closed door session. So I'm not going to speak to the specific areas that were shown in the presentation tonight. I know what those rooms are, and they are not accessible by the public. It's behind the scenes, but I will not identify what part of PD it's a part of, because I don't want to violate any security measures within our police department. Moving forward, earlier this evening, one of my constituents came forward about parking on grass and the fact that the city commission 6 months ago passed the ordinance but wanted to do an education component over the 6-month period before we enforced the rules. And yet, we didn't have 6 months of town halls and a strategic plan. And here we are in just a few minutes. It's going to be December the 19th, less than a week from Christmas. So to the residents who are wondering why they didn't get a postcard, an email, a phone call, it's because it just wasn't enough time. Now, with respect to surveys, if I may, Mayor.
I need to correct your misstatement. There were more than 6 months of
I'm going to get to that,
discussion.
sir, if you give me a moment.
Well, but they,
I'm going to get to that, sir.
well, then, let's get to it because what you said was incorrect.
Well,
And what we can't have is incorrect information. There were more than 6 months of discussion with the public on this matter.
Mayor,
Much more.
Mayor, I sat quietly since 9:34 p.m. this evening, where you spoke for 19 minutes.
Sir, during which you heard no misstatements. I will only interrupt when there is a misstatement, and that will happen with anyone here on this commission.
Well, allow me to go ahead and address those misstatements.
Please do.
Okay. So 2 weeks ago, I had queried, some residents asked me about the survey that went out to the public, which you heard the mayor speak to, about 25% of the city, 2,200 residents, So I had asked 2 weeks ago on behalf of the resident who asked me the question, I asked the question was, what's the validity of a survey? What makes up the validity of a survey? Well, part of a survey is to ensure that there's a proper sampling, that there's clear instructions on how to answer it, but that there's no leading questions. So when you're asked, here are the 10 things, please give me in the order of your priority, list them from strongest to weakest or most approved to disapproved. When a respondent is already given the answers and all they have to do is shuffle the cards around, there's an outcome. And that outcome winds up being, in some cases, the top 10 things that some residents want. In other cases, it doesn't reflect some of the things that people wanted but weren't in the survey. So most recently, we had a survey as a part of the official full commission town halls. Because the first half, 6 months ago, Mayor, were your town halls, your viewpoint, your survey that
No,
you
sir.
that you
No, sir,
provided.
that's incorrect. I presented the survey that is a public record to thousands of people, including this commission, and no one except you now, at this late date, has questioned its validity. No one in this city has questioned it. You're the first at this late date. So I have to tell you that you're, and all of that is starting to stray from what the point of this motion is, which is the proposed resolution number 24, number 2024 R42A.
Okay,
So I'm going to ask you to
City-
stay on target with the motion.
City Clerk, is my screen available to share? I've just been waiting for that. Thank you. Okay. This is part of the commission backup. You can see this all online. Okay. It's a summary of the 316, the 60 million in reserve that the manager referred to. Now I'm going to break down some of the items themselves, just so that everyone knows what's on the table tonight for us. 120 million for the police station. City manager. Okay. I will wait. That's okay. That's all right. I'll go back to page 2. Okay. Well, actually, I prefer to ask him the questions because I don't want to ask staff questions. So, do we have?
I'm gonna call a 3-minute recess.
Thank you.
Schwartz, you have the floor, and you had a question for the
Yeah,
manager?
Thank you. City Manager, I wanted to address you in lieu of staff. On the, with the new police station and complex, you have provided in your PowerPoint presentation a breakdown of how those, how the dollars came up to or close to 120 million. Did fire prevention review the plans, and have they generally signed off on the cost of installation for fire prevention? Is that included in the 120 million?
Yes, it is. I've spoken with the fire chief regarding the design of the garage. The only thing that we may be adding to that as we move forward is an additional bay for another bay for fire trucks.
Okay, but we're good on like sprinklers and all that good stuff? As far as the infrastructure, garages, some garages require.
No, they're all of that is included and has to be built according to code.
Okay. All right, next, on page 3, the city center expansion, 5.4 million. Was that a part of any surveys, or was that staff driven?
No, that was part of the master plan, Commissioner, and we've looked at it. We've actually reduced it from the original plan and removed a couple things, and that's the new total for new community facility, 7 million. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I apologize, see, man, I know you're not feeling well, and
That's okay.
I want to keep my questions to an
I'm
absolute
sorry
minimum.
about this.
That's fine. Okay, so the senior center parking or facility expansion, have you explored any cross parking with neighboring parcels such as Pines Baptist Church or the school board in order to alleviate some of the traffic parking congestion?
Yeah, first of all, Pines, the Baptist Church is too far removed from the senior center. What we looked at were the two locations that there is space on that site, one for building space and the other for parking space. And we came up with some other ideas of relocating people that could provide the additional space for seniors. And that was our estimate.
All right, thank you, sir. Fahey Park, just for the public knows, generally located where in the city?
Which one are you talking about?
Fahey, page 4.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Fahey Park, where's it generally located for the public
It's
at
on
large?
Johnson Street, just east of Palm Avenue.
Right, okay. Is that known as like the fire truck park?
Yes, it is.
In the term of endearment, okay. 700,000. We recently rebuilt new equipment and stuff like that. It's really going to be 700 to put into there?
We're talking about installing LED lighting, updating the playground equipment.
Yeah.
And resurfacing the parking lot, redesign the entrance to the park.
Okay.
And also some park renovations.
So it's a park that is deemed closed at sunset.
Yeah, correct.
Are we planning on putting LED lights on a park that's closed?
Well, normally you put LED lighting in a park for safety after certain hours to protect it.
Okay.
To
Have we
keep people-
surveyed the residents along 98th to see
No,
if that's what they wanted?
we have not done that at this
All right,
point.
thank you, sir. I'm moving forward. Fletcher Park. I'm glad to see softball back and strong. With the proposed potential, we won't know until next month now. We know this from Utility Director Bailey. If we're going to have to expand, build, modify the water plant in north of potentially $100 million.
I don't know where you came up with that number,
I
Commissioner, but
may I, sir? May I?
Sure.
I can read you the email that we all received on November 6th.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is the space at the current utility plant is sufficient for whatever we need to do.
Okay, so
We
just
don't have to intrude on Fletcher Park.
okay. That's fantastic. But because it was raised, Mayor, if you just allow me just to read into the record, an email that we received from Utility Director Michael Bailey on November 6th of this year at 8:45 in the morning to the City Commission, copying you. Hi, Mr. Dodge. I'm sending you this message to advise you of a scheduled change with our consultant's PFAS study for the water treatment plant. At the September 19 meeting, I recommended and the Commission approved an amendment to the consultant's original work authorization to add additional sampling testing for the study. The amendment included a change in the time of completion for the study to account for additional sampling and increased workload at testing lab. We originally expected a draft report this month, but the new schedule has that draft being completed the first half of January. I'm sorry for this delay, but I think it's better to take the time needed to produce the best recommendation for our water plant, considering it could be a $100+ million proposition for the city. Thanks, and please let me know if you have any questions. Mike Bailey, engineer.
What does that have to do with Fletcher Park?
Well, the manager didn't recall the email that was provided to us.
I didn't recall. There's been numbers thrown around all the time, and once again, that's an estimate. It has nothing
Okay.
to do with the bond issue or Fletcher Park.
Moving forward, sir. With Maxwell, we've got the FAA and BCAD. We're good with that and making the investment there. You're comfortable with the agreements currently in place?
From what was presented to me by Christina, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to move to page 5, and this is in my district in Pasadena Park. If you recall...
Can I just ask a question in
sure.
connection? So, this, I guess, is for both Sam and Charlie. Commissioner mentioned this potential for $100 million. We don't know what it's going to be. But that would not impact on this.
No.
That money, if we had to take it, would come out of the utility fund.
Yes.
There are offsets from lawsuits that we're still waiting on
Correct.
that could cover the entire amount. We don't know. Yeah.
I can't answer the completeness of that answer, but the best to my knowledge, there would be an offset.
So that might not even cost us anything to deal with the PFAS. We just don't know yet. It's too early to say.
And the initial thought was it would be up to 5 years before you'd have to do it. And with the new administration, they could change those regulations again.
So any connection between the water issue, PFAS, and this bond issue would be totally false, correct?
Correct.
Thanks.
Pasadena Park, city manager, starting from the consultant, and Ms. Sorensen is here, and she knows that this is not what I had asked the consultant to provide. As a matter of fact, I was explicit. I think we were in Zoom, so hopefully it's still recorded, and it could be presented of how that discussion was. But at no point were the residents of District 2 looking to have an enhanced football facility. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned in the workshop a month ago, WPPO, they pulled out. They don't want to do football anymore. And I had recommended that we make this a court park, pickleball court, basketball court, things with the airnasium and stuff that would actually have more utilized space. What strikes me about this item is something that the vice mayor had mentioned about an item earlier today about the use of equipment. There we go. The lights are off. That means we have to hit the light button. Somebody in the back? Yep. It must be, yes, it's the 19th now. Okay. Okay, so the vice mayor had mentioned about buying equipment for vendors, right? And we should only spend the money on the equipment that we actually use. Well, when you make a potentially $7.7 million investment for football, and it's only used a certain part of the year, we're not utilizing the asset well. Therefore, I had expressed to my colleagues, without any objection, to make it a park that would be a low cost, low maintenance, something that the community needs. Moving on to the next, Pines Rec. That has.
Can I just inquire?
Yeah.
Why hasn't? I recall the conversation exactly that way. Why hasn't this been changed?
Well, there was no recommendation or consensus among commission. We placed in here what the recommendation of the master plan, and I know Commissioner Schwartz had mentioned that, but you still have the opportunity to modify this.
So this isn't set in stone, this can be
No,
modified?
it's not. In other words, if it's the desire that there's no need for football anymore, you certainly can do anything. Now, Christina
All the more
advised,
if there's a savings.
but Christina advised me that there is a club that wants to continue with football there.
Yeah, and I advised Ms. Sorensen that the district commissioner doesn't want it there.
Okay,
Okay, well, then we'll have to
So
address
then
it.
you all need to get together and
Well, yeah,
fix
we
this up.
have, and I'm just disappointed that this is still here. However, what happened before the first the meeting at the beginning of the month is the city manager had removed. Remember, there was options that were taken out. This was a part of the takeout, some of the takeout clause, and then it was put back in. So it was in, it was out, it was in, it was out, and now it's here tonight to vote for. Moving on to
We're
Pine.
not voting on this. That's incorrect.
we are-
We're voting on a resolution to put a bond issue before the people for a certain amount. And the project list, while it's always very relevant, is not the subject of tonight's discussion.
Well, Mayor, and I'm not debating you, if we are going to have a town hall and people want to know what they're voting for, there is a list. We are required by law to provide a list for bond council.
I don't know why my comment is
Well, because-
is impenetrable. I'm trying to explain to you that the motion before us is not the project list. It is a resolution to place the bond issue before the public on March 10th. We will have every opportunity, as the manager has said, to go through the project list and make the necessary corrections. Hopefully, there's even money to be saved on the project list. I'm certainly hoping for that. And if there's a need to recalibrate your park in Pasadena, we're happy to do that. We're happy to make the accommodation. But tonight is not the night to do that.
Okay.
What's before us right now is the resolution for March 11th.
Okay. Well, what's before us is Christmas and New Year's, and we come back from break. We have one meeting in January, and vote by mail is Valentine's Day. We have 4 weeks to put this all together and educate, not
Sir,
advocate,
there's
educate
There's
people.
ample time to do all
Okay.
of these things.
So moving on to Memorial Park. This was a part of the consultant, Mr. Dodge. This was not resident driven to move Memorial Park, relocate the Veterans Memorial.
Well, no, the Memorial Park was a project. However, what we're looking at this site, because that's a very active park for playground and everything else, to add some other amenities there. So it might require us to move not off the site, but just to redirect it. One of the big things that we had at this park was a splash pad, and it depends on the location and where we would put it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dodge. Okay, now back to let's go back to the golf course, which is on page 6. The original plan that the manager presented us was 20 million, and now it's 10. So I'm not sure what was forecasted for 20, but now we're down to half of that. That is separate from the 1.7 for Club 19. The majority of that is the parking lot. Right? I asked and you had mentioned it in your presentation, Mr. Dodge, that I had requested the financials from the time we did the renovation, going back to 2007. 2007.
Yeah.
The financials, once you include the bond payment, which is $400,000 a year, which is spread out because of the 6-point-something% interest and the $8 million. I spoke to Finance Director Lisa Chung today, and she's a little under the weather, otherwise she'd be here today. But I wanted to make crystal clear sure that what I'm about to say is 100% accurate so nobody questions it. $400,000 was placed over that time period, which means that when you add the bond debt to what we actually made at the golf course, the city of Pembroke Pines taxpayer is $4.6 million in the red.
Commissioner, I went over that in my presentation where I said if you did it over the 18 years that you explained, I have that spreadsheet with me, it averages about $250,000 a year. The reason for some of that is when we did that bond issue, the golf course was shut down for a while. We had COVID, we had the recession, we had some hurricanes, so it did affect it. But what I also said to you, for the last 3 years, with paying the debt service, we were making about $300,000 a year. So the issue is, if you compare that to any other park program in the city, we're only getting about 10% revenue, and it's out of ad valorem, we're paying $16 million. And I think I made the statement that the golf course is probably the most profitable recreation program we have in the city.
And Mr. Dodge, I heard your presentation, but what wasn't mentioned were the number of rounds that are annually being played, which is between 45 to 48,000 rounds on an annual basis.
Yeah.
There's nothing in this plan that demonstrates that we're going to significantly increase the number of potential rounds.
Well,
there's only so
nothing in
many
this
hours in a
plan-
day
there's
that you
nothing
can
in
play.
this plan, Commissioner, if you don't make the necessary repairs that people still want to come and play there, you could see a decrease. And there are
I'm just looking at the return on investment. If we make the investment, are we going to get more play, maintain play, or will play decline? And the number of rounds is what pays for things. There's again, because I had asked nearly a month ago for the information that I've yet received with respect to the 05 bond issue.
Commissioner, I already told you that's
I would
almost,
be more prepared this evening,
I said
sir.
that's almost impossible to go back 20 years to go through every financial and tell you what project was done, when it was done, how much did it cost. And the finance department had been working on that, but you're asking for information that was very cumbersome to get. And the second point is, what does that prove?
Okay,
That we
Mr.
didn't
Dodge,
succeed
Mr.
in our
Dodge,
bond issue?
It's getting late in the night. I want to move
Well,
forward.
you're raising the question. I've answered it before privately to you. So I don't know what the point of discussing it again.
Because, Mr. Dodge, the artificial turf that is generally a few $1 million in order to get more field play. Are there any studies of heat versus natural turf versus artificial turf, given the fact that we are in South Florida, 85 degree with humidity of 85%? Do we have any data that shows that artificial turf isn't 20 to 40% more hotter?
All I can tell you is...
Hold on.
Okay.
That is precisely the kind of question that belongs in a Monday night memo.
I did ask.
Okay.
I
don't recall getting a memo regarding the heat index for artificial turf.
I'm going to ask you to get to the bottom line.
I'm
of your
almost
comment.
done. I'm at page 8. I'm almost done. Okay. So what I found interesting towards the end is the I don't know. Let's just say school safety, Broward County school stuff.
Where are you, Commissioner?
I'm going down to page 12.
Okay.
Okay, generally speaking, we are looking at pedestrian, crosswalk, protect kids,
Correct.
signage.
Right.
This is like really good stuff, right?
Okay.
But the question is, should we be paying $1 million for this infrastructure, or should the school board be helping us out? Considering, Mr. Dodge, that they pay us $1 a year for Walter C. Young.
That is also an appropriate Monday night question, and I don't know that there's anyone here that has the answer. I think we'd all be interested in knowing the answer, but to raise the answer in connection with this resolution is simply apples and oranges. And I'm going to ask you, Commissioner, we have to move along, and Vice Mayor made a motion to extend the meeting.
Yep.
And I've given you as much leeway as we can, but we
So-
need to bring it in for a landing.
Okay, so Mayor, my comments started at 11:45. I am now 18 minutes in.
Right.
You spoke for 19. I have.
It's not about.
I have
It's
equal.
not,
I have
sir,
equal.
It's not about. It's
I
not
have
about
equal time,
how
sir.
long you speak.
There-
It's about what you address. You're off topic. I need you back relevant to the motion, please.
Call the question.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just a moment.
Yes.
Yeah, just, after listening to Commissioner Schwartz, going through all this stuff and looking and hearing some of the comments that were made tonight, I just wonder if it's possible that maybe we would just even consider reducing this amount from 250 to something a little bit smaller, maybe like a 230 number.
I think that's a wonderful idea. And I have to tell you,
Yeah, 'cause
I have
we're
to
talking
tell you
about-
that I think that the staff can be pressed to bring these projects in at around that number. Mr. Dodge, what are your thoughts?
Whatever the commission directs me to do, we'll make it happen. Whatever the commission addresses,
So I
I'll
think
make sure
that's
it
a
happens.
wonderful idea.
So that's the
I
motion.
have felt from the start that though this is a good planning number, something along those lines makes sense, and I think it works.
But
And-
just a question. I mean, Vice Mayor, have you motioned yet?
No, I'm making that motion.
Okay.
So,
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second it if you made the motion. I didn't hear it.
And
so-
I think, but what
Motion is to
what we're talking about is all the projects. We're not cutting the projects. We can redefine the projects. Commissioner Schwartz doesn't want a certain type of park. He wants a different kind of park. That's fine. But we're
Mayor,
not
I
cutting
just-
any categories. We're not putting housing out. We're not, I would only add that there was one, if you'd like to, Vice Mayor, include this, there was a concern about not financing the art portion of this. And I had a conversation with the manager about this, and he's only too happy to deal with the art portion through the regular budgeting process. So I myself don't have a problem taking the art out of the bond issue. It stays in the strategic plan, and we would have to find a way to fund it. Mr. Dodge, am I misstating this?
No, that was our conversation, Mayor.
So if you would include that, I think that it would settle a lot of concerns to deal with the art separately. So we would take the art portion out. We would still do it, but handle it through the budget, and then do your 230. I think that's a great motion.
all right, so the motion would be then to remove the art portion from the bond and bring it back to general fund, and then to reduce the bond from 250 million to 230 million.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion on this?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
I genuinely appreciate all the comments that are coming to the table, but from my understanding, we've had workshops, we have had meetings, we went through at some point and cut off some, put backs on some as options that the staff worked diligently into giving us back. If it is the will of the commission, I will support the 230. However, I just want to make it stated, bringing this up now at not even the date of our commission meeting, but the day after, it just doesn't make any sense to me. We had so much time was spent, and because I know that I put in the time. And I just don't understand why this is being brought up on the final vote. I stayed up one night up to 2 a.m. getting through all of these topics to reach out, to talk to so many different people. And why is this going on right now? And I'm willing to support it, sure, but it just doesn't make sense that this is coming in so late. It just
So let me tell you why. And the vice mayor probably had conversations with the manager independent of me. We didn't come up with a number, but the manager feels that these are planning numbers. So what happens is, that, and this is just a practical reality of working in any large organization. The directors that ramp up these plans to the manager don't want to get caught short. In other words, it's okay to budget something for a little bit more and then you end up spending less. But when you budget less and it ends up spending more, it creates a problem. There is a sense in the administration that they are open to the challenge of a $20 million reduction in the total, and that if there's a sensibility among people who don't want to see this financing of the art, that we just pay for it in a different way. We can't do all of the art at once. So if it gets done out of reserves, or if we budget for it in the next budget, it's so long as it gets done. If we don't have to, if we can express to people that we're listening to what they,
Sorry.
that's where it's coming from.
I totally get it, and I
Right.
do not disagree in any of the points given.
Right.
I would just like to make the point that those comments could have been given to staff so that coming to this meeting, we would have had the option of a
Yeah.
250 versus a 230, as we did that previous meeting where we did discuss which ones we were going to go for. Because we did have a meeting in which we even had a
Yes.
180 option. And at that point, we kind of kept going, moving the needle forward. And I understand that ideas come literally out of nowhere, and that residents reach out to us and had, Facebook posts and Nextdoor posts and all of that today. And we saw them today. But I don't think it makes sense to push staff to do this when we had so much time. So I agree that things come at the last minute, but I also think it is beholden to us to do our job and do diligence in a timely manner. And if emergencies come, they come. I totally get that. But I don't think that some of the questions raised here today were part of an emergency.
Your points are all valid. Mr. Dodge, do you want to talk a little bit about what your thinking was in our conversation? We didn't settle on any particular number, but 230, and I asked you, and you said, yeah, I could probably work with 230. I sort of, what I heard you say was, we will do whatever commission tells us to, which for me and Charlie Dodge means, yeah, I can probably pull that off. What are your thoughts about 230 with respect to this package? Do you think, I mean, it's a challenge, but do you think that it's the kind your team can take on and overcome?
Yeah, I think it's doable. I think we can look at the different projects and what they are in each area. If there's some projects that maybe in next year's budget we can incorporate some of the smaller numbers, maybe we can handle it.
You're saying because we have a number of years to work with.
Yeah, because this issue isn't for the next year's fiscal year budget, it's the following year.
I'll tell you what I like about I like the doability of your answer, but I also like that this commission can sort of listen to some harsh criticism and act and be responsive to what people are telling us, and that we weren't that far off the mark to begin with, but a $20 million reduction, that's a lot of money, and I think that it would go far in terms of just showing them that we want to work with them, and that we want to that their point of view isn't irrelevant, that we're not ignoring them, their viewpoints. So,
Mayor,
I want to support the Vice Mayor's motion.
just a comment. I seconded it as long as, we're not, to what you mentioned, we're not pulling projects.
No, we are not pulling projects.
'Cause I'm happy to.
The
I'm
strategic
happy to
plan
reduce,
is
but-
unchanged by this motion.
Yeah, I'm just making it very
Correct?
clear.
No, that's correct. Listen, I'm only making comments based on the whole conversation that went tonight and what I'm hearing between staff, the commission, the public.
Right.
That's the reason why I made that $20 million deduction, is because I think that somewhere in there, it made room to bring it in a little bit tighter, because we keep
Well,
talking about
that's-
tuning
I
this in.
totally agree on
and
that.
it-
I
and
think
it's not
some of
changing.
the comments, though,
Right.
could have been made earlier.
And that's a fair point, Commissioner, you're correct.
But
So
I
what
agree
kind
on-
of comments are you mean, like?
No, the
Oh.
specificity of each of the items, because previously we had gone through each of the items, or at least we had the chance to go through each of the items with staff.
And Mayor, not to show any disrespect to anyone you up here, but I said it at a public meeting with all you sitting there. I said it.
Good, maybe
And-
that brings you into the fold.
And the change still did not occur.
Well, now you have it.
Now, I don't think it's responsible for us to start shaving onions, after midnight and say, I think the reduction of 20 is the right number. This is what I'm saying.
Well,
Mayor,
bear in mind
this is-
that this is a not to exceed number.
Agreed.
We could continue to shave that onion. And I think shaving onions is actually a good idea. So,
As long as the onions you shave aren't from District
easy,
4.
Easy. So I think, Commissioner Schwartz has the floor. Go ahead.
So, back in May, I expressed concerns about rising housing costs and some uncertainty with the economy and the folks that elected me to look out for them. Then I mentioned the public safety portion. I said this in the public meeting. The public safety side of it has a really good chance of passage. The number at 120 was a little far ahead of the skis, needed to come down. But the rest of it, folks just have a general issue with borrowing against the future. Now, Mayor, you and I sat back in 2014 when we told the school board you shouldn't bond out air conditioners that last 20 years and pay for it over a 30-year period. We sat there and we told them that. My concern is the fact that you can ask. That's the issue. That's what the residents are telling me that they object to, is the potential request. And
I don't
unlike
follow. What do they object to?
they're objecting to the up to. They're not convinced. You don't ask. Let me say it in a better way. Let me try.
Every bond
Let
issue is
me
up to.
simplify it for you. You tell them what you need, not what you want. You don't say up to amount. You say this is what it is. This is the number. If it's 250, it's 250. It's 200, it's 200. If it's 150, it's 150. But the up to is where they're most concerned about, because that creates, they have to plan for their future too.
Commissioner, these projects have not been bid.
I
These are
underst-
planning numbers. So
Understood.
up to is absolutely appropriate, and you will find that language in every bond issue that you look at. I've seen many.
Well,
That's the standard language. Okay, are we ready to vote?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
before you do, I have a question of our bond counsel, with your permission.
yes.
Jolinda. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm glad to know that.
Yes, I'm here.
Just to inquire, should the commission take action on the amended motion to reduce the amount of the upset maximum on the bond issue? I've looked at the reso title and the various other conditions. Are you able, with the motion, if adopted, to be able to, in a very facile way, coordinate with us tomorrow to get this thing done, because timing is of the essence?
Yes, we can, and we will do that.
And I know that for the Mayor and Commission's benefit, this is not just a simple document, that the words actually have significant legal importance into how this is written. It is not something which can be done by a baby lawyer. This is a significant document. The dollars are also significant. So I asked the question in earnest. I appreciate the answer from my co-counsel, and Mr. Mayor, I'm comfortable. Thank you very much.
The clerk will call the roll. On the amended motion, in favor of the resolution.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
No.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes, and by your vote, this item passes 4-1 and shall be on the ballot in, I'm sorry? Yes,
For the
and shall
record-
be on the ballot on May 11th.
For the record, Mayor, the
Thank you very
permanent number is 3892, and I'd ask that you not stray
March,
too...
March,
March.
excuse me,
Please
March.
don't stray too far tomorrow so we can get you to sign the document.
much. Okay,
I'll find you.
last item.
Thank you, sir.
This is discussion and possible action to direct city administration to work with the Broward County legislative delegation and lobbyists in the upcoming 2025 legislative session for the fiscal year 2025-26 legislative priorities and appropriation requests. Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mayor, as you can see, we have suggested that one of the items is something we had discussed before, and that is to work on providing a legacy preference for the alumni of the charter schools. The attorney has provided a legal memorandum. The other item is to address the removal by utility service providers of obsolete or out-of-service utility hardware and other infrastructure. When they put new in, they should be required to remove the old infrastructure. C, at the Senator Howard Foreman Human Services Campus, once again, we're looking for road improvements. The total project is $6.3 million. Phase 1 is $2 million, requesting $800,000, where the city would put up 60% of the match. It's to resurface and widen roads, install multiple pedestrian bike path along Poinciana Drive, and install sidewalks throughout the campus grounds. And the last one, in conjunction with the city of Miramar, request state funding to help cover the $28 million shortfall in the project cost funding for the Pembroke Road extension to US 27. Currently, the entire project cost is approximately $88 million, but the county is only funding $60 million. So we're requesting an allocation of the $28 million between Miramar and us to supplement the surtax money so that Pembroke Road can be extended all the way out to US 27.
Okay.
Those are the 4 projects. If there's anything else you want to add to it.
I would add that cities should be allowed to run elections in August. I just think that's like crazy that we're dealing with that. And I think that there should be one uniform system of elections for cities from the Panhandle to the Keys, and I don't get it, particularly when we're being asked to pay for it. And I think that the legislators, if they knew it, they'd probably say, what? Why? Why does he care? And I think that we should bring it to their attention and get it fixed. If no one objects, I think that should be part of the discussion. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think also, too, we've spent a lot of time talking about SROs, and I don't want us to forget that, the SRO issues that we keep having. And we should probably also include that the cities get reimbursed for supplying
Actual
the
costs?
SROs. Yeah. I mean, we can lobby the state to receive state dollars or whether it come back to the local, but we should be getting reimbursed for the SROs. I think
Works for me.
I have
big
another
enough
one.
issue.
Let's get the legislator to ban incineration near population.
Yeah, well,
Can we do that?
good luck with that.
Can we advocate for it?
We can advocate for it. I don't know that I don't know that there's going to be an open ticket available for that because it'll be dead on arrival, but I think we could try. Anything else?
No, Mayor, that's it. If you're in
League,
agreement,
are there
we'll work
any
on
league
that with our
reports?
lobbyist.
Jay, any league reports?
Nope, January, start things back up again.
What about crossing guards, too?
Yeah, crossing guards.
SROs and crossing guards.
Mayor.
Yeah, SROs and crossing guards.
Okay.
Did we have to approve that, or it's
Yes.
an item?
Do we need to vote on that, or do you have enough direction?
I think I understand what you're looking for. We've included those 2 additional items
Okay.
go on with the 4.
All right, it's been a long day. I want to thank everybody for their participation.
Mayor, it was Commissioner Rodriguez's birthday, by the way. Just throwing that out.
Happy birthday.
Yesterday.
Oh,
Yesterday was my
yesterday.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
We do, sorry,
I have a
because
new-
I was just looking at our lobbyists. Did you guys have anything to say other than what was on here? Not to like cut it short, but. Okay, I don't know if you had anything to add.
Yeah, come on up. Do you have anything to add? I mean, yeah?
They sat through this whole thing, so.
Just press the button that says speak.
Good morning. First of all, I just want to say.
Can we have order in the chamber, please? Thank you. Yes.
First, I just want to say, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, thank you for approving our contract. We love the relationship.
You do a great job, and we love having you with us.
We thank you, sir, and we look forward to having you joining us up in Tallahassee as well. And of course, I want to thank the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. Really just wanted to give you just a touch point on some of the conversations that have been having in Tallahassee already, just as we go through this conversation for legislative asks, kind of give you an approach. We've just got a brand new speaker and a brand new Senate president, and they're working very well together, but there are some new rules in the House, and there's some other conversations for appropriations. I'm going to turn it over to Lauren for a second, and then if you have any questions about that and how we're going to move forward with some of these other things, please, and as you know, we're available all the time.
We will be kicking back before legislative session. You should know that that the assignment for legislation, Commissioner Rodriguez is our state league representative. Commissioner Hernandez and I will be doing the legislative stuff. Other commissioners are obviously invited to join us in Tallahassee, but he agreed to do that, and I will obviously be in Tallahassee for the beginning of session. So we will have to kick back once everything is squared away with our agenda, and we will, as we have in the past.
That sounds good. I'll turn it over to Lauren, but we also look forward to the workshop after session as well, or moving into the next session.
I don't want to take too much time, but just to kind of set a feel for it, Ashley mentioned we have a new Senate president, new speaker. The Senate president, he does care a lot about supporting rural and agricultural communities, but he also cares about other issues like emergency management, resiliency, and education. We know that he'll be focusing on those issues, so we'll be paying close attention to what those proposals look like. And then the House Speaker, to a lot of your points, he cares a lot about affordability, property insurance reform. Whether or not he can pursue all the reforms that he wants to do is really going to come down to a negotiation between the governor's office, the House, and the Senate. But he really does want to pursue some sort of property insurance reform and affordability reform.
They have so much on their plate that much of this is going to be about bandwidth and how much they can actually fit into a package. I had discussions with Speaker. Is it Speaker Perez now or Speaker-elect Perez?
Speaker.
He's the Speaker now. Yeah. Okay. So I had the opportunity to speak. I have not yet met with the Senate President, but I look forward to doing that.
I think, sorry, to that, since you made the point, to include in our set of priorities the advocacy as well on the issue with the insurance crisis. I think every city might do something similar, but for it to be kind of in writing in our plan for the future.
Yeah, and we can help craft something to that nature as well and provide it with Jonathan.
And I want to thank you for all of that, and thank you for staying up late with us. Vice Mayor, you had an item on old or new business?
New business.
New business, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask for my colleagues' support. We constantly are having problems with school zones, and also we have school bus drop off, school bus stops or whatever.
Yeah.
So I've had several of my of the people in the district that live around these schools and have bus stops at their homes, where the people are just parking on their lawns or driving on their lawns. And so what's happening is that they're trying to prevent people from pulling on their lawns by putting like stakes up or
or things like that. But that creates a problem because now we have code running around, giving them grief for it. And then on top of it, we have created this ordinance or a new piece of the ordinance that says you can't be parking on your grass anyways. And so we're really putting our constituents in a really tight bind. And what I'd like to do is see if we can have staff directed to maybe address this particular issue and put it in ordinance where we can give some relief to these homes, because we can't put police officers out there and get people off the properties, and if we don't do anything, what happens is the property owner comes out and engages another person that is there for their school, and they get into an altercation, and and we should be able to allow them to put something up that creates a barrier. And maybe even just call it during the school time. When it's not school time, they take it down. When school time comes back, they can put it back up.
Chief, do you mind, City Manager, do you mind if the chief gets together with the vice mayor to go over this? I think it's an interesting, anybody have any objection?
If we could just identify those spots specifically, because Vice Mayor and I, we share basically the same lifestyle, right, without the HOAs. And so I get what you're saying. I can think of a handful of folks who I speak to often, right? And I would like to get their input. Obviously, I think there's something workable. And the other thing that's really weird is how these schools bus stops are assigned from one year to the next, which may create some challenges for us if we're going to be specifically in a zone.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Good run tonight. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Happy holidays to everyone.